Good morning. About to get started for round of 64 Spingold action. I'm a little bit grumpy this morning. My breakfast took like 30 minutes too long to show up, so I wasn't really able to eat all of it. But we will persevere. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit happier in the afternoon after I have lunch. Anyway, I think the matches that we're going to be able to take a look at today are I think it's the Adam Grossack team, which I don't know who that is. There was a poll up on Bridge Winners. I voted, but my opinion doesn't matter. So the teams that it looks like won the poll are Leibowitz. So Adam Grossack playing with Larry Leibowitz. They also have Augustin Madala and Dennis Bilda, and the Rimstep brothers as their front four, going up against, I don't even know how this team could possibly have gotten put together, but Mark Dahl, who is, I guess, like a pro from my local area, he's playing on a team with like Lisa Berkowitz, a bunch of young people, Max Shearson, and I don't know who like half of these names are. But I think that's going to be a massacre. I mean, obviously, Adam and Larry will produce some generally random results at their table, but Bilda Madala and the Rimstep brothers are going to run away with that one. But that was a match that got voted for. One of the ones that I actually voted for was Welland against Baker. Welland is four-handed, and I also had Welland in my fantasy bracket going all the way to the finals. It's Welland and Aachen and the Rambo partnership from France, and that's it. They're playing four-handed, which could pose problems to them as the event draws on with stamina issues. But the Rambo father-son partnership did qualify for the World Championships for France, put on quite a run towards the end of the event for France to move all the way back up and claim that 8th place spot. Welland and Aachen played for Germany, and they were, I think, fairly solid. Craig is asking me if he's going to be if I'm doing commentary. I don't know if that means that he's actually going to be around and would want to join me. But we'll see. It's looking once again like we might have some technical difficulties getting started because we're 5 minutes past start time and the view graph is not up yet. The last match that is going to be covered today, so those are two of them, is Bramley against Roman. I'm basing this off of Jan's poll that she put up, but she hasn't really said anything about it. Which, Team Bramley and Woolsey, no one really wants to watch them, but they do have Luba and Zhu, so same Harrison Luba that was just in the GNT finals that we saw. Okay, Craig's sending me cryptic texts, and I just don't have time for this, so I'm not going to figure it out. If he joins me, cool. If not, then maybe I'll be solo, or maybe we'll have Michael Schuster again back on. December 25th and the 3 fantasy brackets are your idea of the ideal holiday Matt. Fantasy brackets are fun. I did fill mine out, so make sure if you haven't filled yours out, go over to bridgewinners.com and put in your picks for the round of 64. You want to get that done in the next hour or so before scores come through. You like the number 1 seed this year. I picked them to win the whole thing. Fleischer. I did my research. If Fleischer wins, at least according to Wikipedia, which I think is accurate, they will have won the Spingold with the same team 2 years in a row, which has only ever happened 3 times, well, depending on how we classify it, 3 times previously in history. Once with Zimmerman in 2011 playing with the cheating whoever they were, Italians. Then before that was actually the biggest run, Nickel won with the exact same team 4 years in a row, 93 to 96. And then way back in the day, I don't remember who the last one was, but there was one other instance where the same team won back-to-back years. Same exact team won back-to-back years. So, anyway, if I had known that we were going to have like a 10-minute delay, I probably would have delayed turning stream on and just finished my breakfast, but I wanted to be ready. I do still have some water. But the reason I'm interested in the Welland match is that, not that I think they're going to have much trouble in their first round. I picked them to be Fleischer's opponent in the finals. Do I miss the 4 a.m. breakfast from the Euros? Well, I couldn't get breakfast at 4 a.m., so I had to order for like 6 a.m. or something. No, I do not miss that. It's gonna be another long day. Last couple of GNT streams, I think were about 11 and a half hours each. So I'm prepared for the long haul once again. I've been doing a good job reminding myself to get lunch. Is it 10 a.m. for me? It is. It's actually 10:10 a.m. and the players started 40 minutes ago. The VUgraph is 30 minutes delayed. So I'm doing my best. I have no control over when the live cast is going to start up. But we'll stick around. I wonder if we'll get a bigger turnout today. I thought that the 40 or so people that were watching combined between Twitch and YouTube for the GNTs seemed a little bit low to me. Now, I don't know if that's because people aren't interested in the GNTs or because I didn't advertise this time on Bridge Winners. I guess I just figured that people would watch where they wanted to watch, and a bunch of people already knew about my stream, but maybe I should have put up another ad for people to come hang out here. But we'll see. I'm just annoying. That's probably it, actually. Gin and tonic is GNT. I think it is for most people, including a lot of bridge players. No one really takes the event seriously. I kind of wonder if the winning team, Schreiber, was just drunk the entire time, because it almost seemed like it based on the plays. That match should not have been as close as it was. Drunk Bridge is the GOAT. You've never played drunk bridge before? I guess they removed it from US Nationals because the Midnights used to be like a big drinking competition. And then there was like also bridge as well. Well, you probably don't call it GT if it's in a foreign language, right? Unless like gin and tonic and Norwegian are similar sounding words. No, you do? Oh. Is that like an Americanism that's just come over? I actually don't know much about where a lot of different drinks originated. Do most alcoholic drinks originate in the US? Like, not wine and stuff, but a lot of the mixed liquors. Yeah, JD says the National without zips is not as fun. Richard says memories of midnights with Lindy's and friends. I don't remember ever seeing Lindy's playing in the midnights, but that might have been before my time. Any minute now, we'll get some tables, I'm sure. Will there be table cameras for the Spingold? What do you mean, like earlier? I think someone told me that they have like the NABC Eye in the Sky thing, which might even be a YouTube channel, if I recall, that does post footage of the event afterwards. But I really don't know much about it. So I think they will, but I'm not certain. I guess we can find out. Do they have yeah, what's it called? NABC Eye in the Sky? 3 months ago would have been mid-April. Okay. Um, yeah, so their most recent thing came out a month after the NABC. Oh, do they live stream? Is that a thing they do? They live stream in 2022. But yeah, they haven't done any live streams in the past couple of years. And their videos seem to come out about a month or so after the event's over. But it looks like they've been keeping up with the videos. They have the Vanderbilt... What the hell? Oh, they put... Man, this entire thing is just jumbled all over the place. Yeah, look at this. I don't know, I'm not... So they have Vanderbilt quarterfinal, Vanderbilt round of 16, Vanderbilt round of 32, Vanderbilt round of 16, Vanderbilt round of 32. It looks like they're not posting stuff in any sort of like sensible order. It's really just they're dumping a bunch of video footage onto their channel. I think this is really useful when it comes to like cheating accusations. So it's good that someone is recording this and storing it somewhere, but they're clearly not very... They have no views on a video? Well, that's really sad. We need to get them at least one view on their videos. All right, here we go. Let's click the like button. Whoops. There we go. Clicked the like button. All right. We've given them their view. And we still don't have coverage. It's like 20 minutes late now, at least. Hey, there's no way I can pronounce that name. There's a bunch of Chinese players in the event. I hope they get some coverage. I saw a couple of Chinese teams that I think actually have a pretty good chance at a first round upset. Now, it does feel to me like in terms of the quality of play between the top 32 and then the lower seeded teams, there does feel like a bit of a pretty big drop off. But some of the higher seeds, like for example the Hammond team, I forget what seed they were exactly, but they're kind of on the downswing in general. Schedule says 10:30 a.m. today. It's 10 a.m. tomorrow. Really? Oh my god. Why would they do this? Ah. Well, I'm early. That's a really weird thing to just kind of randomly change. Okay, well, let's go ahead and update our start times then. 10:30, 12:45, maybe 3 p.m. Oh, but we're not updating the quarter 3 start time. So they've just decided to make all of the players unhappy by giving them a much shorter lunch break. Or maybe not. Maybe players are going to be happy that they have a little bit extra time to sleep in. Well, something I'm also noticing, Michael is not listed as a broadcaster for the first couple rounds, so I might be flying solo, which I'm actually very happy to do. I felt like maybe we weren't communicating well the last few days when we were doing the broadcasts, Michael and I. It seemed like he might have been distracted by work or something and was doing something else most of the time, and then he would come back and look at the hand and reiterate something I had just said. But yeah, this will be fun. I think it'll be a lot more exciting once we get down to like the round of 16. We'll see a lot closer matchups. I tried to pick a few matches that I wanted to see today, which I thought might have a real chance for upsets. And even though Welland seems like one of the teams that I'm happy to pick going to the finals, I do believe that they could be all over the place. I mean, Sabina and Roy can have solid sessions, but they also might just like play 3 no trump down 3 10 boards in a row, and that's not going to score very well for them. Yeah, let me actually update some commands so that people can take a look at the bracket. Do I want this to be the... Well, I don't think I can actually link to the pop-ups on Bridge Winners, but it's going to be on Bridge Winners is where the results in bracket are. So let me just put something in. You want exclamation point results, exclamation point bracket. Let's do that. There we go. Apparently, China has a bridge league where clubs compete against each other. Some clubs have foreign players like Ola and Mikel and Basis and Lorenzini. China has a bridge league where clubs compete against each other. Some clubs have foreign players. So does that mean that the Swedes and the French partnership are like registered in a China club? Presumably they got hired by some rich warlord over there to join their team or join their local club. Or is it like it's open to different clubs, different places in the globe, and so France is allowed to have a club in the China League and Sweden's allowed to have a club in the China League? I imagine you mean the first, where they just get registered with some local China club. Oh, well, I guess that means if we have a few minutes, we can actually look at the bracket. And one thing I wanted to point out, let's see if I can do this in a sensible way. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to point out is that actually Avery Silverstein, Aaron Silverstein's daughter, on the lowest seeded team that was out there, I think it's a bunch of younger players and then someone named Omer, played up against her dad in the opening round. Aaron Silverstein plays with Andrew Rosenthal on that squad. So kind of a fun little match for them, probably. But I imagine they got completely destroyed. So two teams, Nickel and Fleischer, did get byes in the first round. Zimmerman won their head-to-head match, as did Street, Wolfson, and Rubenstein. And then there were a bunch of four-way matches where you take the top three teams. So you pit the top-ranked team, Leibowitz here, against Yan, the lower-ranked teams, and then the other two teams play, and the losers of that match end up facing off against each other after the dinner break. So some of these teams are going to have had a little bit of a rest yesterday evening. If they win their opening match, like, Welland won their opening match against Zhang, Baker won their opening match against Kuz. But Lean, for example, four-handed. They probably or presumably have a sponsor, Dan Zagorin. They didn't win their opening match, so they lost to the 78-seeded Alwyn's team, four-handed as well. I don't know any of these players. And so they had to face off against Dinkin in the evening. Oh, it's Steph! Look, Steph's on here. Although, can't feel too good about losing the opening round and not even making it to the round of 64 for the Spingold. But they have a very weak team overall. I mean, I think Steph and Sibrand are imagined to be a strong partnership. I actually don't know much about them, but obviously they won the Junior World Championships last year. But Andreas Bragi, I think a solid player, Johan Safsten, not sure. But Sam Dinkin and Yoko Sobol are a new partnership, also much, much weaker than many of the other pairs in the event. So they're out. Yeah, so Dahl, interestingly, if they end up on stream today, they won their opening round up against Team Collins, who did manage to pull through over Ehrlichman. So they qualified. Hammond won their opening round. Dimitrov So Stefan Skorchev is the founder or like CEO or something of Into Bridge. And he reached out for me to do another Into Bridge Celebrity Challenge the other day. So I went ahead and recorded that during my day off yesterday. I don't know when it's going to post, but probably sometime soon. And Deanne Petrov is actually, I think, one of the viewers of the stream. So I believe I played a speedball with him a while back. So they're through. Kane has Bakshi, David Bakshi, who I think was notably absent from the European Championships, but Verbeek and Molnar from Netherlands, they didn't qualify for the whatever event it is, World Championships or something, or Bermuda Bowl, whichever one. But then Van den Bosch and Van Linkveld as well. Rosenberg, Kevin, our boy, playing with Platnik, and then a couple of foreign players, I think, although I'm not certain. If they are foreign, they have quite a lot of seeding points, because I don't think Kevin and Brian can carry the team all the way up to a 17th seed on their own. Not with the likes of Simpson being like in the same class as them when they have Zamir and Toledano, who obviously just won the Life Master pairs, and Conneru and Wold play together a lot, and then Rodwell playing with Simpson. So this is a pretty strong team, 16 seed. I don't know who favorites are. I mean, I can pull up my bracket. Where's my fantasy bracket? Here we go. This is what I put in for anyone who's curious. I don't know if I can make it bigger, so hopefully the font is readable. But it really didn't look to me like there were a ton of upsets that I could see happening. This is one of the teams that has a couple foreign players, Team Yanova, which I actually expected to do quite well. I had them getting all the way up to meet Zimmerman in the round of 8, but then falling to Zimmerman. Welland, I picked him over Nickel. For whatever reason, I don't know. It felt like this might be their time. Also, I was getting a little bit nervous that I had picked very few upsets, and you kind of need to pick upsets to do well in these bracketed contests. So this was my bracket. Fleischer over Welland in the finals. This right side of the bracket does feel a little bit weak in general. I mean, there's Nickel, and they did just recently win the Vanderbilt, I think, last Nationals. But a lot of the other teams do feel a little bit lacking. I mean, Rosenthal, so they have Brogland and Bakke, and Aaron Silverson and Andrew Rosenthal, which are frequent members on the team. But Chris Wilenkin usually plays with Ger Halgamo, and he is now playing with Espen Eriksson. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about how they're going to do. Well, it's 10:30. Oh, I guess I can bring myself back. Hello, I'm back up. It was mentioned to me that the scoreboard I had scrolling across the bottom of the screen was covering up the clubs in the little history tab down here. So I've adjusted it. I'm not going to put it up for today, but I've made it now so that it just doesn't go all the way to this side of the screen. G. Lee in Rosenberg is from China. He comments when not playing and saw him several times on YouTube. He's professional and funny. Ooh, okay. I like that. Maybe I'll root for them if they manage to make it far into the tournament. I do appreciate cheering for other commentators. Like, I know Danny Sprung was playing in something. recently. He might be on a team. I don't remember with who, but all right, now the waiting period begins. So now we're going to see how late we are to get started because we're officially past game time. Yeah, Zimmerman's playing with Moulton, and Nozatsky is, in fact, on a different team. Hey, Michael, you're going to join? Sounds good. So which match should we watch? Maybe I should have put up a poll. I'm not actually certain that these are the 3 matches that are going to be broadcast, but I think Jan tends to go with the poll votes. So which one should we watch? Let me take another gander at the teams. Bramley against Roman. Let's not do that one. We watched Harrison play a bunch, so even if we were to watch a different partnership on that team, like, I'm not excited to watch Kirkori and Weichsel play. I'm certainly trying to avoid at all costs watching Woolsey and Bramley play because their system is terrible. So let's not watch that one. Which means the choices are we could watch the Grossack match, Leibowitz up against Dahl, which I think will be my pick, at least for the first segment. And then the other one is going to be Welland against Baker. That's probably the one that I would want to go to later in the day. I think that match might be more interesting. Although I'm suspicious that none of these matches are going to be very close, if these really are the ones that are up on VuGraph. So yeah, we'll start with Leibowitz, and let's go to the non-Larry Leibowitz table, because I don't want to see that. So we'll either get the Swedes, Mikael and Ola Rimstedt, who did qualify Sweden for the Bermuda Bowl World Championships. I forget. It's the World Championships, right? That's the one that we determined in October. Or Bilda and Medalla, neither of whom qualified. Bilda was on the Denmark team, but they didn't manage to make it. And Medalla was not on Italy's team this time around. But they're a well-practiced partnership. I think they play a lot of events together. And I think they've also won a couple of national championships, like the NABC type things. So they're quite good. Watching either of them should be fun. We'll try and go... we don't really have an option because Leibowitz and Grossack, I think, are going to play the first set. Actually, I'm not certain about that. Is Larry a sit-out first segment kind of guy? He might be. If so, we might have our pick of the other 2 partnerships. But I think if possible, I would like to watch Bilda and Medalla, since we saw a little bit of Mikael and Ola playing in the Euros a few weeks back. And I guess as an added bonus, if we get Mark Dahl's table, I actually played a couple of events with him, and I've certainly teamed with him fairly often when I used to play pro because he's from my local area. Here we go. We have Hammond versus Bell. I'm sorry, what? This is like the fourth most popular thing in the vote. Okay, well, we have Hammond against Bell. I'm going to skip that match. That does not excite me at all. But I do think Bell's going to win, so... Tomasini and Norton, I think, played for England in the recent Euro Championships, and England finished fourth, so they're probably by far the strongest partnership in this match. I know nothing about the other members of the team, but I just I have very little respect for Bob Hammond. So, as a guy, seems like a cool guy. As a bridge player, I don't think he's very good. But hopefully we'll get another matchup in a second. And then we can head over there. I believe the Leibowitz match was the most voted for, so that one is probably going to be broadcast. Hey Babs, good morning. So we started about 10 minutes late. I don't know if I'll wait for the Leibowitz match. I mean, if something appealing pops up, like if the Welland match pops up, maybe we'll check them out. We did watch a little bit of the Rombo partnership in the Europeans, and we also watched a bit of Welland and Aachen, so I would try and avoid that match if we could, but I'll just take kind of first come, first serve for whichever VuGraph table shows up after this, probably. Oh, well, thanks for the kind words. I am happy to do this as long as people are interested in tuning in. And I'm also happy to do it as long as BBO wants to contract me for it. So, double incentive. Pellegrini, I know I've mentioned this before on stream, but I teamed with him once. He's a really nice guy. Excellent bridge partner. I mean, good player, but, you know, certainly not the same caliber as like the Nickel, Fleischer, Zimmerman, whoever Rosenthal squads. But a strong player. I think he's from Argentina, if I remember correctly. But one of the things I was really impressed with when I did play on a team with him was his kind of ability to just like see all the positives and like, you know, not necessarily sweep a lot of the negatives under the rug, but just like look past them. You know, if partner made a mistake, he would be like, well, you know, on this other hand, partner did something really good. Or he would be like super complimentary about basically everyone on the team. So I really enjoyed playing on the team with him. He was a lot of fun. A bit quiet. Definitely quiet. Very introverted. Looks like a bunch of the players are watching Hammond play with South. Maybe Hammond's so good he just decided he didn't need a partner today. I do think that's the table to watch, though, in the event, or in that match. Norton and Tomasini, definitely the strongest partnership there. And Bob Hammond's fun. You know, he makes a little bit of off-the-wall plays every once in a while. Pellegrini kind of... Actually, yeah, the Hammond team is just like missing 2 players. And so because 2 of their teammates didn't show up for the first set, rather than Hammond playing with Pellegrini, which I don't think this was the partnership in the first place, they decided to split up because they had to have at least 1 player at each table. I don't know how it works behind screens, though. Actually, is the round of 64 behind screens? Someone who's played more recently can let me know. Because it used to be back in the day that screens only came out for, I think, the round of 16 onwards for the Spingold. They would just jam you all in the same ballroom for the round of 64, and you're like, it's like packed. You would be like back to back with another table. Now, you're not duplicating boards, so it wasn't really a problem. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of looked like your regional event where all of the tables are like jammed together and you have to like tilt the table so that the caddy can get by to transfer boards. So it's now 10:45. I mean, what? Is there commentary at either of these tables? There is not. Hello? I don't want to watch this match. Also, but hold on, I saw 6-6. West was 6-6, and North ended up playing 5 hearts doubled. I would like to watch a different match, please, but I don't know. What do we think? Should I just jump into this table and start doing the commentary for it? Maybe. I feel like I'm... Oh, here we go. Rubinstein and Forcado. Interesting. I also don't think that was one of the top voted for matches. I have no idea who these teams are, but I think I would rather watch that one than the Hammond versus Bell match. So let me just pull up who these teams are, and then I'll figure out what's going on. Do we have the numbers? We don't have the numbers. Rubinstein. Oh, this is Zach Grosak's team. And Forcado is a 4-handed team. Looks like maybe some Americans, some French players. They had an upset in their opening round. Yeah, they defeated Gavin's team in the first set. This is actually, I'm really interested to watch this. Let's jump in. Let's get Gruen Moss on screen. All right, chat, goodbye. I will see you after the round. You can still see me, but I won't see you. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Michael.
Good morning.
So we are going to be checking out the opening round of this, well, the round of 64, the Spingold. Opening round was yesterday. Both these teams did manage to qualify through their 4-way matches to get here.
Oh, 8-card suit right away.
Yeah. A really strong 8-card suit.
South. I mean, I guess South thinks they're beating 3-0 Trump, but I would also think I'm making something. I mean, I have a hard time. South must have been 3-0, not West.
Yeah, that sounds much more likely.
That makes more sense. South thinks that maybe they have 8 diamonds and 2 aces and a heart on the lead.
Yeah, now it looks like a small heart opening lead ducked by East would beat this contract. but that's, I don't know.
Maybe I
Is
should leave
that
the Queen of
findable?
Diamonds. I think the Queen of Diamonds is going to get led, which is going to amuse South to no end.
Yeah.
Um, so I have to take my son to the bridge club for a noon game. So at some point I'm going to leave and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Probably
Sounds
I'll
good.
wind up halfway through the set having to go and be back for the next set.
Well, always willing to encourage people playing bridge. So, Gruen Moss playing for the. I'm sorry, I don't have the team names up. For 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 something. Um,
Forcado, maybe?
for Cadeau team. They did play with Fleischer recently in the U.S. team trials and actually managed to win that event to qualify for the World Championships coming up in a few months. Um, but Fleischer has uh, collected some of the usual suspects for his team. In fact, if Fleischer wins, Fleischer will have repeated as one of, I think, 4 times in history a team has repeated winning the Spingold in back-to-back years with the exact same roster. Fleischer won last year in Chicago with the same roster that he has for this event, which is Versace and Cementa from Italy and Bassis and Lorenzini from France to go along with Chip Martel, his regular partner. It looks like we have a little bit of issue in the play, but hopefully the contract and result are accurate. So 3 no Trump making 10 tricks for North-South on that one.
That would be the Queen of Diamonds lead we were thinking was that I was suggesting might happen. Hopefully, if this doesn't get better, we may wind up having to move on. I suspect this will resolve itself.
All right, East gets to open a heart. Now, Gruen Moss play different systems at different vulnerabilities. So, at non-vulnerable, they're going to be playing a. Actually, I don't recall. I think non-vulnerable they play a very very aggressive precision system. If I'm right about that, and vulnerable they play a much more solid 2/1 style. So East 10 high card points, 5 card heart suit. I think Gru would have opened this hand even without the Diamond Queen, maybe at the 1 level. It would have
Wow,
been very
really
close. But a heart of spade, 2 diamonds by North. North.
What you're trying to say is he has extras for this auction.
Yes, I do think that. Could this possibly be the way the auction actually went?
No.
No, I don't think so.
There's no way East raised spades on Jack and 1. Maybe, I mean, they don't, unless like spade showed clubs. Even then, I just don't understand.
No, I think something went a little bit
Yeah.
amiss here, but it does look like North-South got to 3 diamonds. North's 2 diamond overcall, vulnerable against Not, is very risky on such a bad diamond suit. But one of the things you have to consider is, especially if you know your opponents are going to be as aggressive as Gruen Moss here, you really need to start getting involved in auctions as early as you can. Otherwise, they're going to start robbing you blind. So 3 rounds of hearts roughed. Brad gets to cash the ace of clubs and continues with a spade, not giving anything away. So now it's going to be to declare to work out how to play the diamond suit.
So I looked out who's on this. Looked up who's on this team. The other pair, not at this table, includes is Irving Litvak and Roy Hughes. And Forcado, Marc-Andre Forcado. Irving Litvak, you may remember his name. He was winning things in like the 1950s. So one of the older players in the event. He had a lot of time away from bridge. I don't know if there would be a Wikipedia on him, because I think he was
well,
did have some success.
Let me talk a little bit about the hand right now, because Declare has a little bit of a problem in that even if he does pick up the diamond suit, it's very possible that he might end up losing the 4th round of spades. And again, I'm not sure what happened in the auction. He could have, from a double dummy perspective, actually made the contract from here by squeezing West in the black suits. It would have required him to lead the Jack of Diamonds for a first round finesse. Oh, he took the first round finesse, but he didn't see the problem. I think he realized the black suit squeeze was possible and figured, oh, I'll just play a diamond to the 9, king of diamonds, diamond to the ace. But now he doesn't have enough entries back to his hand to take the diamond finesse and pull trumps. The diamond suit's going to block. If he roughs a club, leads another diamond to the 10, king of diamonds, sure, he can pull trumps by playing a spade to the queen, cash the ace, but his entries got a little bit mixed up. Leading the jack on the first round might look very counterintuitive because you're squashing one of those equivalent cards, the 10 or 9 of diamonds in dummy. But it would have been necessary on this layout. Okay, and it looks like Declare actually decided to play a diamond to the king on the first round of the suit. So that's going to lead to a quick down 2, I believe. Still losing a spade and a trump from here. I don't think what we're seeing on the screen is accurate card play. So, again, apologies to all the spectators for a little bit of confusion while we sort out the ViewGraph technicality issues, but hopefully we'll get the match reasonably underway. I'm sure Joe Grew would have won the queen of diamonds to play a trump back if the 9 of diamonds got run around, so I do not believe the 9 of diamonds held this trick. Not that it matters. He'll still be able to score a spade and a diamond in the fullness of time. Well, down 3 also is not the right result that got entered into the scorecard, so hopefully we get some of these issues fixed as we move forward throughout the day. I know that a lot of these first session broadcasts can be kind of overrun completely by some technical problems. Well, North has a big hand this time. 21 highs, 5-4 in the majors, all the aces. The South does not have a very fitting hand. So South will pass, and
fill up the bracket right now. Let's see, before the scores are finalized here.
West will be opening a diamond, 2/1 style, because they're vulnerable. Take out double from North. Got to do something with all those points, and way too good for 1 hard overcall. So 3 diamond preempt by Gru. passes back around to North, who will reopen double again. I don't think they play Diamond promises 4 and one club shows a weak no trump, or a Diamond could even promise 5. I think they're just playing a pretty standard 2/1 style.
Yeah, they are sort of like, they're either going to play their precision or they're going to play natural bidding, because they like to pile so much aggression on. Aggression is easier in a natural style than if you have to guess whether partner has length for their suit they've opened.
Right. Well, this hand got very exciting very quickly. So Moss, hearing his partner's vulnerable preempt, which probably has a little bit of stuff with it, he decided to take a crack at 4 spades with all of his good trumps. And he does have 2 trump tricks.
And his partner is going to produce a defensive trick with the can't clubs.
Yeah, and this diamond opening lead is actually looks fairly valuable for the defense, because they're going to be able to set up the ability to force the North hand, which might end up resulting in Brad scoring a long trump as well. It looks like 4 spades will go down at least one trick, despite the friendly heart layout.
Brad has always been pretty aggressive in doubles, and I think it's not a bad philosophy at imps where you think your opponents will often be stretching for their games. And it's generally served him well over the years. It can be frustrating to play against him as an opponent when you bid into a normal game. Mm-hmm. You haven't really stretched, and he doubles you, and then you get like unlucky to go down 1. Nothing based on his double, you know.
Yeah, so Declare wins the diamond ace, is going to work on the heart suit, and will be very pleased that the hearts actually happen to split. But then what's the plan from there?
He kind of needs the club finesse, so I think that when he's in his hand with his heart rough, he's going to take the club hook. I mean, maybe he doesn't need the club finesse. Maybe he just, he needs to set up a club, even if it's not through the finesse. He doesn't have enough tricks without it.
Yeah, so hearts have split. Declare decides to ruff with the 9 of spades, which I don't think can really cost, and might have been helpful if West actually started with a doubleton heart. So now, after a club to the queen, which looks somewhat natural, Gru has a number of winning options, one of which is to just give his partner a club ruff, and then Brad will score 2 trump tricks from there. Or Gru could force the dummy in diamonds. Now that Declare's hand's been forced, dummy getting forced, Gru would then establish the long trump in his partner's hand that way as well. So there's the losing club finesse. And Joe, actually already prepared, doesn't return a club, realizes that Declare is going to have to play clubs himself anyway. So why force his partner to ruff a low club when Declare might try and cash the ace of clubs next, and then West ruffs a club winner.
So we do have a result from board 1 in the other room, where there was a 2 spade preempt opposite a hand with 8 almost solid diamonds and a side ace king.
Yeah.
Almost part of that solid was the difference between making and potentially going down in 3-0 on a heart lead. It was also the difference between making and going down in 6-0 on a non-heart lead, and they went down in 6-0 the other table for 10 imps to the underdog Forkado team.
Yeah. So that's a big result for them to start off the match. But I think, unfortunately, on board 2, I still don't believe 3 diamonds down 3 is the right number. It looks like down 2 to me, but either way, that's not going to be an amazing result for them on the second table.
Excuse me.
Bless you. So eventually Brad is going to get both of his trump tricks from here.
So this is down to the player can't play any more trumps, or he goes down a million. So just playing on side winners.
Yeah, down one, four spades doubled. Not the end of the world for North South. I kind of expect four spades to be a duplicated contract.
And it feels like a little needling of the opponents, when you go down one, not vulnerable, doubled, especially if he's doubled you and not in game. That wasn't really Brad who doubles you into game for the one trick set. So he waits till you get to game and then hits you. Hopes for multiple trick set. He's
right.
very aggressive doubles.
Yeah, so second board kind of as expected.
Well, this is an exciting little board.
Rubenstein ends up picking up a few imps. Yeah, this board, we have a solid 7-card suit. North has 7-4, 17 high card points, and just a ton of trick-taking potential.
I've talked about this during the GNTs, how ace, king, queen, jack, small, small is a better holding than ace, king, queen, jack, 10, 9, 8.
Right.
And you can see that here where the little diamonds allow the declarer to work on spades to actually make all 13 tricks if they play this hand in diamonds. Whereas if you didn't have those diamond entries, I mean, I guess you could overtake the ace, the king of clubs for an extra entry, but that only gets you one extra trick in exchange for the one you lose. And it's 6 diamonds is just, or 6-0 is just cold, with 7 diamonds and a heart is 8, and 3 clubs is 11, and a spade is 12.
Right.
7 will require picking up the king of spades in the west hand, which it isn't there, or squeezing east, which is there.
Right. Yeah.
In spades and club.
The black suit squeeze against east will work, and as you mentioned, you can even do a little bit of preparatory work by using the 9-8 of diamonds to rough a couple of spades, hoping that the king third of spades falls.
Right, and you cash the ace of spades too for better vision. So let's say you lead a heart, you win, cross the diamond, ace of spades, ace of diamonds cross to a diamond, ace of spades, spade rough, diamond to the 8, spade rough. Now, if the king of spades is dropped, you're done. And if the king of spades hasn't dropped, you run all the rest of your trumps. And if the jack of spades isn't high in your last trump, you throw it away and hope the clubs run. And that line of play will work. It's in a class of squeezes where you don't really need to know how a squeeze works. You just need to pay attention to whether your queen is high. You look for the king of spades and hold on to that queen of spades until the last possible second. And if it's not high, throw it away and hope your other cards are winners.
Right. And that would be kind of a clear line of play if South didn't have the jack of spades. I mean, if they happen to get to 7 diamonds on these cards.
Let's imagine if the South hand was ace, 8, 7, 2 of spades. You could do it the same way. Ace of spades, spade rough. But now you have to count the spades to know whether that 8 is high, because it's harder to pay attention to the king, the queen, the jack, the 10, and the 9 than just to look for a single card, the king. So now you have to try counting to 13 and subtracting from 13. You can see what a problem that is for a player like me at the table. To count to 13 is much easier to just look for one specific card.
Yeah, and I was actually talking with Gavin when he joined me for a little bit of commentary during the U.S. trials about this, that it's a really valuable skill as a player, especially as a declarer, but as a defender as well, to be able to... You don't have to keep track of every single card all the time and all of the shapes on every single hand. I mean, it's helpful if you can do that and use your memory, but it's much more helpful to be able to kind of reason through how the hands fit together, and then you'll learn to keep track of the important things, like how did the diamond suit split? Okay, is my 13th diamond good at this point, or something to that effect. So it's kind of an underrated set of skills where it's not really tangible. You can't say, well, oh, I realized that West wouldn't have made this opening lead from a different holding, and therefore the hand has to fit like this, so I didn't need to count the spade suit. It was just coming home. But it's really helpful to players where you don't have to keep track of everything. You can just reconstruct it from memory or from analysis. at a later point in play.
So I feel like the North-South auction has gone off the rails at this point. Diamond is paid 2 hearts, 3 diamonds. Great, they've established diamonds in a forcing way. North bids 4 clubs, control. South bids 4 spades, and North has bid just 5 diamonds over 4 spades, and South has a bunch of extra values, but they're all in spades.
Wow.
And he's worried that maybe his partner doesn't have a heart control, which I kind of wonder what his partner's hand would look like without a heart control for a reverse. It doesn't make much sense. Like, partner could have solid diamonds and the king jack of clubs and the queen jack of hearts. I guess that could be a reverse. But it feels like maybe North is not of the school that a reverse denies that failure to Q bid absolutely denies a control in the suit you passed up, and South is of that school and was expecting North to. I guess South. South passed hearts when they bid 4 spades, and the North signed off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Like, it would have been nice for North to just be able to bid sort of like what we call a rolling 4-0, where 4-0 just says, almost like a last train, like I've got a good 5 diamond call.
Yeah.
Because North has 2 extra diamonds, and the ace of hearts is a pretty good hand. I would not risk bidding 5 diamonds with that. I would definitely bid 6 at a minimum. Or 5 hearts. I think the North hand's too good to bid 5 diamonds. So I understand South passing it, but it's also like it's very hard to construct a hand for North that doesn't have a heart control at all. The play will not take as long, I suspect, given that they're not in slam. But I think this was something went haywire in the North-South auction here, and probably a difference in cubiting style.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it does kind of seem like the auction also went a little bit quickly. I know we were talking about other things during the auction, but I don't think Declare roughed the winning queen of clubs here, but
only a bigger. You might have buffed the queen of diamonds, queen of spades. The other. I don't think he played on clubs. Why would he play on clubs?
Well, he's trying to see if the jack of clubs falls. But yeah, it does feel 640.
Okay, the 13 trade, he made it on the squeeze, I guess. Probably claimed on the squeeze. Probably took the right line of playing, claimed on the squeeze.
I think it was 620, and I think the operator just missed the play. But I don't know.
The operator missing the play seems very likely.
Yeah. Well, this feels like an auction that might take a considerable amount of time in the other room. I'm not familiar with the partnership that's playing over there. Is that true?
4 spades not doubled, down 3 on board 3. I guess Declare must have played a second round of spades himself at some point, and that was not good for him.
Yeah, when 4 spades doesn't get doubled, it does seem somewhat attractive for Declare to just try and pull trumps once the hearts come home. It looks like the play was also lost in the other room. South gets to open a strong no trump, 16 count here on board 5. And West has to decide what to lead.
Ew. We can see that a heart lead is great for the defense, and a spade lead won't cost. Diamond would have been my 4th choice of suits. Because Brad's first.
Yeah, I think because he has so many high cards, 14 highs with a strong no trump on his right, he expects his partner to be somewhat broke. Now, leading from ace queen into the strong no trump opener could easily blow a trick, and I think that's probably Brad's idea, but he did want to kind of hedge between making a ultra passive lead of the doubleton spade and one of the very aggressive leads, and he kind of went down the middle, if you want to call it that.
I don't think that's down the middle at all. It's so easy to just blow up the whole diamond suit. And let's say you lead from one of your ace queens and you lead into Declare's king, and you blow in one trick. And sometimes if Declare has a king and partner, partner you weren't going to have an easy time getting partner in anyways, you might have you might still have done work for your side by leading from one of your ace queens, or declare could have king jack 10 and you give them a trick they deserve. Leading from queen 10 is a big bet on partner probably having specifically that jack, and you don't have that information yet. And if I was going to, not only that, the 6, if the diamonds are the suit for the defense wants to work on, the 6 could block the suit in some cases where the partner has, jack 5th of diamonds, and you could work on diamonds by playing the queen and the 10, but not by playing the 6. If I was going to lead diamonds, I would lead higher than the 6, but I actually kind of like a heart lead. So I think I'm most likely to blow a trick in diamonds, and then spades, I think I need too much from partner to help. It's being too passive. And a club with the 9-8 of clubs leading away from that could also blow a trick, is more likely to blow a trick than leading from the 7-3 of hearts.
Yeah, that's a really good point in general. When you have two similar suits in terms of honor combinations, if the one that is more likely to give up a trick is the one where you have the stronger spot cards. So this 9-8 of clubs could be valuable in scoring an extra club trick, or might prevent Declara from scoring a club trick on his own, like if your partner just happened to have the 10 of clubs. Whereas if your partner happens to have the 10 of hearts, then Declara can probably set up a heart trick on his own anyway. So leading a low heart from ace queen 7-3 is a little bit more attractive than leading a club from ace queen 9-8. Additionally, kind of the normal factors to consider when a no trump passes out: dummy can hit with a 5-card minor but can't hit with a 5-card major anymore, so that makes a major suit a little bit more attractive as well. So I do think if Brad wanted to lead from one of his round suits, he would have chosen hearts. Declara hasn't played to trick 1. The 6 of diamonds can't really be from a 10-9 combination. Not necessarily because players wouldn't lead low from 10-9 4th, but because there aren't any spot cards in between the 6 and the 10-9. So Brad would have led the 10 from 10-9 3rd, or maybe the 9, depending on their lead agreements, which I think to me means we just have to fly jack of diamonds, hope that the spade suit comes home, and hope that we can guess the club suit to make this.
So the auction on board 4 in the other room was weird, but North bid 3 hearts, 4 hearts, and 5 hearts, and they wound up in 6 diamonds. So I think we can expect 13 imps to east-west coming on this on board 4.
Yeah, so Rubenstein will take the lead in the match if that does happen.
So Declara has taken a long time to not play the jack of diamonds from dummy trick 1, but when he eventually realizes that he should, is he thinking the lead could be from like 9-6 5th, like 9-6 4-3 deuce, and the queen of diamonds is dropping?
It could be. I'm still a huge fan of just putting up the jack of diamonds and lead a club and hope we can guess it, because we might lose 5 heart tricks if hearts are 5-3, but if we can get our club trick before they get 2 of them, then we have 4 spades, 1 club, and however many diamonds.
Well, I guess you have options. If the jack of diamonds holds, you're up to 6 tricks. So you could cash the ace queen of spades, figuring that's the best way to pick up the spades for 4 tricks. If it's jack 4th of spades offside, however, in order to get back to dummy to play on clubs, you're going to have to set up an additional spade trick for the opponents, which means you could just go down with a club, a spade, and 5 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
If you play, say, ace of spades, spade to the king, and then you can pick up stiff 9 of spades in the west hand. It's only one thing that you're picking up there. But if the spades don't break, you are in the correct hand to play on clubs. And if spades break, then you have your 7 tricks. And those would be 2 things I'd be considering, but only after finding out whether or not the jack of diamonds was a trick.
Sure.
I,
Yeah, and I think it
I'm
makes a lot of
curious to know
sense
that.
um, to choose a line of play similar to that: spade to the ace, spade to the king, um, because West, I think, very likely would have led a low spade from like Jack fourth, as opposed to whatever's going on in the diamond suit. You know when the Jack of Diamonds holds that West can't have um, four of them, because West would then have Queen 10 9 6 and would have led one of the 10 or 9, depending on lead agreement. Maybe that's what's holding Declare up a little bit, is that he knows West is leading from diamond shortness.
Right. He's missing the 4, the 3, and the 2. And if the 6 is fourth best, it would be from a 10-9 cluster, so it's not fourth best. Meanwhile, I wouldn't have been able to resist just saying jack off the dummy at some point earlier than this.
Mm-hmm. Al Hollander has mentioned in the chat that it's possible this VuGraph table is going to go down at some point, and I wonder if that's what's actually happening right now, because this is a very
It's a
long
long
think at
time.
trick one.
Yeah, the other table's almost caught up to us now.
Yeah, the 13 imps do come through on board 4. 6 diamonds was bid and made.
We can always hop over to the other table and watch the old guys versus the young guys. Well, I guess I don't know that Rubenstein and Forcado are young, are young or old. I don't remember.
I mean, we'll stick around here until the table goes down, and if it does, I guess we'll head over to the other room.
In the other room, Litvak led the 9 of spades, which feels like a better lead to my instincts than the 6 of diamonds. And better in practice as well. It allays declares worries in the spade suit because now he knows for sure he has 4 spade tricks. But you haven't given him anything he wasn't already entitled to.
Okay, well, play has started, so I guess Declare really was just in a very long think at trick 1. Flies Jack of Diamonds.
And I would hope that the rest of the play is quick, because I hope he was thinking about more than just the diamond suit. I was hoping he was thinking about the whole hand and deciding, like, if I have 3 diamond tricks, how am I going to handle the spades? Do I take my second best play in the spade suit in order to be in the correct hand if they don't break? Which I like that idea. I do want to be in dummy to play on clubs. So we'll see if you play spade to the ace, queen of spades, or spade to the ace, spade to the king. Best playing the spade suit itself is spade to the ace, queen of spades. All right,
Okay,
he's taking the
spade to
best
the ace,
play.
queen of spades. I think it was
Beautiful.
actually very reasonable to just lead a club from dummy at trick 2. It's going to be pretty hard for West to find a heart switch if that's the right thing to do, and sometimes you just guess the club suit anyway.
Well, if spades to the ace, queen of spades showed a 4-1 spade break, you could exit in hearts yourself. You could cash the ace king.
You could exit in clubs yourself and just hope that hearts are 4-4, which seems like probably the thing to do at that point.
I guess to cash the ace king of diamonds, then they're for sure going to be able to take a club, a diamond, and 4 hearts when they get the lead. Not sure why Declare cashed the ace king of diamonds here before. I mean, I guess he wants to take all his winners and then play a club. Maybe hoping that there's no entry to the long diamond, which there is on this deal.
It does seem pretty unlikely that there's going to be no entry to the long diamond with heart communication between the opponent's hands.
Yeah,
but
it seems pretty far-fetched. All right, I think the hand must be claimed right now, and the operator is asking how many tricks are made.
Yeah. 8 tricks.
Somehow he scored 8. That seems like one more than he was entitled to.
I guess it could depend. Declare might have tried running the Jack of Hearts from dummy, and somehow West got in played. Either way, one no trump does make. Seems likely to make in the other room as well. Declare will eventually be able to score a club trick.
Yeah, so Declare worked on clubs, and West shifted to the 10 of diamonds, which gave up the 7th trick. He can still take 4 hearts and 2 clubs, but 10 of diamonds shift did not work.
So board 6, a no trump in the south, 15 highs. West will get to come in, showing either one major or both majors.
So the West hand is actually game positive, so I like showing both majors and then correcting hearts to spades. Assuming I can show both majors below 2 hearts. I mean, if 2 hearts is where they have both majors, that's bad because this hand type becomes unbiddable, but also 5-4 majors partner doesn't have a step to ask you which for your longer one when you're sitting there with a hand like Easts that desperately would like to avoid playing a 4-3 fit.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find an old convention card for Gruen Moss because I'm certain Brad didn't bid 2 hearts showing both majors on this hand.
Now, yeah. Oh, is it time to go to the Bridge Club? It is. All right, I've got a split. I'm
okay,
sorry.
Take care, Michael. Thank you. I will keep the coverage rolling.
All right, if I'm back in time to resume, I assume I'll be back for the second set, but
sounds good.
And we'll join you then. Thank you.
Okay, I have their convention card, so let's try and figure out what Brad has showed because it just doesn't seem reasonable to me that 2 hearts would be bid here, where East might pass and you might end up in like a 4-2 heart fit as opposed to a 6-2 spade fit. We got to 3 no trump. Brad leads the king of spades. This is actually a very, very reasonable lead. I'm seeing like a bunch of chatter at the table about the king of spades lead being impossible to find, but it's very normal where you don't care if you give up 2 spade tricks. Like, what's the alternative? You lead a low spade, right? Well, if partner has a spade on her, you have what looks like 2 entries already, the ace of diamonds and king of hearts. So even if the spade suit somehow blocks, it goes king of spades and partner decides not to dump the queen from queen doubleton. Not sure why they wouldn't. You'll still probably be able to get in twice with the ace of diamonds, king of hearts, force out the spade ace, and establish your suit. But here, you're just kind of trying to knock out the spade suit from Declarer's hand. If you lead the king of spades and partner has the singleton queen, it's not great. Now Declarer ducks, and one of your entries goes away immediately, possibly establishing 9 tricks for Declarer in the process. So, I mean, I like the king of spades lead. I honestly don't think there's much of an alternative to the king of spades lead with this West hand against 3 no trump, but I do know that a lot of players who just read their textbooks and look at standard opening lead practices would never think of this. They would just lead the jack of spades or something, or the 10 of spades based on their honor agreements, or possibly even the 2 of spades, hoping that partner has a high card. Now, even if Brad had not led the king of spades, if he had led the jack 10 or deuce or something, it looks like there's not very many tricks available to Declare. The club suit gets isolated. There's no fast entry to the dummy. And so spades would eventually get set up anyway. But this is going to make things a little bit easier. Uh-oh. ViewGraph operator lets us know that we're going to have the table closed. So we'll try and jump back in. Well, I'll try and jump back in for coverage when the table reopens. But stay tuned, maybe check out one of the other matches in the interim, and then head back to this table if you're interested in following the match of Rubenstein against Forcado. Thanks for everyone who's enjoying the commentary. Glad that you're having a good time. That's why we're doing this. There is a question about whether or not Declare can make on a low spade lead. I mean, Declare definitely would not make in practice. Double dummy, can you do it instead? People are suggesting play diamonds first before clubs. West gets in with the diamond ace and continues the spade suit. But East could overtake it. Like, maybe we get to play double dummy as well on defense. Spade to the queen. Diamond to the ace. Low spade to E7. If South ducks, then a heart comes through. And if South wins... well... looks like the defense can score a spade, a heart, a diamond, and a club. Yeah, maybe it is makeable. Double dummy after a low spade lead. But I don't think that playing on diamonds is what would happen at most tables. I'm pretty sure everyone would just lead the king of clubs, queen of clubs, and hope that East was the one who had the diamond ace. Because you do have to guess, right? Like, if the aces of the minors were switched, then you would want to play the ace that West has. Anyway, the pause in play, well, looks like we're gone. I'm gonna hop over to this table, probably not join commentary for just a second. I'm waiting for the other table to reopen. Because I don't want to watch two sponsors play. But we'll hang out here for just a minute. Maybe someone in chat can let me know when the other table reopens, if you have it up somehow on one of your other monitors or something like that. What ended up happening? Spade lead. The same king of spades lead, it looks like. Thanks, Zap. You'll let me know. Alright, West wins the diamond ace, can cash 3 spades. And that'll be the end of the defense. Down 2. Man, I was fumbling earlier when we were talking about, like, this... I don't even know what to call it. This is the thing. It's not, like, a well-formed idea. But this idea that, like, you don't have to memorize every card that's played and instead can just, like... This is why I was fumbling. I hadn't thought about this concept, but Michael brought it up in Squeezes, where he's like, oh, well, I don't keep track of cards that are played. I just kind of hope that things work out. Well, this definitely didn't happen by South. Oh no, maybe this did happen by South. I forgot the ace of clubs was still outstanding. So what is it, down 3 then? 150. But it should be a push. Because the king of spades was led at both tables. We're not back, yeah. There's just the one other table that's open. Hammond against Bell, which is fairly close. Should I just join this table for commentary? I don't know. I kind of don't want to stick around. Like, if I join, I'm gonna feel like such an asshole when I'm like, oh, the other table's back up. See y'all, I'm heading over there to the audience. So I don't really want to do that. But I'll reiterate my point that I've made the entire week so far, which is like, someone needs to do better here. It just can't be this hard to set up like a simple thing. They've had the technology for so long. There are no other commentators? That's not surprising at all. There's a lot of text commentary, which I guess is like a popular thing on BBI. That's the way it had been for a while. I could lead with saying that I was gonna head over to the other table when it fires back up. I could do that. The text commentary's weird. Well, that's just because the commentators are weird. That has nothing to do with it being a text format. I do understand, though, that you probably don't want to read, and especially when a lot of the text commentators have like English as a second language, and maybe as a viewer you have English as a second language. So they'll like mistype something, and then you'll also have a hard time translating and figuring out what's going on. Yeah, radio versus television. That's a good comparison. It feels like radio right now. I'm not even on screen. I'm just here. I can put myself back up there. Now I'm back on screen. Well, we should get the other table up and running. I mean, if not, how... Sorry, did I startle everyone? Here, is that better? We fixed it. All right. No more atrocious camera on screen. I don't know. Should I just work this table? Oh, I have no idea about Forkado or Litvak. Any idea why the table was taken down? Incompetence. Did they fire the operator? No. There's no way to fire operators here. They in fact try and encourage people to make as many mistakes as possible. That seems to be the way of things. Like, can't follow the play, can't ask the players, can't input the thing, no problem. We're still gonna pay you a couple $100 to do this. I know Rubenstein is a fairly weak sponsor, all things considered. I mean, Zach is fun to watch. I just don't think that this would be a super fun table to watch in general. That's not what happened. That's really not what happened. I wonder how early they reach out for like VuGraph people. Because this doesn't seem like a difficult thing where you could just put some sort of like advertisement out, because they pay so well. They pay so well for the VuGraph operators. You know, I mean, it's not like a full-time job or something, but this is something that easily could, like, I mean, a lot of, you're making more than minimum wage being a VuGraph operator. So 11 tricks also doesn't seem the likely result there. Maybe they're paying in Canadian dollars this time. Yeah, it could be. But I know we've seen in the past that they would just go to like local colleges and get students, which new table's up. Great. Let's head back over there. This one? I think it's this one. Oh my god! Please. A club? Pass by South, just waiting in the wings. A heart by West. North Sykes a spade. I wonder what South is going to think about this. This, can we? I feel like I should wait until something actually happened. The other table has restarted. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. All right. I'll see you in a bit, chat. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the interruption if you've been trying to follow this table, but we're back into the match, and Rubenstein has taken a little bit of a lead so far, it seems, at least on the scoreboard. 38 to 24, which doesn't exactly match up. Actually, that's double the score that we can see in our little viewer in the bottom right, or on the right side of the screen. So I think it's actually 12 to 19 right now. But on the hand that we have in front of us, East-West get to a little bit of a thin heart game. East having a 12 count, West having 10. The hands kind of fit together. After the spade lead, it looks like Declare is going to be able to rough a spade in the East hand. Unfortunately, I think for Moss over here, he's going to have to work on the club suit, and he'll probably try and take a roughing hook in that suit to set up some pitches for all of his diamond losers. So he might end up going down a few tricks. South gets to win the ace of spades, put a trump on the table to try and prevent spade roughs in the dummy, which seems pretty natural. Okay, South decides to duck the opening spade lead. I think Moss is still going to have to try a roughing hook and clubs. He would be able to make this contract if South had king third of clubs specifically from this point. He could go ace of clubs, queen of clubs, take the roughing finesse. South will cover, play a spade up. The defense can win and put a heart on the table, but he would be able to rough a spade, collecting one extra trick, and then cash the jack of clubs, collecting another extra trick. He'll lose 2 diamonds in the spade ace from there. South has done something a little bit clever. He knows that either Declare or his partner is void in clubs. North would have led a singleton club against this contract as opposed to a spade. So if his partner is the one that's void in clubs, then he wants to be able to give his partner a rough. And when he gets in with the spade ace, his partner will signal for clubs. On the other hand, when West is void in clubs, his partner's not going to signal for clubs. He'll just probably give suit preference for diamonds. And then South will know what's going on in the club suit and be able to defend accordingly. Brad is looking for any way to go about this hand that doesn't involve trying this roughing hook and clubs, and I just don't really see him finding one. So ace of clubs, he's got to pitch diamonds. It might seem like he can get rid of spade losers, ace of clubs, queen of clubs, pitching spades, setting up the club suit, but then he has no entry back to the east hand. His only entry is via a spade ruff. So he kind of needs to hold on to the 2 small spades in the west, even though it's not going to work out for him here. You know, rather unfortunately, even if he does manage to fell the singleton king of clubs from North, or the doubleton king of clubs, now singleton, by roughing this trick, it actually doesn't help him in any way. He'll have picked up the club suit, but he has no way to pull trumps and get back to the east hand. So North will always be able to rough in on the 3rd round of clubs. So he does take the roughing finesse. This is really the only reasonable line that allows him a chance to make on a legitimate layout of the cards. And now North is in. North continues spades to his partner's hand. And now a diamond through will seal Declare's fate. South, of course, could play another club. He knows his partner's out. And I guess Brad would kind of like squint a little bit looking at him and maybe pitch a diamond anyway. Maybe a good plan for South is to actually cash the Diamond King here and then play a 3rd round of clubs. That way, if Brad actually happened to have 7 hearts and started with only 3 diamonds, similar type of hand, or if Brad had an extra spade, for example, and 1 fewer diamond, then he might actually score a trump promotion on the 3rd round of clubs. But it would be important to cash the king of diamonds, otherwise Declare could just pitch a diamond loser on the trick. So after thinking for a couple seconds, it feels like king of diamonds followed by third round of clubs is the way to go. Looked for a second like we got a small diamond on the table. Yeah, there it is. Well, the 10 of diamonds is not going to hold. That's definitely not how this trick went. I bet what happened is North won the queen of diamonds and tried cashing the ace. And that was just down one. They could have beat it too. You know, the strongest defense would be to cash a couple of diamonds ending in south and then lead a third round of clubs. The jack of hearts would get promoted. But unless you're really confident about your partner's signals on defense, and I don't know much about this north-south pair, you really wouldn't want to win the ace of diamonds as north and then see declare turn up with the king. You would have just let an unmakeable contract through. So on to board 10. These are 60 board matches. This is the first of 4 quarters. Players will have a little bit of break after the first set to compare results, and then we will get right back into the action. And I should mention, in case you tuned in earlier today, and either were wondering why we started a little bit late, or maybe you're thinking it's going to start the same time tomorrow, that's not true. Today we started at 10:30 a.m. local time, on VooGraph at least. But this is 30 minutes later than it'll be for the remainder of the week. We're going to be starting at 10 a.m. local time tomorrow. So South opens a diamond, 12 count. West decides not to get frisky with like a 2-club overcall on his jack 10-9 6th. North bids a heart, South bids a no trump. North is going to be able to check back for either 4 spades or 5 hearts. Or, sorry, 4 spades or 3 hearts with his 4-5 in the majors. So 2 diamonds. Looks like maybe 2-way check back or XYZ. Game forcing, asking South for support for one of the majors. We'll note how South bypassed 1 spade to rebid a no trump. So I think general practice here is if South was 4-3 in the majors, South should show the 4-card major suit first rather than bidding up the line, because 4-4 fits frequently take 1 extra trick than 5-3 fits. So even if South happened to have 3-card heart support, 2 spades would be the call. But it's a matter of partnership agreement, of course. In this scenario, we'll definitely see South bid 2 spades, North will raise to 3 spades. And it's hard to say whether South should show any sort of forward interest in terms of slam exploration. You got to take into account that South is limited already in what he showed in the auction. The 1 no trump bid showed like 11 to 14 or 12 to 14. It's a minimum in terms of high cards, but this has a lot of positive assets for slam exploration. Queen of Hearts is a good value, opposite partner's heart suit. The fact that South has all the intermediate spade spots is actually really nice, so that a holding such as Ace-Jack 4th in the North hand could be played for 1 loser most of the time. King-Queen-Jack 4th of diamonds is a good holding, potential source of tricks. It's also very possible that we're currently in the middle of the Vugraf Gambit, where this table once again is frozen and we might be getting kicked out. I'll do my best to stay with this table throughout at least this first segment of play. But I'm hoping for as few interruptions as possible as things continue. I mean, I don't think Joe Grew is thinking over 2 diamonds, and I don't believe South is thinking over 2 diamonds either. Either way, with North only having 15, South being limited via the 1 no trump call, North-South will end up in 4 spades. King of Hearts on side, Queen of Spades in the pocket, even falling doubleton. Club opening lead is going to set up a second defensive trick, but that's going to be 11 tricks. So there's the 2 spade bid. I suppose North might just jump to 4 spades. North is the one who realizes he doesn't have any slam interest. I was just being lazy, thinking that 3 spades would be the automatic call on the North cards, but yeah, North has no slam interest opposite a weak no trump. So Brad will lead from his club sequence. 10 of clubs showing the jack. Actually, I wonder how Declare is going to end up playing this one. Maybe 12 tricks will come home. You put up the Queen of Clubs on the off chance West is led from King Jack 10. That'll get covered, so you can win the club ace. Even if Declare actually cashes the Ace King of Spades, which might be some sort of safety play against, you know, a potential diamond ruff or club ruff, or heart ruff, the queen will fall, and then you can cross back to hand and try the heart hook, and with the King of Hearts on side. I do like this a little bit better. This was probably going to be Declare's last hand entry. So Queen of Hearts, the King and Ace. I think now that the hearts are established, we just bang down the Ace King of Spades. I don't know. Can we get in trouble if spades happen to be 4-1 in that scenario? Probably not. But things are getting a little bit dicey. All roads lead to Rome from here on this hand. You know, Ace of Spades, cross to the 9 of Hearts, try a spade finesse, the queen is going to pop up. Ace King of Spades, the queen falls. I understand Declare taking his time. You know, you might be wondering, well, such a simple hand. We just pull trumps and claim. The hearts run. We pitch all of our club losers. But it's not so easy when you're worried about 4-1 spade splits or 5-1 heart splits. The other table only made 11 tricks in 4 spades. That result just came through. Yeah, actually a really tricky hand. In the other room, Declara was actually going down if the Queen of Spades hadn't dropped Doubleton the way it had played out. Here, 2 rounds of spades from the top. The Queen pops up. Now just a heart to the 9, unblocking the suit. I suppose if you want to be extra careful, you could just pull the 3rd round of trumps, as Declara does here. So this will once again result in 11 tricks. See, I was right. I called it from the start of play, 11 tricks, and this is where we ended up. Now there's no way to unblock the hearts, so Declara is going to overtake, hoping that the suit splits 3-3. Declara was, I suppose, a little bit worried that someone could ruff the 2nd round of hearts. And in that case, they would score a heart ruff, a club, and the ace of diamonds, holding him to 10 tricks. It does seem a little bit more profitable, though, to unblock the 9 of hearts. The small chance that hearts are 4-1 and you only take 10 has to be overshadowed by the ability to pick up 4-2 hearts for 11, or for 12. But either way, the board ends up being a push. So Brad scoops up his ace of diamonds, can cash the jack of clubs, and 1/6 of the match has been completed. 10 boards in. If the scores are to be believed, I think Rubenstein currently holds on to a narrow lead of 2 umps. The 38-29 score that you're seeing in the top left is not accurate, I don't believe. Just a bit of an artifact of the VuGraph tables going down over and over again as we work through some technical issues. "12 tricks" is not the right claim. Brad absolutely cashed the jack of clubs before continuing diamonds in that end position. Maybe what was missed is Declara actually did unblock the 9 of hearts. So I guess it's possible for the VuGraph operator to have missed that trick before the 3rd round of trumps got pulled. And in that case, Declara would have been able to pitch all their club losers. I think the players will do a good job of reporting the scores to the VuGraph operators before they start the next round, though, so they should be able to put those in. We're off to the races on board 11. South opens a spade, 13 count. North bids 2 no trump, showing 4-card spade support. 3 clubs by Joe Grew. Aggressive, but he really wants to get that club lead with the ace-jack 9. I wonder if this is going to backfire on him, because Brad has a big club fit with spade shortness. But definitely an important discussion to have with your partner in these spots. You know, how interested in a sacrifice are these 3-level overcalls after Jacoby 2 no trump or some limit raise or better 2 no trump in this type of an auction? Because some players might just play this simply as lead directional. Like, if they get to 4 spades, which they're probably headed there, please lead a club partner. Some of them might play it as, hey, if you have a big fit with me, then let's go ahead and plan on a sacrifice. We'll see what Brad does over 4 spades. That'll give us a little bit of an insight into the Grumos psyche, how they structure their system. Brad does bid 5 clubs. And now North-South are going to have to work out what to do from here. The king of clubs is in the pocket. So It looks like after a high spade lead, or maybe even just a trump lead from South, Declare is going to be able to get out for down 3. Probably not too difficult for North to realize at some point in the play to switch to hearts looking at that 3 small and dummy, or for South to realize to switch to hearts after he wins the diamond ace. But one of the ways these 5 club bids can work out is if it pushes the opponents up a level and they happen to go down. On this layout of the cards, it seems unlikely that 5 spades would have gone down, because the diamond suit would come home for a pitch on the for a heart discard after pulling trumps, and Declare would be able to just get away with losing a diamond and a club. But if North-South were on a heart guess and they had decided to compete to 5 spades, not only would they've missed out on their better scoring opportunity and 5 clubs doubled, picking up 500, but they might even go down in 5 spades. So we'll see what South does on opening lead. A trump lead is very tempting against a lot of these doubled contracts. Leading your suit often just isn't effective or doesn't really do the thing that you're hoping. Here it puts a little bit of an added strain on North-South, where North really needs to get in to play hearts through at some point. And if South leads the king of spades, North might be a little bit worried about overtaking to put hearts on the table. So I really like the club lead from South. It's maybe similar to the style of if we double the opponents in a part score, then leading trumps is often correct. So club to the queen, king, and ace. Declare is going to be very happy about the way that trick went, both that clubs split and that the king is onside. So now he knows he's not going for more than 500. And he can work on the diamond suit. So low diamond, North will give count to the king and ace. And then South has to decide how to continue from here. I think a high spade, like the 10 of spades, to make sure that partner wins so that partner can put a heart on the table, has some merit. Queen of spades might also do the trick. A little bit safer, just in case Declare has the ace and jack. Albeit that's probably very unlikely given the way the auction started. Ace of hearts. And the jack of hearts. So 3 down, 500 points going the way of Forcado, and 2 imps their way as well. The match is tied at 19. Seems like we did get a little bit of an adjusted score on board 10. So that's good to know that the operators are keeping up with the results in real time. West has a 14 count. This should be a no trump opener for them. They're playing their very aggressive precision style system, favorable or non-vulnerable. So this one no trump should be 14 to 16 or like good 13 to 16, somewhere in that range. 2 clubs Stamen. West will bid 2 diamonds, denying a major. Yeah, and I was wondering actually if Gru might adopt this approach that if he found a heart fit, his hand is actually quite good. The singleton spade looks excellent in all of these honors in his long suits. But if he doesn't find a heart fit, opposite the 14 to 16 range, this 9 count with no spot cards isn't going to play very well in no trump. It feels very suit oriented. So he decides to pass out 2 diamonds, which can be risky. His partner could easily be 3-3-2-5 in shape, and they've ended up in a 4-2 fit. But more often than not, partner's going to have 3, 4, or in this case, 5 diamonds. And here they've done really well. They find their diamond fit. South balances in with 2 spades, but the fact that South didn't bid on the first round over 2 clubs meant North, despite having 3 card spade support and a singleton diamond, didn't want to compete to the 3 level. Which it looks like was a good decision considering what happened in the other room. 3 spades ended up going down 2 on the north-south cards. And I think it's very possible 3 spades would have gotten doubled in this room. Brad has 3 natural trump tricks sitting behind the spade suit. So spade opening lead from Turner. South has a decision at trick 1. You could put up the king, hoping your partner's led from like queen 10 third or something. Or he could just decide, let's not blow into declares ace queen jack, which happens in this case. And he might duck, putting in the 9 or 8. But he does stick up the king. So after pulling a few rounds of trumps, Declare is going to be able to pitch a couple of clubs on the queen jack of spades, duck a club, and give up a club and 2 hearts, making an overtrick. So the king of spades at trick 1 did not cost. I guess in general it didn't cost. You can always pick off South's ace doubleton of hearts to set up the queen. Okay, I also do not think that the 8 of diamonds got run around to the jack. The bidding and play have been kind of filled with some errors so far. But if 130 is the result on this hand, which it seems exceedingly likely at this point, 2 imps to Forcado, who have taken the lead in the match. They're now ahead by 2, 21 to 19. Strong showing for them. Both of these teams, in fact, won their opening round yesterday. And actually, I don't know if Rubenstein was in a 4-way. They might have had a head-to-head. But Forcado was in a 4-way, and they defeated... Let me try and pull up who they beat in the opening match, because they were a very low seed in the event overall. And that means they had quite a strong showing in their opening 30 board match against... they played Shori, the 20 seed, which for a lot of the US fans at home is Gavin Wolpert's team. So they defeated them, a very strong team, in the opening round, or their opening 4-way match. East opens no trump again. This time technically a 15 to 17. He does have 3 aces and a good 5-card club suit with all those spots. So 1 no, 2 no, puppet stamen, 3 clubs, denying a 5-card major, 3 spades showing 4 hearts, and 3 no trump by East, not giving away any information about his spade length. So South has a bit of a unfortunate decision on opening lead. He knows dummy on his left is coming down with 4 hearts, which makes a heart lead away from king 10 relatively unappealing. But clubs from a doubleton is not very attractive, and either pointed suit, spades or diamonds, from king jack third of spades and king 10 third of diamonds, also not that attractive. I think if I was choosing between the pointed suits, I would like a spade lead as opposed to a diamond lead, just because we need a little bit less from our partner. But South goes full passive with a club lead, not giving anything away. Declare has 5 club tricks, and with the help of the king of spades on side, he'll be able to pick up 2 tricks in that suit to go with both of his red aces for 9 at least. Now Gru might end up just running clubs immediately. We talked about this a little bit in the GNTs, that it's not just a good idea to run some of these long suits because it forces the opponents to discard, and they won't have as much information if you do it at trick 2 as they will if you do it at trick 7 or 8 in the play. Ooh. Well, this is cute, but I have the feeling that South is going to be able to see through this facade, because there's no way Joe would have played a heart to the 9 if he had ace queen third in his hand. So I think South is just going to return a heart here. I guess I'll finish up my thought about running the club suit. It might give Declare a lot of information about the hand as well, and in some rare circumstances, if one defender has like all of the missing assets, you might, either because you plan to or by accident, end up squeezing someone. And so that's an unintended side effect that running long suits can have against defenders. Even the strongest defenders, sometimes they're just dealt too many cards and they have to pitch something. Joe, on the other hand, kind of seeing, maybe an alternative plan. He's hoping that he might be able to actually set up a second heart trick in case both the spade and diamond finesses happen to be offside. It looks like this might be a little bit slow in general. So if the defenders actually did have both of the pointed suit kings in the wrong hands, or in the right hands for themselves, then South could win this hard and put spades through, and then North could win and put diamonds through, and so on and so forth. Declare might end up going down, but he was always down in that instance. So South does kind of see through the smoke, exits a heart. And now my guess is that Gru is pretty likely to run the club suit. He's in a bit of danger if North happened to have these hearts as opposed to South. Maybe South would have been able to get in at some point, like on a diamond finesse, and put a heart through the jack and dummy. But Gru decides to take the spade finesse. I am not convinced the other room actually made 12 tricks and no trump. I'm going to have a little peek at how the play went over there, because 12 tricks feels like an awful lot. Seems like 11 tricks were made in the other room, but that's just my glance. Yeah, so Gru not in any more danger. The spade hook won, so now he can safely cash out his clubs, the ace of spades and the ace of diamonds. He's going to do his best to put some pressure on South, who does have a lot of the missing defensive assets. 2 more rounds of clubs. South can definitely throw a small diamond. But South has already kind of erred a little bit in keeping all of his high spades. I think it's possible that Gru will end up throwing South in to get a diamond lead into his ace-queen. So the diamond pitch now seems somewhat indicated. South knows that he needs to make another discard, though, when the 9 of clubs gets led. Decides to pitch a heart. And now the 4 of diamonds will part ways from South's hand. Yeah, now it's actually just completely cold. Spade to the ace, and we exit a heart to South, who, even if South was able to cash the remaining spade, which he can, Gru's ace of diamonds is not going away. So we will see a 10th trick made. Well played. Very well played by Joe to give himself an opportunity to make over tricks here. I don't believe South forgot to cash the jack of spades before playing the king of diamonds, but here we are. Jack of spades will come back at trick 13. So I think it's going to say 2 imps going the way of 4 Cadeau, but I believe it's only going to be 1. Oh, king of diamonds ducked. Yeah, that's not what happened either. There's the 10 tricks. There's the claim. But if the scores are to be believed, with 2 boards yet to be played, 4 Cadeau, the massive underdogs in terms of seeding points in this match, has gotten the upper hand over Rubinstein in the first segment. Here we go. It's an 11 count, 10-9, 5th of hearts. Gru opens a heart. South is going to pass. Brad is going to come in with a spade. And we saw previously in this match on board 2, okay, Brad comes in with 2 spades, that North was not shy about overcalling, even vulnerable, with mediocre suits and mediocre hands. I wonder if North is going to do the same thing here, overcalling 3 diamonds with ace, king, jack, 5th, and a 13 count. Decides to pass, and 2 spades passes out. This is one of the challenges playing up against these guys. Eventually, one of these types of hands is going to come up, and they're going to put so much pressure over and over and over again for you to make sure that you aren't getting stolen from One slip up, and there's a game swing. The other table bid and made 3 no trump on the north-south cards. Which looks like quite the feat, in fact. How did they make 3 no on the north-south cards in the other room? Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, North just has 5 diamond tricks. There are just like a million tricks off the top. Okay, that one's on me. That one's on me. I completely missed the ace of diamonds. It was led at trick 1. Yeah, 3 no trump is a relatively straightforward contract to make. Just take the normal play in diamonds, hook the queen on your left. So yes, I mean this is like the typical Gru Moss style. They're just gonna be hyper aggressive in the auction, especially when not vulnerable. Well, actually only when not vulnerable, and earn their side game swings on these boards. So the ace of diamonds holds. North needs to decide, looking at that really scary club suit and dummy, what to do next. I mean, obviously the defense can pull 2 rounds of trumps, cash a couple of hearts, and put a diamond throw to score as many tricks as possible on defense. I mean, oddly enough, even if North goes ace of spades spade to pull trumps from dummy, South can put a diamond through, North cashes a second diamond, and then a third round of hearts promotes the 9 of spades. So there's multiple routes that lead to the defense getting all of their tricks from this position, which would result in, let's see, 2 more diamonds, 2 hearts, and 3 spades to go with the 1 trick they have in, down 3. Jack of hearts switch looks somewhat natural. South overtakes the queen, kind of worried that partner might have led a singleton jack and doesn't want to lose the lead. A diamond... That's actually really confusing to me. The jack of hearts gets overtaken and now a diamond comes through. I mean, it kind of looks like South is begging for a third diamond. What happens if North actually had the jack of heart, or the singleton jack? Is it possible that South's hearts all go away on dummy's clubs, with North not being able to play a second round of the suit? That seems somewhat worrisome to me. Okay, well, North does have a second heart, so another heart comes through. And South, in fact, can play a third heart. Even if Declare pitches their diamond, which they might not be able to ruff, North can ruff and then play a diamond, effectively setting up a defensive cross ruff with high trumps. Pretty rare that that happens, right? So North gets to ruff with the 2 of spades. North should definitely play another diamond now. Declare can ruff this. Oh, roughs it in hand. Actually, this is probably a much better plan from Moss, so that he can lead a spade towards the queen. In practice, it probably wouldn't help. Okay, looks like the defense does get all their tricks. Down 3, but still 6 imps going the way of Rubinstein. And Rubinstein does overtake Forcado for the lead in the first quarter. We might get a change of the guard, though. I think Forcado is 4-handed, but Rubinstein has 6 on their roster. Or maybe 5. 5 or 6 on the roster. Last board of the set. 3 players have 6-card suits. So South will get to open a heart. We'll see Brad show spades and a minor with 2 hearts. North will pass. Not much to say. If you have the agreement that doubling 2 hearts shows a heart raise, maybe North can do that. Oh, Brad gets to bid 3 clubs, showing both of his suits, in fact. I think it's like part of the Gestum convention. Not everyone plays it. Some players still follow the traditional Michael's route where 2 hearts is spades and a minor, but if you can utilize 3 clubs, showing clubs and spades in this auction, now at least partner knows what your minor is. I don't think Joe Grew was going to be confused about what minor Brad was showing if he had bid 2 hearts, looking at the 6-card diamond suit. 4 spades is not the right bid from North. We're going to get an undo there. So North will pass. Joe deciding to bid 4 spades. Not a great contract on the East-West cards. I mean, they have 4 top losers, and the spade suit is going to provide 1 extra loser. A reasonable attempt, though. Right? Brad could have had a doubleton diamond and heart void, and then 4 spades. I mean, for one thing, it might just make, but 2, it would put a lot of pressure on the south hand, who may well have had a long heart suit in that type of an auction. So 2 hearts cash. North presumably giving count, although I think we're fairly likely to see a 3rd round of hearts played anyway from South. West's hand looks to be entirely set up. So oftentimes that means it's right to attack their trump holdings by leading into voids. So I think either a heart or a diamond switch from South makes a lot of sense here. So 4 spades does go down 2, which seems likely, with 3 defensive trump tricks to come. Then Forcado's going to pick up 2 imps, and we'll have a 25-25 tie at the end of the first segment of play. There will be a short break, as mentioned before, for the players to compare scores, use the restroom. Okay, that's not the way the diamond switch went. That's absolutely not the way the diamond switch went. Declare won the jack of diamonds and led a spade to the 9 and jack or something is probably what happened. All right, 10 of spades, ducked around to North's king, 8 tricks, 2 umps to Forcado, and we do have a 25-25 tie. So we'll take a quick break, that's the end of the first quarter of play in the round of 64 Spingold match between Forcado and Rubinstein. And we will be back in just a few minutes for second quarter action. Stay tuned. All right, chat, I am back. SHG, I saw your comment in YouTube. Who pays for VuGraph and how do they monetize it? I don't know entirely the answer to that question, but I assume BBO pays VuGraph for, this thing. It attracts traffic to their site, right? Which is helpful. So my guess is that BBO pays whoever does VuGraph, which I think is Jan Martel, to set up and host the coverage. Now, I know Jan has some sort of budget for getting, people to do the VuGraph for her. But it seems as if whatever goes on in Europe is way better. I have seen some pretty bad VuGraph operators from the European side, but for the most part, and at least what I hear from a lot of my viewers, is that the VuGraph operators in Europe do a much better job overall than the American VuGraph operators. And you have to imagine, I think they get $200 a day to do VuGraph. I don't know if that's entirely the accurate number, but it's a lot. It's a lot in terms of what most people would get for a daily wage. So in the past they had gotten junior bridge players to do it, which sounds great because then you could put the junior player at the table with a bunch of their idols and stars that they look up to, and the person actually knows how to play bridge and they're tech savvy, so they can just do the VuGraph. I don't know why that's not an option anymore. Maybe it is. 4 sessions a day for $200 is fair. Well, I mean, this isn't supposed to be a full-time job sort of thing. It's way more tiring than a regular job. What sort of jobs do you work? This is... Look, I get that it's a little unusual, and it's not just you can sit there and fall asleep at the desk, but I think you're a little bit off base saying that it's more challenging than a regular job. Anyway, you definitely don't want to get someone who does have a full-time job to do VuGraph, but there's plenty of junior players, and you can train college students to do it. I've never done VuGraph, so I'm kind of speaking third hand. I hear from VuGraph operators, they say that it's a difficult job. There has to be a better way to do it, though. There just has to be a better way to do it. You can't take a break, so if you get tired, you have no way of waking up. I don't know. What do people think about commentary? Is commentary harder or easier than a VuGraph operator's job? Because I might have some choice words if people say that this is more challenging. What I'm doing is more challenging than a VuGraph operator. And yet there's I can have IHOP while commentating. I mean, I really can't. Anyway, how are the matches going? Let's see if we can pull up a bracket and get some first quarter scores. Yeah, I can understand it's tiring and, you have to be focused. But if you're getting paid a couple $100 to do the thing, like, you should probably be able to do it. Like, the work itself is not challenging. You can play Minesweeper while commentating. That's a good point. Yeah, we think that Michael might have been playing some games off to the side while he was doing commentary. All right, let's take a look. How are the matches? So Fleischer is behind against Bodell. Uh-oh. $200 for 9 hours isn't exactly great money. I mean, it's like, it's definitely above minimum wage in the US. And anyway, I still stand by the fact that I think it should be fairly easy to get someone for that amount of money to do a decent job on the VooGraph coverage. Kareem was an operator during the EU Championship. You don't get $200 a day. See, that's the thing. Like, I've heard that Jan pays operators $200 a day. There might even be a Bridge Winners post about it, about how much she pays the operators. Because she, like, makes these call-outs for trying to get operators and says it's like, this is how much you get paid. It is... I mean, it's not like a zero intensive job. That's not really a term. It's not like a job where there's no where it doesn't require any skill. But I feel as if, like, they can train VooGraph operators, you know, give them like a 15-minute video. It would be so simple. I would love to make a 15-minute video instructing VooGraph operators how to do their job. And I think I could do that. Let's build a business. See, the problem is that there just isn't money in this thing, right? Like, there isn't... I'm sure VooGraph is not getting paid enough from BBO or whatever other places they do contract work with for this to be a profitable business. Otherwise, someone would fix this, because it's like, it's so simple to fix. Yeah, a good operator will get 20 or more, like, you know, a bunch of sessions in before they become good at being an operator. I'm with you on that. You probably just can't pick up someone off the street, but I think you can pick up someone off the street and force them to watch a 15-minute training video. I think that's very doable. How are the matches going? Nickel's way ahead. Rosenthal's behind. Maybe not surprising. Zimmerman is up over Team Data with 2 unknown players. Leibowitz is ahead. Rubenstein is up by 1. Wolfson and Zhang are tied. Oh my god. Look at this photo of Brian. He's got to be like 9. But this also looks like a Chinese team, maybe. So they might come in with a lower seed because they just don't have the normal seeding points. Wolfson has some good players on it. Street is ahead. Selway is ahead of Leonardon. I wasn't sure about this team. I had no idea who the sponsor was. A Moyles close match so far against Wong. 6 unknown players on Team Wong. Goodman is behind. This is what I'm talking about. That right side of the bracket with Goodman, Wolfson, fairly weak. Another Chinese team looks like is doing well up against Gerli. Simpson's in the lead. Baker over Welland. This was one of the matches I wanted to watch. I don't think this one's on Is this one on VooGraph? Hold on, let me look. No, we have Bramley and Roman is the final match. Nittebach has a solid lead. The Fish partnership is back together. Lean, four-handed, is doing well against Luo. Rosenberg killing it over Potter. Oh, yeah, Harry Potter. Look at this. There's a Harry Potter's playing. He's a wizard. And it was pointed out to me that all three of the other team members have also adopted Potter universe type last names, Mosley and Silvius. I think they would fit in. My boy Will, played some pro stuff with him in the past, playing four-handed on a sponsored team. They're winning. Up against another four-handed squad. Willis. Goldberg is ahead of Goo. Oh no, this was one of my big upsets in the first round. I picked Peter Gill's team to win. Shori is having a hard time. I am not that familiar with some of the players on the Shori team, other than Gavin, of course. I know that Simon Cope did well in one of these events in the past. The Polish guys, Jagniewski and Gavel, have done well in the past, but I don't know much about them. Although Raj has been tuning into the stream. Maybe that's the reason why they're losing. He's been learning the wrong things over here. Up against Rogoff. Bailey way behind in the first set, although maybe they'll make a comeback. Kane is up. Looks like a Greek-sponsored team here. Delim Paltadakis losing up against Shen. Another Chinese team, it looks like. There's a lot of Chinese teams that have made it. Team Unova, this is good to see because I picked them to go far. Up 55-5. Hammond is cruising. Pollock right now over Hell. Roman is defeating Bramley currently. No sponsor on the Bramley team. Regal is defeating Feldman. You picked Unova to go all the way to winning? That's bold. Did you have them beating Zimmerman along the way? That's where I think I had their run stop. McAllister is winning. Four-handed. Always. McAllister only plays four-handed. He plays every single board all the time. So Stark over Wildowski. Oh yeah, Danny Sprung. Here's our guy. Danny Sprung playing with Luke Voorhees or Verhees Jr. Is that Luke's kid? I think that's Luke's kid, although I'm not sure. Is that the real Luke or the younger Luke? Gupta over Collins and Rippy over Ash. You know someone on Team Collins? Is it Drew Cavalier? Is that the one? I think Drew is a UVA guy. I'm not convinced, but he's Mr. ATC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're doing really well. They made it in, and they're actually a fairly high seed at 34. There is no... Sorry, random person. All right, Bramley Roman. Were you planning to join back in again, Michael, for the next set? Why doesn't ACBL do running scores? why doesn't the ACBL do something that would make everyone happier? Is that the real question? Because I have news for you. The ACBL's job is not to make people happy. If Bruce and Harrison are in, you'd watch them. Fuck off. Okay, you can do your own commentary. We've watched enough of that shit kid play over the course of. Bruce is a really, really great young player. Oh, well, that's tempting. I'm kind of interested in this match with Leibowitz trailing. Is the ACBL secretly run by chess people who want to kill Bridge? Oh, that is my new favorite conspiracy theory, actually. I think that's very possible. Do I ever play viewer games? I tried to get some viewer games in the past, and I don't think I have a large enough community to do it because people weren't really interested in like trying to find a time to meet up. So I run a asynchronous like robot tournament once a week, but that's it. I think it would be really cool if we had viewer games. But I really just don't think the community is large enough, sadly. The chess people at FIDE are already too busy sabotaging chess. That could be accurate, yes. I think so. Alright, I'm tempted by this match, but I don't really want to watch this table. Mark Dahl often plays with the sponsors on the teams, so while I think it would be fun to watch an old friend and partner of mine, I really tend not to like watching sponsors. Oh, here is different names. Bramley against Roman. Oh yeah, obviously Dahl is not playing in the Bramley against Roman match. But Bruce is in Bible Thump. Okay, fine, fuck it. Let's go. Heckling Harrison can't get old. But you don't let me heckle Harrison. Well, BBO does. I mean, I choose not to. I'll do it on my stream, but not on the official cast. Okay, we'll do it. Let's go. Baccarin, Zoo, and Luba.
Greetings. So, North, Bohanju goes by Bruce colloquially to his friends. So I will refer to him as Bruce. I don't well know the Baccarin brothers, I believe, but we get to see how they play as things go along. We know that Harrison is very aggressive, and I think Bruce is a great partner for someone who is aggressive and unpredictable because he is sort of like the down the middle quality junior player. I played with him about 4 years ago as a teammate, and his partnership did all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a young partnership. Harrison Luba recently finished second runner-up in the GNTs. We saw that a couple days back. So adding to some already impressive accomplishments that he's had representing the U.S. in the, I think, under 21 category for juniors.
This auction doesn't make any sense.
This has not gone well for North-South.
I just don't think this is the actual auction happening. I mean, not a single bid here makes sense at all, right? Like, there's no hand that South would double one heart with. East, I mean, I can imagine East being one heart as a transfer to spades, but then I can't imagine that North would either bid two clubs, nor that South would then bid three spades. So none of this makes any sense.
East opened a diamond. Okay. West bid a heart. North doubled. South bid two clubs. I don't understand where three spades came from, but I think I'm with you up to that point.
I mean, South would bid one spade over one heart doubled anyway. Yeah. There's no way South would raise the level. I can get on pass a diamond, pass a heart. I don't think North would double that either. None of this makes any sense. This is, something's gone haywire.
It's going to be another one of those days, huh?
I mean, I suppose we could always try to find a different table. I mean, if North South are really in three spades undoubled, that might be okay, because I think East West are on for three no trump. Yeah, it looks like they've got like 10 tricks and no trump. So
yeah, I mean, East has this 18 count, right? So it would have gone pass to East. I don't really understand a diamond opener, but maybe they're playing a system where I have pulled up a separate convention card that East has with a different partner. Now it looks like we're getting some undos.
I'll just get a result put in, and this is just so, this is beyond, bizarre beyond words.
I do know that some partnerships will, you know, depending on what no trump range they have, they'll open either a club or a diamond. So I could see the East hand being thrown into a diamond opener with the 18 to 19.
Yeah, I actually like doing that. I like putting my 18 and 19s in one diamond and my weak no trumps into a club. It actually cleans a ton of auctions up. Every once in a while you run into a little bit of ambiguity, but you have to have things like a diamond pass two diamonds is to play opposite diamonds, but is forward going opposite 18 to 19, which is really disruptive to the opponents, because you're raising a diamond on a doubleton. So normally I enjoy the game of looking at what the view graph operator has entered as the auction, and then trying to figure out what really happened.
Yep.
But I feel like I'm losing it today. I can't. Everything is so far away from bridge, every single action inputted in it, and it's still far away from bridge if you put in extra passes, or it just can't work it out.
It is a fun puzzle though sometimes. I also don't think this trick may well have occurred at some point during the play of the hand. It's probably not this trick, and it's probably not in three spades by South, but
yeah, I mean, if at some point West leading the jack of spades, East is not unblocking a trick with the 10.
Seems unlikely. Well, hopefully we get things all settled by board 2 of the set. But currently, with Roman, I mean, Bramley's not a much higher seed in this match, but they are higher seeded by about 10 seeds or so. They're behind by 19.
Yeah, and they'll be coming up. I mean, if this is bizarre, I'm happy to go over and do audio on Bramley Roman. I know all the players involved in that match.
Okay.
If I saw they were up there, I might have even suggested it.
Sure. So you want to head to the other table this match?
It's a different match, right? This is Leibowitz Dahl.
No, this is Bramley Roman.
Oh, this is Bramley Roman. Okay, you're right. Yes, of course. I see. This is actually being is in the Spingold as okay. I know what's happened. They've loaded the wrong set of boards. These are the boards for the Leibowitz Dahl match.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. I think I've won. I think I've won the what's gone wrong? Because if I look in the view graph um, matches in my other window, this table is being listed as a Leibowitz doll with the players from Bramley Roman.
Yeah, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense then.
And Declarer is just like, I can't find the cards they're actually playing. What's going on? The view graph operator is summoning Jan to the table right now to try to figure out what's gone wrong, or whoever's in the room.
Right.
So this is going to blow up.
Yeah,
There's
there's
no way
the
this table's
unfortunately looks like this table then therefore will be crashing. They might be back at some point, but it could take a little while. So, do you want to go to a different match? If you find a table that looks interesting to you, let's head over there. While
All right. Well, the only other matchup right now is Rubenstein Fortico, which I suppose we could watch like Moss and Forcado and Litvak and Gru would be okay with me.
okay,
That seems to be where the Krivitzers are.
sounds good. Let's head to that room.
All right. All right. So we've cleverly missed the first board, which probably had an auction and result that resembled the hand, which is why we left the previous table we were doing, because the auctions and results did not resemble the hands. For the
Man, we missed a really exciting one, but let's try and catch up to 3 no trump on this board. Looks like Declare is
the diamond suit.
Yeah.
Looks like this was not the moment to skip your heart fit and spade fit to get to 3 now. Wonder how that happened.
This looks like a strange auction to me from East West, but
1 diamond 2-no pass. It's that 2-no must have been something other than hearts and clubs. Maybe he did have 5 hearts and 5 clubs or something. I wasn't really watching the early tricks, but
2-no sounds like it might have been natural, and he just did it with queen and a diamond, and that was not successful, especially when West, as you say, decided to bypass both major suits, 5 spades and 4 hearts, to play in 3 no trump.
I wonder if because they're playing against a hyper aggressive precision pair that's just opening like all these hands 1 diamond, they just decided to play a natural 2-no over it. But yeah, it certainly looks like a natural 2-no, and West raising the 3-no rather than looking for a major is an odd choice. Maybe they got as far in their system discussion as, well, 2-no is natural and didn't talk about systems on. I would have assumed that would just be assumed, and West could, bid 2 clubs and small, and if partner bids 2 diamonds.
Yeah, certainly. Well,
3 clubs and small.
So they miss out on what looks like the better 4 heart game contract, which I think would have come home. King, queen of clubs on side, the queen of spades falls doubleton and is on side.
Probably makes 5.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's so friendly on the hand. The hand's like as friendly as possible as it could be for any game you choose other than 3 no trump, which would require diamonds to be blocked, like ace king 10 or something in the same hand.
Right. Well, on to this next board. Gru is going to be sad he doesn't get to open his precision club on the north cards with 19. West will open in front of him. West opens a spade, in fact.
So that's an interesting choice. When you're deciding what to open with, if you're going to open light with 4-4 in the majors, most pairs choose to open a heart because partner can potentially respond to spade to 1 heart. But there is a school of thought that goes back a ways that was, I know, very popular on the West Coast when I was coming up on the West Coast. That was, if you were going to open light with 4-4 in the majors, you opened a spade. And when partner bid Drury, your 2 heart response actually said, I'm 4-4 in the majors, pick a major and stop, rather than 2 hearts being forward going. So it would be tied into your Drury agreements. I could believe that Litvak, who is a very old school kind of guy, Might have an archaic agreement like you open one spade like 4-4 in the majors, and then you can bid two hearts non-forcing later.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Well, after the double by Joe Grew, East, not realizing that they have a bigger heart fit, bids two spades, which passes back around to Grew, who has to complete the description of his hand by balancing two no trump. Otherwise, you can't really afford to start with double on the North cards. And okay, Brad's actually able to bid a natural three clubs, it looks like. Oh, never mind.
Right? And Joe doesn't have much of a sense of humor about that. He's like, oh, source of tricks and clubs, 3-0. So if the defense starts with spades, there's still time to shift to hearts. Like if East leads the 7 of spades or something.
Oh, I mean, even if they don't start with spades, there's going to be plenty of time. They can lead the queen of diamonds, and Declare just has no tricks in this
Declare's
contract.
4 diamonds. Like on a spade lead, if West pops the ace, Declare's got 4 diamonds and 2 clubs is 6, and a heart is 7 only. So yeah, they've got some before. I mean, Declare just has like bought nothing in dummy.
Yep.
Now the 3 of spades lead could be more of a problem because West, he's hurt his partner. I mean, East is raised partner spades. West should, the 3 of spades, I would think, should show an honor better than the 10. So I think West may just win the spade and continue a spade.
Yeah.
Which gives Declare at least a tempo, but he can't attack clubs effectively from his hand. But he can get to dummy because of the diamond situation. So he plays ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, diamond, the queen jack of diamonds, no more than Declare's do, the queen jack doubleton of diamonds, to give himself 2 entries to the board. And then he can play a club, and that goes around to the jack. And now, if East clears the spades, Declare can play the king of clubs out of his hand, preserving that last diamond entry to the board, squishing the queen, and it's too late for the heart shift. The defense won't even have an entry to the spade. I mean, so far he's like, all right, the queen jack of diamonds doubleton. I was entitled to that. A bit aggressively, you're entitled to all these things. So East is actually what has to shift to a heart upon winning the club, not clear the spades. And he doesn't know to do that. He has, as far as he knows, partner has the ace of hearts and the jack nine and a spades left.
Well, I mean, he can definitely continue spades and still beat it a trick.
Can he?
Yeah, he can just duck the second round of clubs. They'll end up getting a spade, a heart, and 2 clubs from here. They already have a trick in, the ace of spades.
Right. So he exits the spade, Declare wins the king, and plays the king of clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And a club.
Yeah. Oh, the 8 of diamonds is an entry.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
As long as he plays the next. Oh, he played a club to the king. All right. All right. He didn't work out that he also was going to play for doubleton queen or jack of clubs on his right.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're able to clear the clubs and clear the spades. And as long as East doesn't crash the club honors on the next round, they're still going to beat this contract. But boy, they made it fun. All right.
Yeah, 7 tricks. We do have some more distribution here from Moss, who gets to open a heart.
Very good hand. I mean, it's almost a strong club. You open a heart playing precision with this, planning to jump on the next round because you're limited.
You could. You're right. I have seen them upgrade some hands that other strong club pairs would just open at the 1 level.
If it was 5-5, then you truly open a heart just because you could bet a heart 3 diamonds. But this hand has play for game opposite, so little because all the stuff is clustered in your long suit. That 10-9 of hearts are just beautiful cards. I mean, we can see right now it's like you catch the ace king of hearts, you still have 2 heart losers, but you pick up any doubleton queen or any doubleton jack, even opposite a stiff. So that suit is a favorite to play for 1 loser opposite a singleton. So I like that hand, and playing with if I was playing with my strong diamond system with Sam, I would upgrade it to a strong diamond.
Well, Brad chooses to open a heart, so Guru can bid a spade, two clubs.
Two clubs? What is two clubs?
Are we sure two clubs was the bid that was made?
Maybe it went a heart two. It didn't go a heart two clubs because West doesn't have that good a hand. I see people bid two clubs on a 3-card suit with 5 spades sometimes, just to establish a game force, and maybe they have methods to recover a spade fit later, or they're trying to disguise their hand. But something weird has happened here.
Okay, it does seem as if, though, North-South were on the same page and this was the real auction, two clubs.
I wonder if like a heart pass a spade is artificial game force and a heart two clubs shows 5 spades.
Yeah, we went to the other room and now I have to re-pull up the card for Gruen Moss, but I will get there in just a second.
I think like you need your WBF card in order to find that kind of information. Although wait, their WBF card does exist. So wait, I can look at it. So in response to a heart in the one of a major +1 is a forcing no trump, +2 is a game forcing ass. So a heart plus
yeah,
a heart, a spade would be a forcing no trump, a heart, a no trump would be game forcing, and a heart two clubs was 5 spades.
Yeah, 5 spades constructive for them. So that's what North has. West has to find an opening lead. You know, leading your singleton and declare a second suit is often, it does a little bit more harm than good, because even if you do happen to get a ruff, sometimes it comes at the cost of exposing your partner's tricks in the diamond suit here.
So Declare is not going to know to play this double dummy. If it's the diamond lead, I expect he'll win and cash the ace king of hearts and lead us to his spade, hoping that the ace of spades is on side, that he can generate a pitch with the ace of clubs still as an entry.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable plan. Ace king of hearts in the third heart also seems reasonable. I think leading a spade up at trick 2 is also somewhat reasonable. If West has the spade ace, then a second diamond doesn't come through anyway. So that's what Brad goes with.
Well, this can get the ace of diamonds roughed off with the shorthand. This is going to be an extra under trick.
Yeah.
And I think I don't think it can really hurt to cash the ace king of hearts earlier before playing the spade up. Maybe it makes the hand a little more transparent, but it's not like the opponents think you have bad hearts.
Okay, West does get to rough this. Will continue a...
West shifts to a club. Oh, well, it doesn't matter what West plays, as long as it doesn't play a heart. And it seems like East gave spades suit preference with the king of diamonds.
Yeah, but that doesn't help West, because West doesn't know if he should continue the queen of spades or a low spade.
Well, I mean, I suppose a low spade covers both cases. Queen of spades, when partner has the jack and declares out, is expensive. Maybe East should have played back a low diamond for partner rough, because he could see a club is always going to be safe.
Yeah, the king of diamonds is kind of nice as a twofold thing, as long as East, can tolerate the spade back, because it lets partner know that East has really strong diamonds.
Oops.
Wow, West wasn't confident at all in anything and decides to try a heart.
So that gave the trick back that Declarer had given to the defense by letting them off in the shorthand?
Yeah, potentially. We don't know if Declarer was going to pick up the heart suit or not.
So I think the percentage in this case is ace king, not low to the 10, but I could be wrong.
Well, after West shows up with stiff diamond, I think Brad probably would have cashed the ace king, because otherwise West would have had 10 cards in the black suits and didn't bid on the auction. Seems somewhat unlikely. There were 11 imps coming through on board 17, kind of as predicted. The other table was able to reach 4 hearts after a 2-no trump auction. North in that room did not open, so not as much pressure being put on the east-west pair.
So the West hand is what I consider to be just sort of a normal run-of-the-mill opening bid in 20, even as recent as 2005, maybe earlier. But Litvak's probably 90. So maybe it may have some conservatism.
Yeah, so maybe he's just going to defer to having weak spades or bad club suit or only 11 high card points. If West does open a club, would you be tempted to make a takeout double on the North hand?
Very tempted. Well, they must, I guess they're playing a weak no trump. And surely you would open a weak no trump with the West hand, which is a good argument for opening under club. So now I'm no longer tempted to get involved with the North hand. Vulnerable. So weak no trump. You're in a very exposed position. So I would think they're just going to have a stamen auction to 3-0. Maybe they play some form of 5-card stamen, which would make it a longer stamen auction to 3-0. And
yeah,
there's
15.
Yeah, so I think we'll see 2 clubs pass, 2 diamonds pass 3-0. And I don't think the play is going to present any trouble at all. Or they sniff out the diamond lead. But that doesn't help his side. Declare can take 4 clubs and 2 diamonds is 6, and 2 hearts is 8 and go down 1.
Yeah, if Declare doesn't pick off the club suit on a diamond lead, then
no trouble at all was an overstatement by me, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Now,
okay, I now predict Declare will have no trouble at all. 2 spades, he can afford to lose 2 spades, a club, and a heart.
Yes. I think it's worth pointing out, though, that if North had made his normal 4th best diamond lead, I think a spade is kind of marked on the North hand, but if he had led the 5 of diamonds, it would have blocked the diamond suit.
Well, South doesn't have to go up with the jack.
South doesn't have to.
Foolish when partner has led from the king queen, though.
Yeah.
Not going up with the jack looks really bad when partner's diamond holding was. I mean, but in a sense, if all of partner's 4-card diamond holdings, including the 5, you're looking at 7, 6, 4, 3, and you can see the 2 and dummy. Your jack is the only thing you have that's going to be higher than partner's 3rd diamond. So even if partner has king, queen, 9, 5 of diamonds, the suit is blocked. So there is a decent argument for playing Declare for a doubleton king or queen of diamonds and just playing low on the diamond lead.
Mm-hmm.
But we won't have to. I mean, Brad Moss might have thought about that one for a long time, but he's not going to have much to think about on a spade lead.
No. So, as you say, Declare can just win the ace of spades and then knock out a club trick if necessary.
Yeah, I think he's going to lead the 8 of clubs to the jack as a technique thing. What you don't want to do is blow to the singleton king of clubs on your right. I am good at predicting some things.
Yeah, now he'll be able to cash the club ace and get the bad news in clubs.
So the reason you see 8 of clubs to the jack, he wants to keep flexibility with the club spots and make sure there's going to, like if clubs are 4-0 or something, that the club suit doesn't get blocked and he has no entry to the 4th club with the 9-8. And if clubs are 4-0 in either way, he can continue clubs after the 8 of clubs to the jack. So sometimes preserving that 2, the 2 is a valuable card to preserve. I'm surprised he didn't preserve the 2 a second time.
He might have.
That's shocking. I don't think he really played the 2 of clubs on that trick after unblock. Like, how do you unblock the 8 on the first round and not continue to unblock on the second round?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the 2 of clubs is still in the east hand and the 9 of clubs has been played.
I remember there was a hand where I had unblocked spots on 2 previous tricks, and then I claimed, and I needed to unblock a third time, but I'd already unblocked twice. And the opponents started to contest the claim that I might not see that I needed to unblock when I'd already unblocked twice. I pointed out to them that that's a ridiculous argument. If I've already unblocked the suit twice, I've probably seen the need to continue to unblock the third time.
So Declare now has the opportunity to decide how to best play for overtricks, if that's at all possible. Could duck this spade, hoping the spades break 3-3. There's no real harm if North switches to diamonds. He still has a couple stoppers, can still knock out the ace of hearts. Obviously, heart switch helps him. And it's very possible that Gru has led the 9 of spades from queen 10-9 third. That would be a pretty normal lead against no trump sometimes. You're hoping your partner has a 5-card suit. But Declare wins the ace. Can continue maybe unblocking the club suit. We'll never know. And when Gru gets in with the hard ace, he'll cash a couple spades, but those will be the last tricks for the defense. So 9 tricks. There's some potential for a swing on this hand.
There is, yeah. Certainly, because like a diamond lead, I think just legitimately beats the hand, assuming that you don't get the diamond suit blocked.
I mean, Declare can pick up the club suit, but yeah, it's very unlikely that he would do so.
Yeah, because like the 8 to the jack is a normal way to start that club suit, which picks up singleton king on your right or singleton 10 on your left. Starting with the queen, if you're planning, you have to basically be planning on taking 2 finesses. There's some scope for Declare trying to steal a heart trick first, but if he does that, it actually sets up 3 hearts for the defense to go with their club. I guess that's still only 4 tricks. And Declare would have to try to lead through the correct hand. It's much more normal for Declare to just set up their club tricks and then try to play for shenanigans. 8 imps went the other way on board 18.
It's not actually 8 imps. It's more like 2. They just entered the contract for the wrong side and Declare.
Oh.
So
I see. Yes, North-South did not make 3 in 2 hearts.
On their 2-2 fit, I suppose not.
That would be a Burns law violation.
Is that how it works? We just add more burns to it until we get to the right number of trumps?
Every trump you're short from the opponents does feel like an additional burn.
So North gets to open a strong no trump here.
So yeah, we see 1 no 3 no. Best auction when you open a strong no trump, and the defense has a clear club lead. So I think we're going to see 4 rounds of clubs peel off pretty quick, and then the defense is going to look around for another trick and not be able to find one, and Declare is will lean forward and claim after 4 rounds of clubs. Because they, even with diamonds 5-0, they have 4 diamonds, 4 spades, and 2 hearts is 10 of the remaining 9 tricks.
Yeah. Yep, Queen of Clubs lead. West needs to overtake this, which I'm sure he'll be up to the task.
Yeah, and if you're looking at just the North-South cards, playing amps, sure, maybe you'd rather play this hand in 5 diamonds, where you have, you can make against 5-2 clubs, but as a practical matter, you're just never going to find that. You're always going to play this hand in 3 now. If you're looking for 5 of minor contracts with 2 balanced hands and 27 high card points, you're playing losing bridge. So I'm having trouble loading bridge bases view graph room in the other. I don't know how many people are actually kibitzing here, but there may be some issues with the
other table.
Well, it was only showing me. There's only showing 3 tables. Again, I was able to load it, but there's supposed to be 8 tables in play, and yet there's only 3 tables showing up.
Hmm.
And the other match is still showing. Well, now it's showing Bramley Roman, but it's only showing the one table. So we've got all the kids. We've got 700 people watching here. So greetings, our 700 people, and I hope that we're not putting you to sleep with our Xanax tones.
Try and add a little bit of flavor in here now and then, but we haven't seen any 12 card. I mean, we missed board 16, where West was 6-6, but we have not seen as many distributional hands as we did during the GNTs.
Maybe our magic will restart. We'll start seeing that distributional storm happening. Okay. All right, the play of this hand should be very quick. It's going to ace clubs, king of clubs, club, and Joe Guru is leaning forward right at this moment. You get your club, and that's it. Maybe he'll wait for them to actually cash the club. Yeah, okay, so he claimed. All right, board 22. Well, it's not a distributional storm, but it is a very strong hand and a challenging
26.
one to
do. Yeah.
So 6 no is where you want to be, not 6 hearts, which is in 6 no has play opposite bad hearts, and 6 hearts it does not have play opposite bad hearts.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to determine that that's what's going on though, because 6 hearts would have play opposite 3 small spades.
Yes.
Whereas 6 no trump would not. So East gets to open their strong bid,
which should be 2 clubs. So I think I don't know if they play Kokish. If they do, I mean, if it goes 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 hearts shows hearts, West will raise hearts to 3 hearts, and East, for me, 3 spades is like you've opened 2 clubs. Your first slam try is not a shortness; it's a side length. I did 3 clubs, and West would like the queen jack of clubs, not the king jack of spades so much. Probably dial it in once with 4 hearts. Then East bids 5 diamonds to say, hey, I've got a really great hand. And then maybe West bids, I don't know, 5 no trump, choice of slams.
Yeah, I mean, this will definitely be testing their strong opening sequence, because East has significant extras on top of what most players would consider a bare minimum 2 club opener.
And if it goes 2 hearts, 3 hearts, I mean, East needs to bid at least to the 5 level all on his own. He probably has a slam drive himself. So presumably, this is sort of a fast arrival auction for a lot of players, or a double negative auction where they can bid 3 clubs. But the fact that you have that 3 club available as a double negative over 2 hearts showing hearts, and you have this fast arrival over 2 hearts showing hearts, you lose all of that playing Kokish, which is one of the reasons I actually you can keep all of those all the advantages and the advantages of Kokish by South did not bid 2 now. I have seen him make some weird calls. By having 2 hearts show balanced and 2 no trump show hearts, and then over 2 hearts balanced, 2 spades will range ask.
Yeah, so we think that West bid 2 now, East bid 3 clubs,
bid 3 clubs,
West
and
bid
West
3 hearts, and now we're back over to East's call. Apologies, we have no control over the graphic on screen, but we're doing our best to interpret for you.
I think we're going to see some undos coming up before too long. Either that or a weird final contract and result entered. Here come the undos. South did not bid 2 no trump. Maybe we need to pay the U-graph operators more to get better quality there. I prefer just raising 2 hearts to 3 hearts though with the West Ham partners. When are there ways to throw a strong 2 in hearts? Why can't I just let another heart? Oh yeah.
Whoa.
So that's delayed heart raise. East is afraid that's a doubleton heart, and the West hasn't shown any values, is just signed off in game, and now they've missed a nearly cold 6-no trump and an excellent 6-heart contract.
Yeah, it's even more so than that. That, I mean, East could have just been missing a club slam or a diamond slam. And
I'm surprised East didn't bid 4 diamonds at least on the way to 4 hearts to really let partner know that, I've got East hand is 26 high card points. I see that 2 of that's in the Singleton Queen of Spades. That doesn't have to be worthless. As you can see here, it's not worthless on this lie of the cards.
Yeah.
Queen of Spades is actually quite a valuable card.
Wow. Well, this opening lead is going to give Declare a 13th trick. So
yes, Declare is going to play pretty damn. Wait, does it give him a 13th? Yeah, it does. Because he's going to cash the Ace King of Hearts, draw the last trump when the Jack falls, try the King Jack of Diamonds, see that suit's favorable, and then claim 13 tricks.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no beer or even a beer squeeze available. You have to score that diamond before running. Clubs are your only entry to the long diamond.
I do kind of feel that both East and West owe each other a beer for their auctions after this hand, though.
It does seem as if, as you say, assuming they weren't playing Kokish, then West raising hearts immediately would have given East a lot more of an opportunity to start a Q-bidding sequence, but East does have substantial extras and maybe should have done so anyway.
The thing to remember is 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 of a major when it's natural. You're not doing that on a balanced hand. So the fact that Responder has a balanced hand with 3 card support shouldn't make them distort their hand in order to try to keep 3-0 in the picture. Just raise partner suit, get trump agreement at the 3 level, which is one of the hallmarks of good, effective, constructive bidders is that they try to get suit agreement below 3-0 trump so that they can get your slam kit on the table on slamish hands or just sign off or issue choice of games after that.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of the times we'll see really strong bidders maybe make some unusual calls in the auction just to keep the auction a little bit lower and hope that they can actually find a fit at the 3 level so that they can then start investigating slam before the auction gets too high. But that's going to cost him here. I would draw attention to board 19. The other room was actually able to stop in 2 diamonds. So well done by them that they were able to get to a making part score. And that contract came home with an overtrick for 5 imps going the way of Forkado.
Stopping in 2 diamonds. I guess when it goes a hard to spade 2 diamonds, North's just going to pass it, which is what happens. So North, South, who use some artificial methods over their majors to give themselves more room on the game forcing hands, probably to help them get suit agreement by the 3 level, like we were just talking about. Sometimes those conventions, just like here where you're supposed to stop in a dime in a secondary fit, they just couldn't quite manage it. Although I guess they could have, right? Because it did go a heart past 2 clubs past 2 diamonds. And I assume that 2 diamonds was natural. North could have still passed it. They would have. But I wonder if that 2 diamond bid showed a 6th heart. Because North did 2 hearts. I wonder if they have some sort of transfer. Well, I'm not going to be able to read into their system. Grew did not pass 2 diamonds, and I'm sure he had a reason to do that had to do with the partnership agreements.
Well, on this hand, Gruen Moss, spade opener, a no trump by North. This is not the game forcing relay. This is just...
Yes, that's the one step they said is they're forcing no trump.
Yep. So 2 diamonds by South, natural. North bid 2 hearts. Looks to me to be some sort of diamond raise, and eventually they've settled in 3 diamonds this time. Trump opening lead makes a lot of sense from West's hand. West is looking at tons of spade control and just wants to pull dummies trumps before his spades get roughed out.
Yeah, so when the auction sort of marks patterns like this, and you see the opponents sort of run into what could potentially be maybe a 4-3 fit or is a 4-4 fit with where each hand has shape. The usual strategy is to lead a trump and then look at your hand to decide which trump you're supposed to lead. But to decide on the trump lead first. And so sometimes you have an awkward hand where, you know, it looks like maybe you're blowing a trump trick by doing it, but you still lead a trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so even holdings like Queen Doubleton or Jack Doubleton, somewhat infrequently, but I've seen it low from King Doubleton in the trump suit, can be very effective and powerful on these types of hands. I think a lot of players would just lead the singleton heart and figure, this is great, I have a bunch of small trumps, maybe partner can get in and give me roughs, but that's oftentimes going to allow declarer to maintain flexibility and cross-roughing the hand, give him an extra tempo.
Just continue trumps himself, which feels really awkward to me. What else was he supposed to do? He kind of wants to lead spades from the dummy. We can see that's not going to be very effective. He's thinking hearts might be a source of tricks. We can see they're not. He can only lead club. I mean, he could have just won the trump lead and let a club up. That feels sort of like a natural way. Just lead your singleton towards dummies king jack. See how the opponents react. Maybe they win the trick and then they have to do something for you.
He does know that he's going to need to score some spade tricks on this hand, even if he's able to guess the club suit correctly. He'll eventually still need to lead spades towards the queen, so maybe just pull trumps, not mess around with anything, is the idea.
Let's see that he only really has one spade stopper left after, you know, if he leads another trump, declarer wins. They play a spade, he wins. Declarer can presumably get to their hand with something and then rough down his ace of spades, because that two of spades is a really annoying card for West.
Yeah, now Brad's going to have a guess in the spade suit. He'll need to decide whether to take the roughing finesse against West's remaining 10 of spades, or whether to play for 3-3 spades, with East having started 10-9 third.
So West has finally played a heart. I think it's going to go jack, queen, ace. And then declarer, I think declarer takes the roughing finesse and spades.
Yeah, he's kind of going to have to, right? If he misguesses by roughing the 7 of spades and the 10 doesn't drop, then he loses out on a ton of tricks.
Yeah.
So it does look like the defense are going to come to 2 more tricks, right? Because he doesn't have entries to both take the roughing hook and spades and lead clubs up to the king.
Yeah, so he'll play the 5 of spades or something because it's cuter than leading the 7. He's seen the 9 come down already, so he knows that 10. Well, I mean, when it goes 5-2, even if you weren't watching the spots, you know the only other one you're missing is the 10, so you can recover the spots you missed that way. He'll lead the 5 of spades. He'll pitch on it. He'll rough down 10 of spades, but then he doesn't have. He's stuck in dummy after that. Now West, I mean, he could play. He can't get back to his hand anyways with anything, right? Because if he plays King of Hearts heart, East is able to win that, not West. He can't manage to do anything clever with this.
Yeah, Brad's kind of just thinking through what he needs to pitch from dummy on the spades, because the heart discard from East earlier in the play, I think, gives away a lot about the heart position. Now Brad's going to be very convinced that he started with 5 hearts, especially looking at dummy's king jack 4th. He'll know East wouldn't be pitching from a 4-card suit.
And he could preserve the jack of hearts in dummy and play low. Dummy's going to be end played whenever they rough the spade to lead away from them. He can't afford to not rough down the spade, because that's a sure trick that he's setting up by taking the spade finesse.
He can try and be a little bit clever. I mean, if he does, whether he puts up the jack of hearts or not, if he wins the ace and plays the 5 of spades, as you say, and runs it, and it holds, he can pitch a heart from dummy, And if East mistakenly discards a heart on that trick, he will be able to end play East into leading clubs for him. Oh, but I guess that's still two defensive tricks, a heart and a club. Yeah, there's just... It really looks like he doesn't have many options to make this one. Like, the tricks are all there, he just doesn't have the entries to lead towards the king of clubs, as well as take the spade roughing finesse. One imp picked back up for Rubinstein on board 20. An over trick was made and 3 no trump in the other room. But we do think that Rubinstein still has a little bit of a lead. Board 18, I suspect, is going to be 2 imps going the way of Forcado, as opposed to... He roughed the 7 of spades.
Well, that was a big play. So now he's in the wrong hand and end played in it.
Yeah,
so
this...
West could actually... And I guess West just plays ace of clubs and can exit a low club to keep communication or play. West is cashing the 10 of spades? What? I mean, I guess they're still down 1, but that seems kind of like a weird play. I mean, I guess West had to do something. But no, West is end played again. West didn't get off the end play by cashing the 10 of spades.
You're right about that.
Jack club, claim. That was the 10 of spades was... I don't know. That 10 of spades play was just sort of like not being at the table.
I think West was just happy that he was beating the contract, so...
But he's not beating the contract, right? Oh, no, that was his 5th offensive trip. All right, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have gotten it 1 more. A lot of times players are, you know, just happy to defeat the contract, but as you say, a club continuation, it would have prevented Declara from actually scoring the long... Okay, I don't think the 6 of spades got discarded on the jack of clubs. We should see a claim in a second for down 1. But West preserving that 10 of spades would have given up the club trick, but not allowed Declara to knock out the spade 10 and score his long spade with just 1 entry to hand.
So North-South are in the slam zone. They are off a heart rough on the lie of the East-West cards and have... I think they wouldn't have any trouble picking up the spade suit, barring that. They would still have to deal with the long hearts in the south hand. But if it goes past a precision diamond or past a no trump, now South is thinking slam, at least potentially slam.
I mean, South is well aware that Gru could have a 13 count over there, so with South only having 13 himself, he might not even be thinking 13. About slam.
Yeah, I mean, North actually has a pretty well meshing 13. Given that his clubs are headed by the ace, nothing lower. His diamonds have the king and nothing lower. If he had the jack of hearts in addition, slam would be good. So South has bid small one, which is a reasonable way to start. I would continue and with 4 spades over in this auction.
Or 4 hearts as the transfer.
Yeah. I'd be worried that 4 hearts might show 5-5 in the majors.
Depends on your agreements, for sure.
I bid this way on a hand with 5-5 in a partnership where it was a newer partnership. I didn't have enough time to discuss how we handled 5-5 hands, and I bid small with the 5-5, figuring if partner didn't pick the one major, I would just bid 4 hearts again. And so I bid 2 clubs times 3 hearts, and figured partner bid 3, no, I bid 4 hearts. So I'd be worried that that's what was happening here. So 4 clubs must have, by partnership agreement, shown a 6 spade. And probably a Q bid, probably 4 of either minor, which was showing 6-4 and slamish.
Yeah, North. I actually wonder if the 4 clubs is like patterning out somehow, because that could be helpful. Every bid over 3 no trump would show slam interest with a 6 spade in this auction. So 4 clubs might be showing this club shortness.
north, sort of with good controls and a minimum value, but still would rather those 4 high card points that represent the ace of clubs would have been better distributed as, would have been better as the ace of hearts, for example, a lot better. Right? If partner had ace king fourth of hearts, then slam is a lot better.
That's just the general rule of thumb, you know? People will look at singletons opposite aces and say, oh, that's such a good fit. But in reality, you want that ace, those 4 high card points, to be distributed not amongst your singleton or partner singleton. You want it to be
It's
filling
better
in.
than king jack opposite the stiff, but it's not as good as the ace. Not it's no high card points in the suit at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think people make that mistake. I'll hear all the time, well, you had nothing wasted opposite my shortness, when they had the ace opposite the shortness. And it's true that ace is technically working opposite when the shortness turns out to be a singleton and not a void, but it's also not the best possible holding you could have had.
Yeah. As you say, singleton heart lead. West is probably going to work out to win the ace and give partner heart rough. West is looking at way too many high cards to think that there's a real chance of beating this.
Yeah. Just take your 2 tricks and go home. And partners then, and even with Gru being, as light as he could be, which is probably this hand, you still have very little hope of actually beating the contract. And you can see where 2 tricks are coming from.
Well, West is going to think about it. Ace of hearts. I don't think Gru played the 4. I'm pretty sure he played the 8 on this trick.
Well, they're both lower than the 9, so maybe preserving the 8 gives it a chance that the lead was from 9-8 cluster.
Yeah. Could be.
So deciding whether to false card, it's often better to play an honest card if all of your cards are either higher or lower than dummy's card.
Well, the Pivotable board 22 is happening in the other room right now. We'll see if Slam comes through over there, or if they also fall short and do not manage to make it. All right, there's the heart rough. Guru is going to claim shortly.
So I'm looking at the auction in the other room, and I think they had a coquish auction where hearts couldn't be agreed in a forcing way by 3 hearts. And so they wound up, with West making a heavy raise of 3 hearts to 4 hearts and running out of room. I hear over and over again from people saying, well, coquish is free. And I've worked very hard to take coquish off my card. My current solution is to just make 2 no trump guarantee hearts and have 2 hearts guarantee a balanced hand to not freeze responder for 1 round of bidding.
There's never a convention that is free. There's always trade-offs for every convention that you play. So it's a lot more important to understand what the trade-offs are for the conventions you're playing versus the ones that your counterparts are playing at the other table than it is to just always play the best conventions on every board. But
right. So my swap is not free versus natural because you lose the 2 spade and 2 no trump response to 2 hearts. So there's a little bit of finagling that we do in our responses to try to get as much of that back as we can. And some of it, I have other clever things. I'm not going to go into all of it, but some of the things that I think are expensive costs I get rid of with by having a peculiar meaning for 2 clubs past 2 hearts. Also not free because it's a convention.
Boy, here we go. So Brad has opened a strong club. For them, I think it's about 15 plus.
And red on white, West has bid 1 spade.
Yeah, West has bid a spade. Gru has passed over a spade, which I'm actually not sure what.
Well, they probably play like double is something like 5 to 7 or 6 to 8 artificial or something, or maybe 5. They play it negative, showing 4 hearts. Whatever they do, North hand couldn't bid, and the South hand probably choices were like 1 no or making a takeout double because South's kind of a minimum club, and his only suit is spades. So I think I think he didn't really have a way to defend one spade doubled. They're going to destroy this contract on a trump lead.
It might
Declare's
only
going to lose
be
everything.
7 tricks.
Well, let's see. I mean, I think Declare's going to lose the 2 hearts. He's going to lose the 2 diamonds. He's going to lose the club. And then he's going to lose 3 spade tricks, I guess. So that's
2 spade tricks, probably.
Yeah, 2.
I think he only loses 2 spade tricks. But
it seems to me like he loses 3. I mean, if he plays a spade back here and Declare would have to put in the 9. If he cashes the ace of spades, then it becomes a fight for whether or not.
There's no fight on the ace of spades. I mean, Declare just cashes the ace, king, ace, and then exits and eventually scores the queen, jack, 9 of spades.
Yeah, good.
So this looks like there is some potential for Declare to go wrong. If he sticks in the 5 of spades, it all comes back to the same. Ace, king, ace, and then exit. If Declare puts in the 9 of spades...
I think the 9 is the indicated play. I don't think I mean, it's possible they led low from 10 and 1. That is sort of a normal thing that you would lead low from doubles and 10 rather than blow up your 10. But the 9, I think, is percentage because they passed out 1 spade, and I don't think you could in the 5. The 5 is a really big play.
Yeah, even if he puts in the 9, he can still escape for down 1 here, but Declare is going to need to be a little bit careful. He'll need to cut communication and clubs and throw south in to eventually get him to either lead a club, giving him a ruff with the 5 of spades, or a spade, allowing him to then win the queen and then exit diamonds to north, who will get, effectively forced to lead spades back around.
I think the natural play from Declare, I think, is to play a heart.
Yeah.
And I suppose there's an argument for ace and a clubs. I'd be worried that it goes club, club, and then South is able to pitch a heart from ace and 1, and I lose my ability to score a trick with the heart when the heart queen was onside. And that could let you make. If the heart queen was onside, then you might be able to take 2 spades, 2 diamonds, a club, a heart is 6, and still have an end play for 1 more spade trick, possibly.
Yeah, that could definitely work.
So if we think that he's going to maybe float the 10 of hearts to South, who's going to win the queen, South's on lead. Maybe South probably cashes the ace of hearts just to make sure that he doesn't get end played with it later.
Yep.
And then shifts, and a club shift is the natural shift from South. Declare is cashing the high diamonds, which doesn't hurt him, I think, but it does maybe mean that if North gets on lead, North can just cash the diamonds. And
yeah, that's kind of the problem here.
Oh, all right. So he's actually exited a 3rd round of diamonds. This feels like he's just giving up any chance of the heart queen being onside, because if it would allow the defense to pitch a potential heart loser. I don't like this line of play. I don't know that it makes. I don't know if it's going to cost him the contract on this lie of the cards or the critical trick on this lie of the cards, but it definitely was going to cost him a trick if the Queen of Hearts was onside.
Yeah, I think a big point to take away from this is North pitched a diamond on the 2nd round of spades, and Declare, having 6 diamonds between his hand, might have thought, hey, sometimes now diamonds split 3-3 and I can set up the 4th round of diamonds, which might have been what he was hoping for. But that's just not a realistic thing that strong defenders will do against you, especially when it's fairly clear that North is going to have alternative discards, because North isn't the one who has all of the missing assets. South is the one with all the high cards. North could have pitched a heart. North could have pitched a club to give a signal in that suit. So the diamond pitch, I think, strongly indicates that North started with at least 5 diamonds, and therefore ace, king, and a diamond.
To add to your point, Rob, here North is known to start with exactly 1 spade, right? Mm-hmm. So unless North is 1-4-4-4, they have a 5-card suit somewhere. Mm-hmm. And their first pitch is often going to be from that 5-card suit. And that's a good thing to be aware of as a declarer. What's called the idle 5th is the declarer's a defender's first discard when they have a lot of choices and they don't want to blow a trick is usually going to be from their 5-card suit where they know that it's safe.
Yeah.
So if you, at least if you understand that inference, then you can sort of it'll help you figure out the patterns of the defending hands. And you can sometimes cross up a strong declarer who's aware of that by violating that rule and not discarding your idle fifth first and getting them to get the whole. I'll sometimes see them get the whole hand wrong.
Oh my god, Brad finds it. So I was confused as to why Gru didn't cash the Jack of Diamonds. I mean, maybe he did. But I think if this actually happened and Gru just switched to the 8 of clubs, Brad needed to duck this trick because Joe needs to be able to win the second round of clubs so that he can now cash the Jack of Diamonds before playing a heart throw. Yeah, it looks like this actually happened. So now the Jack of Diamonds cashes, Brad can throw the Queen of Clubs. Now Gru
Look at that, the 10-6 of spades are equals against the Jack and the 5. So
right.
South cashes the Queen Ace of Hearts, exits with one of his low spades that are equal.
Yeah.
And then gets the last 2 tricks. It's a very nice defense by North and South. So well played. Wes is not having none of it. He's like, you are not end playing me. I end play you. No, come on, operator. I like that play of the 5 of spades under the 6. It's prettier. It didn't cost him a trick, and it was beautiful. The art. I just lost all the art of this hand. Well, some of it. Half the art of the hand went away with.
Well, the defense was still very nice. You know, Brad did very well to continue a low spade, the 4 of spades, putting Declara to kind of that guess at trick 2. And then there might have been an opportunity for Declara to get out for down 1, but it's hard to blame him for, either playing for the Heart Queen on side, which would not have worked, or doing whatever else he did.
So we'll see how they don't play a precision club when vulnerable. We'll see how aggressive they are about opening one of the majors. I don't think East is going to open.
No, Brad will pass. They're very solid when vulnerable. They tend to only open like 12s.
If you're going to stretch really hard for vulnerable games, then then your ranges become very wide. If you start opening your 10 counts, your ranges become so wide that you wind up getting too high looking for your red games. When it's just 10 ups at 11 or something. So 3 passes to a strong no trump, I guess, or maybe a spade. Pass 10 2 over 1, maybe 2 no pass, maybe 3 no by North over 2 hearts.
Yeah, North has to show some values here, so 3 no seems a practical choice. I mean, 3 clubs seems a practical choice just in case South can show 6th heart, maybe.
I mean, it's possible South has like a singleton diamond and 5 clubs here, so that's the main argument for 3 clubs in case clubs is the right strain, but it could work out that spades or hearts are still the right strain opposite diamond weakness.
Yeah.
Alternatively, 3-0 is a low information auction, and maybe they'll lead the wrong thing even when they were beating you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of options.
You can see here on this lie of the cards, you really don't want to play it in spades.
So Gru does bid 3 now, and now it's to East to find the attractive lead. Goes with the 9 doubleton of diamonds as opposed to a club from strength.
Imps, I would have liked to leave that Queen of Clubs and just start establishing potentially 2 additional club trucks.
It does make a lot of sense. I mean, one thing East knows is that North is pretty likely to be unbalanced. North actually has to be unbalanced, right? Because North has extras. So North didn't open a strong no trump. There has to be a reason for it.
I mean, I suppose North could have like 17 or 18, like be above their strong no trump range with a 5-card major and jump to 3-0 here.
Yeah. North could be 17 to 19 or whatever in that range.
So we've seen a 1 imp swing and 3 pushes in the last 4 boards. One of them was a potential slam swing. that didn't materialize on board 22, and I think 24 is likely to be. I don't think very many auctions get you to slam on 24 either. So his match is sort of quieted down with a bunch of really flat boards.
Yeah,
This
although
one,
I mean, 25 easily could not be flat, because if South opens a spade at the other table, obviously West is not going to be declaring a spade after that start to the auction. So we could see some imps swung there.
Right. So if Declare has chosen to establish a diamond trick, maybe hoping that 8 of diamonds is a big card, preventing the defense from continuing to a diamond attack. Now, this does give West basically an extra entry to lead clubs through an additional time. Let's say West chips the 8 of clubs. East wins. West, if Declare goes to establish hearts, West can get in also with a 4th heart to lead another club through, which would give the defense a diamond, 3 clubs, and a heart for 4 tricks. East probably should be shifting to the 10 of hearts, because as long as partner's able to get in, he can see the defense winning. So Declare could get some sort of position against East here by cashing hearts and then not putting. Declare knows he can't put West in again with another heart. So Declare could cash the ace, king, queen of hearts, and then needs to probably exit with the passing the 10 of clubs around himself.
Okay, so first question. I assume West has to play the jack of hearts on this trick, right?
Spades are blocked too.
Because if the 10
yes.
of hearts holds this trick, well,
it's all over. Oh, so Gru can duck it.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's only 8 tricks.
It's 8 tricks.
He did not duck it.
East would have gotten strip squeezed.
All right,
it might not have been the most obvious line of play.
In this position, all right, so let's say okay, he cashed the queen of diamonds first, probably pitching a spade. He doesn't know what to pitch yet from his hand. I think he cashes the king of spades, queen of hearts, and then has to figure out how to exit. But he also has to pitch on the queen of hearts, and that 4th spade is potentially an important card from his hand too. So he has 4 tricks in. He has the queen of hearts is 5, and the ace king of spades is 7. He needs 2 more by end plays. I think he can do it, right? Let's see if he plays the queen of hearts pitching a club, and then plays king of spades, spade to the 9. Now, East could just win and play a spade back, giving him 1 spade trick, and wait for the ace queen of clubs for the last 2 cards.
Yeah, he really needed to score that long heart to get enough tricks.
That would have gotten him up to 8 if he ducked the 10 of hearts, and then the same sort of end play position would have gotten him to 9 by being able to throw East in to lead away from the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I don't know if West failed to cover the 10 of hearts. I mean, it was very important for West to play the jack of hearts on that 10 to make sure Declare couldn't duck.
I think he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It was well spotted by you that was even a thing, that you needed to duck the 10 of hearts.
This is a thing that I think you become more familiar with as you defend against some of these stronger and stronger players, and especially on a hand like this where it looks as if Declare might have some good spades, they have some good hearts. Clearly you can't attack diamonds, so West played a club, his partner won the jack. You kind of know, I really want to win a trick so that I can play another club through. You never want to duck a trick when Declare might leave your partner on lead, setting up a bunch of winners in one of the hands. So Gru handles the end position nicely here, exiting to East, who has to lead away from the club ace, but he is going to end up down 1.
But still, there's some potential for a swing if Declare can read the cards. It's a very foul lie of the opposing cards. It's easy to go down. But I could also imagine that if I was defending and started with the queen of clubs, Declare is in a much better shape than Declare was at this table. Even though the 9 of diamonds found the jack for Declare, and sort of gave Declare some tempo in that way, it still, I think, was an overall an effective start for the defense.
Yeah, it didn't hurt the defense because Declare could always take that diamond hook himself. So it's very possible Declare gets the same tricks, but then scores the king of clubs in addition, and makes 9 tricks that way. Board 27, we got 4 boards to play in this first half, and then the players will be on a short break for lunch for themselves. We're starting up again at 4 p.m. Local time, Eastern time in the US and Canada, and that's about 2 hours from now.
We can't seem to break through to find a hand with 11 cards and 2 suits. I like this 3 diamond opening bid by North.
Yeah,
A
third
little
seat.
happy that he knows his partner opens anything.
That's a huge advantage of actually opening very late, especially non-vulnerable, is that your range for preempts in third seat can just drastically increase. You could have Gru could have a 13 count here. You see as 11 with a 6-card diamond suit, so it puts a lot of pressure on the opponents. Now they don't know if and Brad raises to 4 diamonds. I mean, West is going to feel sad about the way this auction has gone.
Yeah, I think both East and West are sort of like going, what's going on when it's past 3 diamonds, past 4 diamonds. But you just have to bid the hand that's in front of you. And neither West nor East has a hand that really wants to get involved. If it had gone 3 diamonds past, I think West would have bid 3 hearts there. And then East would have probably popped it into 4. And that's a decent contract for East West. But they did just enough, and neither one of them really had a bid. I think West was closer to a bid than East, but passing in second seat and then bidding 4 hearts the next time around doesn't feel great. You can see that East hand had 5 spades and would have caught a misfit.
Yeah, and so 4 diamonds is going to go down too, but this feels oddly reminiscent of that board from, was it the first segment? Maybe you missed it. I was here for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, where Gru and Moss just bid, and their opponents, missed out on a game because they never came into the auction. So potential for another game swing. I mean, 4 hearts is, I guess there's a club ruff, the ace of hearts, and a diamond to lose off the top. But with Trump splitting, it looks like 4 hearts is going to come home, even on the singleton club lead. So yeah, 4 pushes in a row now after that 1 imp swing on board 20. We'll see what happens on board 25. I do not expect that to be a flat board.
Well, I'll give you a spoiler. The contract is also 1 spade.
Okay, 1 spade by South then.
Yes, 1 spade by South.
I think it's going to be hard for South to make 4 over tricks in that contract, so we will see some number of imps swung.
Usually not a good idea to have your team contract in the same strain in both rooms.
Yeah, often not.
All right, so 4 diamonds, we're saying, is kind of, there was no, North South are playing 4 diamonds, not East West. Yeah, so
2 down.
8 tricks, we're saying. But they may well make 4 hearts.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a really nice result for Rubenstein, who is, at least up to this point, is battling toe for toe with Forcado.
And certainly on paper, I would think that Rubenstein is a much stronger team. But
yeah, now with Rubenstein sitting out for the second sets today, the 3rd and 4th quarters, we might see a little bit of a swing in the match going in their favor. But Forcado is holding their own.
So this looks like an interesting board. North kind of has a North might just open 2-no trump, knowing the player involved.
Mm-hmm.
The normal thing to do would be open a diamond and rebid 3 diamonds, or possibly over a spade response to rebid 3-no trump, which normally shows like 7 solid diamonds and something on the outside. But I could see opening a diamond and going diamond past a spade, just rebidding 3-no trump. Slam a grand is actually really good because you have the 2 running suits grand with 6 diamonds, 5 clubs, and 2 aces.
Yeah, and even if the clubs happen to split poorly, you can fall back on the spade finesse. So
yeah, that's some of the time also, like if clubs don't break, even 6 was going down, you'd rather be in 7 than it could be a hand where they lead something, setting up a trick for the defense, and then if let's say they lead the jack of hearts, you're in 6-no trump by North. If the clubs don't come in, you can't even make 6-no trump. 6 diamonds, 3 clubs is 9, a heart is 10, 2 spades is 12, I guess. So you're on the spade finesse, so it's not quite. If you imagine, that imagine East leads a spade, you pop up with the ace because if you're in 7, you're not. So maybe in 6 they lead a spade, you finesse it. But.
A diamond, 2 clubs, 3 diamonds. So this, in a 2-over-1 context, because 2 clubs is game forcing, 3 diamonds shows a solid diamond suit. So diamonds are trumps for North-South. And now
and South is 2 bid the ace of spades. And I would think that for this partnership, that 4 club bid is not shortness. And I think 4 hearts is probably key card.
Yeah, 4 diamonds is just spades, partner, please bid key card.
That's 2 without. And now I think we bid 5 hearts, saying, do you have anything extra? And South can show the queen of clubs as if it's the king because North is Q bid the suit. Right? Or South can just bid the grand because the ace, queen of clubs, and partner is shown. If this is the problem, if you Q bid shortness and partner suit, these auctions become a problem. South doesn't know his ace, queen, 5th of clubs is a good holding.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about this the other day with the GNTs.
Yeah. Now, South doesn't know that it's not king in 1 club. So I think what I would do if partner asked for kings with 5 hearts is I would bid 6 clubs or, whatever is asking. If that's asking for the queen of hearts, the queen of diamonds, South doesn't have it. Oh, he already denied it. Oh, he thought 5 diamonds was signing off?
Oh, boy.
Okay. Had North sensibly bid 5 hearts, asking for anything extra, and partner had shown the club king, I would think I could bid 6 clubs to say, I've got an extra club honor, but I don't have. If I had ace, queen, jack of clubs, I would just bid the grand, knowing they're running. But I'd say I have extra club honor, but I don't know they're running, and let partner choose. 5 diamonds is a disaster result for North-South.
Is it possible that 5 diamonds hasn't passed out and the Vugraph operator just hit in too many passes? South is thinking over. 5 diamonds seems like a strange bid from North once South has showed 2 key cards.
No, I don't think so. Unless they keyed in the wrong number of diamonds, North bid some other number of diamonds. But I think North.
Okay. I think you might be onto something. Yeah, North bids some number of diamonds, but we don't know which. That makes more sense.
I wonder if there's no way North asked for aces, found out they had them all, and then signed off in 5.
No. So North bid 6 or 7.
But what I can imagine is that North forgot that 5 diamonds was to play and thought that 5 diamonds was asking about kings. That seems like a plausible accident. Let's say not saying anything about the actual players at the table, but let's say North before the session was got really stoned.
Yeah.
And then just forgot what was to play after the keycard response.
Uh-huh.
Now it sort of seems a lot more sensible. An opportunity here a golden opportunity for Forkdo to pick up a slam swing.
I'm still pretty convinced that North has bid something other than 5 diamonds, 6 or 7, but I guess we'll have to see during the break.
The fact that he claimed it that quickly tells me he was in 5. He was just was disgusted, said, all right, I'm going to win, and how do clubs break?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what happened.
All right, Gru opens a heart on the next one. 11 count. This one's 5-4 in the majors. Working honors a singleton. So not quite as poor as the 11 count Brad passed earlier. Or 10 count it might have been. Board 26. Spade overcall. 2 spades. A limit raise or better. And hearts.
And that looks like maybe North is cooperating because of his singleton club and purity in the majors, despite having only 11 high card points. South was bidding game regardless, but I wonder if South has to like consider whether or not this is a slam hand at this point, which it actually is. It would be funny if they did slam on this hand and not the last one. The last hand was like such an obvious slam.
Well, they have to make up time for missing the slam on the previous board.
I've seen that from Brad before, though. So one time I'm playing a match point event against Brad, right? He finds like one of his sketchy, like out of the blue doubles against me, and beats me a trick red. And the next hand, they had a game try auction, and I was totally doubling off 4 when they got there, and he stayed low, and he said after I don't remember if this after the auction or after the hand was over, he said I could feel the revenge double coming on the second board, so I stayed low. I don't think Joe has anything to spare after having already bid 3 diamonds, so it's a question of whether Brad's going to move again.
Right, yeah. No, Brad only has 14. It looks like the hands fit fairly well, but the one thing he might be concerned about is that if he starts roughing spades in his hand, his partner's trump holding might get compromised.
Yeah, he sort of has 4 good covers there with like 4 cards he knows are working with the ace, queen, king, queen of hearts. And he probably knows the jack of diamonds is working too, if 3 diamonds, since 3 diamonds is like a natural thing. So the jack 10 of diamonds, like every honor he knows is working. The other hand, you're right. If he has to rough 2 spades in the south hand, that could promote a trump trick for east-west. So that is a consideration. It's just so many cover cards. And the singleton spade is kind of a cover card too. It feels like the south hand has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 covers, and that's too many to pass in game. Brad's thinking about it, so he's considering all these things. He knows that he doesn't really have a whole lot to spare to be making a slam try, but on the other hand, every single card in his hand is working.
Yeah, I guess a lot of it falls back on the range of this 3 diamond bid. If Gru had extra values, he probably would have cubed over 3 spades. So it kind of feels like 3 diamonds is not quite good enough to bid 4 hearts over the limit raise. And that might significantly limit North's values on an auction like this.
So on 26, the auction and opening lead were all duplicated thus far.
Okay.
So it may be yet another low variance hand, but Declare hasn't gone down yet.
No.
And he could go down 2 also. So,
yeah, down 2's in the picture. Making is still in the picture, but down 1 seems a likely result as well. Brad's giving this a lot of thought. He's, constructing hands that Gru might hold. I mean, how good is 6 hearts a contract to opposite the hand that Gru actually has? Because just the king of diamonds in the pocket isn't good enough.
Right. So you have 5 hearts. Let's say that say the king of diamonds is on side, but it's doubleton like this, so you actually still have to deal with you don't have an extra pitch with the 4th diamond. I guess you could. You can leave low towards the 10 and low towards the jack if you have enough entries. I see his bid key card. I was going to say the other thing he's considering is if he goes on, how to go on. Partner showed 2 without, and he's got all the key cards, so maybe he could bid a revenge 5 hearts here for the last hand, where his partner asked for key cards, then signed off. He found they were all there. that would be the wrong kind of revenge, but I wouldn't put it totally past him.
I mean, again, we've been talking about these singletons opposite aces. Like, now that he knows his partner has the spade ace, his hand has gotten a little bit worse. He would very much prefer that ace of spades was the king queen of clubs. And then,
Right. If his partner had shown one, I think, yeah, he's got a clear slam bid, but his partner showed two. He's sort of thinking, too many key cards. Well, he's offering six diamonds as a choice, but North. All right. So if he plays like I prefer, if a strain has been previously bid in the auction, then it's not a try for seven looking for third round control. It's actually offering a different strain for slam in case partner has the right hand. Like imagine partner one fewer spade and one more diamond, six diamonds could be a better contract here, especially without the jack of hearts. You can't ruff twice without for sure blowing a trump trick. So the hand's fairly friendly. Declare would like to lead diamonds twice towards the ace jack 10 so they could pick up this specific holding. There's some, Declare could ruff clubs in their hand rather than spades in the dummy. So it could be like you win the ace of spades. One chance is you could win the ace of spades, play ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond to the 10, club ruff, diamond, club ruff, draw trumps, and lose the six of, overtake the queen. You're tangled. You actually don't get, that's enough tricks, right? Because you have the three hearts in dummy, the five clubs in dummy, and you still have to lose the six diamonds because they're tangled.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, we can afford to lose a trick. We're in a slam. We're not in seven.
Right.
So
he could also sort of play a cross ruff line. So he is doing a variation of what I said. He's going to ruff some rough clubs in his hand. He could just ruff clubs in hand and spades and dummy and lose a diamond trick if he can do all that.
Well, I think this is going to be his plan. He's going to ruff a club low and lead another diamond. And if the king doesn't pop up, he's already found out that the diamond finesses work. Oh, okay.
All right, well, he's going to find out the king of diamonds right now, but he also is short on entries to ruff the fifth club good. So he may be committed to a cross ruff line here. Can he do anything else? I guess he still has entries to ruff the clubs good, right? But I think he's going to cross ruff. If he can score, wow, he's ruffed that high. So what's he going to do? Ruff two clubs high and plays
club
ace
ruff
of hearts.
High, heart to the king, club ruff high, heart to the queen, but now we're...
Maybe that's okay. I just plays the queen of diamonds. Oh, but
that's
the diamond.
Not okay. No, this line of play doesn't work. So,
This line of play seems very convoluted. I think the theory that Joe might have gotten high before the session starting to
is starting to make more sense. Yeah. Well,
don't take any of that seriously, viewers. I am joking.
Okay. I mean, what can Declare do at this point now that we've?
That seems like a lot of caution roughing with it. Like there's gonna be too many things where you're like, oh, I can. You better double check, make sure you can handle things before you start roughing with high trumps.
I mean, he might have been thinking that he could handle it because his plan was kind of going to be to.
So that got roughed in the short hand.
Yeah.
And now you tap the other hand with a spade, or you play a trump back. You do one of those things. You better try to figure this out. Well, East knew what to do and played a trump. Whether that's right or wrong, he decided on that a long time ago.
Yeah, so Gru can still make this if he cashes the jack of diamonds next. But
if he played a spade back, it would force Declare into a cross ruff line, which I guess would succeed because East was out of trumps. There would be no chance of establishing the clubs.
Well, again, Gru still needs to be able to cash the jack of diamonds. I don't think he can make it if he doesn't score the jack of diamonds. So he needs to cash now, and then he can cross-ruff his way to victory.
No, but he can score. He can ruff one spade low and one spade high.
Yeah, he roughs this club low.
ruffs a spade low, and then cashes the jack of diamonds, and then he has a
Well, okay, there's a line of play that's not going to work, which is
what?
roughing with the ace of hearts and leading a heart to the 8. Or leading the 9 of... this was never going to
Wow.
work.
I mean, this feels like Gru played the hand double dummy to go down. And this line of play, it's I don't think it took advantage of all of his chances.
No.
And most of the lines of play I was considering sort of take 12 fairly easy tricks.
It's
He
not
went
an
down
easy
with
hand to
every
declare.
breaking.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy hand to declare, but it does look like a player of Gru's caliber should have been able to
And
just
trumps were
find
three
something.
two. The diamonds were as friendly as could be. Spades were 6-2, but you kind of knew most of that. Clubs were 4-3. I, it's that's a very. I mean, like there are opportunities on 28 and 29 for Forcado to like actually make some huge inroads in this match. It looks like
Well,
26 is going to be a push.
last board of the set at this table, and then there is still coverage going on in the other room. I don't know if there's any live commentary, but you all can head over there. Michael and I will be taking a bit of a break. I'm going to get myself some lunch, and we'll be back in about an hour and a half for the third quarter of play.
So it's like there was this whole string of no swing boards between 26 and probably 20 and 20, possibly 27. Well, probably 20 to 26, which were like no swing boards. And I think there's a pretty good chance of a game swing going to Rubenstein on 27, and then two big swings could come the other way on 28, 29. All right, on this board, they do open their light one spade. North did 2 steps, which is their artificial game force. I assume South's 2 heart bid showed something artificial because it doesn't have hearts. And they're probably in a relay where 2 hearts showed diamonds and 2 spades asked, and 3 diamonds showed heart shortness. And 4 diamonds probably was a puppet to 4 hearts to play in a contract. It was a lot of relay pairs use that 4 diamond call to ask partner to bid 4 hearts, and then the next thing they bid is to play. And if they bid something directly, it's slam trying that suit or key card in that suit.
Yeah, so
Al
it looks
Hollander.
like 4 spades is going to be the final contract, and there is the potential for diamond rough.
Al Hollander saying that 2 hearts was just generic minimum and in the chat, but I'm almost sure that 4 diamonds was a puppet to 4 hearts. I'm guessing 3. Al Hollander says he doesn't know the rest of the relay structure, but 2 spades asks for shortness. This probably goes low, middle, high. 2 no, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds. May go like low, middle, high, none. Their doubleton could count as shortness, right? So there's no none, so it goes low, middle, high. So 3 diamonds is probably high, short, showing most 2 hearts, possibly 1, and North's like, well, opposite a non-precision club, my ace king hearts are in the wrong spot, opposite the shortness, just signing off in 4 spades. So
Yeah, if North had caught a singleton diamond, then
guess.
there might have been some opportunities for a slam on this one, but okay, big opening lead decision because
diamond rough on a club beats it.
yeah, it does seem like either a club opening lead East might stick in the jack, but
Is West on? No. Well, yeah, West is on lead. There's no way West is leaving a low diamond.
no.
West is just going to leave the jack of hearts like a normal person, right?
I think the jack of hearts is somewhat normal, although South has showed heart shortness.
South showed short hearts, yeah.
So, West might lead a club, and I suppose the real question is, will West try a high club to indicate nothing in the suit? That could put East onto the right defense.
Although, I mean, it could also make East think that you're getting club rough. I think usually with small cards, you just lead your stand. Unless you haven't bid the suit, part of 100% sure about your length, you just show your proper count card in the suit and let partner work out the high cards as best they can. I suppose there's some merit to leading a trump here. Also, it's not all clear. I'm assuming I've got the relay right because as a relay player, I know that it's a common thing to count your shorts. Although South has not confirmed or denied the presence of a side 5-card suit. But they could just be a short in his first relay pair. So West did just decide to do the normal thing and lead their jack of hearts, which was, South has shortened hearts. It's unlikely to blow anything. Every once in a while, when they have shortness in hearts, you need to cash your winners before they get pitched on some source of tricks and dummy, which could easily be clubs. If you imagine that, say, they have North has a source of tricks and clubs. If you lead something passive, they just draw all the trumps and pitch red suit losers away.
Right. Could definitely have been the layout here. So Declare is not out of the woods yet. He's going to need to pick off this 10 of diamonds. That is not the way trick 1 went.
Yeah. I disbelieve again.
I mean, I think ace of hearts and then probably pull 3 rounds of trumps ending in dummy, cash the second heart pitching a club before deciding what to do in the diamond suit.
So the auction on 27, where East-West bid 3 diamonds past 4 diamonds and went down 2, or North-South bid 3 diamonds past 4 diamonds, which it was kind of empowered by their club structure. North in the other room opened 2 diamonds, giving East an easy 2-spade overcall. South raised to 3 diamonds. West chirped in with 3 hearts, but East did not raise it to 4. So I think we're just going to see 2 imps to Rubenstein instead of the potential 8 imps that they would have had for bidding game. Now we're going to unwind this to make sure the declarer actually wins the first round of hearts.
Okay, 2 rounds of spades to dummy. Declare might pause for a second, seeing that the spades are 3-1 before pulling the last trump.
So declare needs to pitch something on the king of hearts. He wants to eliminate that suit. And it kind of makes sense to pitch a club on it because pitching 2 diamonds from the south end, 1 diamond from the south end doesn't solve your diamond problem. But pitching 1 club might solve your club jack problem.
Yep.
The defense can just exit in clubs and leave declare the diamond decision on his own. Given his declare, West pitched a club, no one's pitched a diamond. There's a lot to be said for declare eventually playing West for the diamond 10 because West is short, had only 1 spade to East 3. And it's going to look like hearts are 4-4, which makes it more likely West has longer diamonds, which he does. He just forgot to hold the 10.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I should say I think it's obvious for declare to play a spade, a heart, pitching a club, and lead a diamond to the queen, but that would work here because we can still play West for the diamond 10 later. We just want to lead towards the queen of diamonds first in hand.
Yes. Okay, yeah. When you lead low towards the diamond queen, if East has honor 10 doubleton, which what are the odds they actually have that, then it just picks up the diamond for you. The odds here are 100% that East has honor 10 doubleton because he has honor 10 doubleton.
Yeah, so this is, a combination where you have both the queen and jack in separate hands. You want to lead through the player that is short in the suit first because they'll sometimes have honor doubleton. So even like king doubleton or something, we will pick up by leading low to the queen, or ace doubleton will pick up by leading low to the queen on the first round. We can always plan to play a diamond to the 9 later.
Right, because we have a trump and dummy to handle it. And that's a good point. That, like, you don't need to lead. You don't need 4 diamond tricks where you would need to finesse the 9 and finesse the 8, or you don't need to pick it up that way. It's good enough to just pick up 1 additional diamond trick because we off the 4th one. So if we didn't have the trump consideration, then the ability to ruff the fourth diamond in dummy, then we would want to take a first round finesse. But given the fact that we don't need that many diamond tricks, so here, all right, so here it goes. 10, diamond 10 shows up. The cleric can actually claim. I just realized that at the other table north south are Turner and Hughes, which is awfully close to Turner and Hooch, which probably people watching Bridge are old enough to remember that movie.
That was an old one.
Yeah, it's Tom Hanks is a police detective named Turner and has a dog named Hooch, or inherits a dog named Hooch. It has been at least 25 years since I've seen that movie, but yeah.
An old
classic. A little bit of a sidetrack, but he hasn't claimed yet. But he can claim because he's just pitching a club here and then claiming, right?
Yeah, he'll just pitch a club and claim.
Double checking his math after the last two deals to make sure that
that seems a reasonable thing to look into. But 3 boards yet to play in the overroom and 2 big slam potential swings on boards 28 and 29. So make sure to check that out. But thank you, Michael. We will be taking a short break and we'll be back in about an hour and a half.
Probably this match will stay on view graph, given especially if Forcado picks up at least one of those swings on the next 2 boards, they're going to be ahead at the half.
Yeah, it'll be an exciting one to keep track of throughout the day. But
this match could upset a lot of brackets if it goes Forcado's way.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Take care. All right, chat. My food is here. It was perfectly timed, so I will be back in just a second with food. Let's actually head over to the other table, and we can see what's going on in that room. I need to scrounge up a fork, so I'm gonna run to the kitchen in a second and try and find a fork. I'm a little bit concerned on how successful I'll be in this task, but long think from north over 5 diamonds. Imagine if they bid 7 diamonds here. BRB. I was successful in my quest to get a fork, which is great news for me. I think also great news for you. God, I'm so hungry. A Morden fork? I didn't find that in the kitchen. No, just a regular fork. 5 diamonds feels like not the bid. Dude, are they also missing a slam? What happened on this hand? A diamond, 2 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 spades, 4 clubs, 5 diamonds? What the fuck? How is 5 diamonds the bid that everyone's making? This is crazy to me. Okay, but real question. Was Joe Grew actually high on both of these boards? Because 28, fine. I get it. It seems like a hyper conservative call. But from North's perspective, if South was missing both black queens, then, you know, 5 diamonds would be the limit, right? The defense leads a major suit setting up a trick, and then they'll eventually score a club trick and cash their major suit. So I can kind of understand Joe Grew's sign off of 5 diamonds. I mean, I don't get the whole auction. It seems dumb. But that board I understand. Board 29, I don't understand. Grew's line of play was 0%. I'm pretty sure. Like, it was all fine up to the point where he got the queen of diamonds roughed and East returned a heart. But from there, it was 0%. Like, even if the hearts had split and the 10 of hearts had, like, come down doubleton. Oh, no, that's not actually true. I guess Grew's line of play was just, like, highly anti-percentage. If the hearts had split at the end, where East had roughed from a 3-card holding, he could have roughed the clubs good. Okay, I'm kind of back on board. I don't think Grew was high at all. I think his line of play was bad on 29, but at least he was doing something sensible. As opposed to what our commentary was discussing. This is why sometimes I find it easier doing commentary on my own. I can actually focus on the card play. Michael likes to talk about bidding. Which, I mean, no offense, but bidding is for chumps. But either way, that looks like it's going to be a big swing going to Forcado. I have a Canadian friend. I mean, she's been domesticated. She's now been American for like 15 years or something. But she grew up in Canada. I don't think I've ever heard her swear. You could be onto something, Babs. Maybe it's not in their vocabulary. You're also Canadian. Okay. Yeah, my Canadian friend, I don't think I've ever heard her swear. How long before you're domesticated? 8.5 years. I'm not taking any further questions on that. Okay, I have halftime scores. I will bring those up in a second. And we'll find something to do during the break. Guys, I have bad news for any Gavin fans out there. The Monty Python Lumberjack song? I'm not that familiar with a lot of the Monty Python stuff. But I've seen a bunch of their more famous skits and whatever. It looks like everyone knows it. Did Gavin change his last name to Walmart? That could be a huge boost on Twitter. If he starts calling himself Walmart Bridge, then I feel like he would get like millions of hits by accident to his profile. And that's what you have to do. You have to farm content, farm clicks in this day and age. And also get sued by Walmart. I know. Yo, I read this like insane thing, or I saw like a YouTube short on this crazy thing where there was some girl who in high school started like a charity competition or something, and I think her last name was like Mick something, like Mcintosh or Mick something or whatever. And she called it like the Mick whatever, like her last name, like charity thing. And McDonald's sued her over using the trademarked MC for a charity event, for like a high school charity event. And ever since, she like got a bunch of crowdfunding from, you know, some sort of GoFundMe or whatever for the charity thing. And she's been doing the charity now like annually, but calls it something different. That's insane. Like, why would you want your name on that as McDonald's? Like, you sued a charity? Excuse me? That's not cool. I guess it opens the door for like other issues of the same type that are less charitable. You know, someone wants to call their like company the Mick Brady Foundation, and McDonald's is not going to take too kindly to that. What are some other exciting matches? Um, the 9 seed, Leonardon, is still losing. Although, you know, you can have a really weak sponsor and get knocked out in the round of 16. But if you have a strong front four like Hurd, Bathurst, Demouy, and Cragnac, you'll probably make it through your much, much lower seeded round of 64 opponent and maybe even the round of 32. So it looks like the sponsor on that team might be fairly weak. In comparison, Leon, Owen's team, is still crushing. Even though they lost the second segment, they're still up 60. Are they going to make 12 tricks on this board just to rub it in? They might. So what I thought might happen is Gru might just play the hand as a full-on cross-ruff, take his 2 diamond tricks, realize that the diamonds are 4-2, and then just start roughing a bunch of clubs and spades. So like here, 2 clubs rough with the 3 of hearts, diamond, king, ace, club rough with the 5 of hearts, spade rough, club rough with the 9 of hearts, spade rough, club rough, spade rough, and then he still has the ace of hearts eventually. That would have worked out. I guess it needs West to have the 10 of hearts. So it would be like hooking West for the 10 of hearts. Joe's line of play actually doesn't seem so bad in hindsight or retrospect. I mean, it looks terrible because he went down, and there were a whole variety of other lines that would make, but maybe there's nothing that's clear cut. So him playing effectively for East to have started with 3 hearts and 2 diamonds is sensible. He would also need the club's 4-3. Yeah, Feldman and Regal, the 28 versus 37 seed is close. Regal up by 3, but Feldman made a huge second quarter comeback. You know, Street has the highest number of imps scored for a single team, followed closely by Gerli and then Rosenberg. That's really not surprising to me that the Rosenberg team up against a much weaker team in the Potter team, who's probably made up of a bunch of amateurs. I mean, I've never seen any of those names before. Facing off against an amateur team in Rosenberg, but with much stronger amateur players on it. Rosenberg is just killing it. Stark is dominating Wildowski. Wait, this is important. I think I picked Stark in my fantasy bracket. Although, for whatever reason, I can't find my bracket without scrolling through the entire list of everyone's bracket. Who programmed this site? I did pick Stark over Wildowski. Well done by me. So last board, 4 spades in the south. This is the one where there's just kind of that small problem of guessing the diamond 10. Rosenberg gets off to a trump lead. Pass, pass, pass. North opens a no trump. Transfer auction. Wait, Nidabak has 150? Did I miss this? Oh my god, they do. Holy cow. So Alwan, which is the team that defeated Lean in the opening round, looks like it might have been a fluke. Nidabak is now crushing them. There is one match that hasn't been reported on Bridge Winners, and remember, we're like 30 minutes delayed, so there's gotta be slow play penalties coming. Or maybe more likely is all the players went to get lunch and no one reported the score after the second quarter to the directors. I don't know if that's going to result in a procedural penalty or not. Your fantasy bracket is not looking too hot. There are actually a lot more upsets currently in the making than I predicted. Wait, is this true? I don't remember how many upsets I predicted, but it looks like there's quite a few brewing. Shen against the Greek team, the 48 seed, or 43 seed, I guess, now. Does it work if both teams get a procedural penalty? That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. I bet they don't. They don't penalize either of the teams for not reporting. You know, Rosenberg, what was this auction? I know 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 clubs, 4 spades. Rosenberg had an opportunity to lead his king of diamonds at trick 1. I don't blame him for not doing it, but... And maybe one of the things that he's wondering or thinking about, though, is because he's playing with the sponsor, right? We had talked about this the other day. It's really risky to make an unusual lead like king from king doubleton. Even if you think it's correct, because if it doesn't work, your sponsor might kind of blow up at you. You could get kicked off the team for something as little as that if they don't like it. The Zim is losing. Wait, is this true? They are! Oh my. It's close, though. And I think with Zimmerman sitting out, Team Data is going to have some struggles in the next set. All right, 4 spades is made. So here we go. These are the current scores. Let me get rid of this. I don't know if this is readable. Someone let me know if this is unreadable and I'll remove it from the screen. But we have Fleischer narrowly in the lead, although Fleischer will be out for the rest. No, Fleischer still has another segment. Marty likes to play 2 and 3, I think. So he was out in the first set, where they lost by 9. He was in for the second set, where they're now ahead by 15. He'll be in for the third set, and then he's going to have to cross his fingers and pray that his team can manage to hold on. Nickel got off to a big lead and then just kind of continued picking up some imps. Rosenthal, big turnaround in the second set. Zimmerman, huge loss in segment 2, but the match is close enough that I wouldn't be concerned about them. Street always seems to do well, at least early on. They seem like one of the best teams at defeating the lower seeds. They've had this team for a long time. Paul Street is that he plays with, and I can't remember the last time they've been upset before like the round of 16. I don't think they tend to do very well overall. They don't win against the likes of Fleischer, Zimmerman, Nickel, for example, Leibowitz even. But it seems like they always win the first couple of rounds. Street have gotten to 2 Solway finals and 1 Spingold final, but no wins. Yeah. Wolfson against Zhang. Different Zhang than from the US trials. This is the young guy, Brian Zhang, 4-handed. Wolfson looks like they had a better second set. But now I think Wolfson is going to be out for the remainder of the day. Forkado against Rubenstein. So we'll finally get to see Grossack and Rosenberg in action if we stick with this match. But Forkado has done well. I don't know any of these players. Michael said he's familiar with Litvak and Forkado. But if they manage to upset Rubenstein, that would be a huge win for them. Although, once again, the match is fairly close, and Rubenstein will come out. And having now reassessed those two slam hands from Gru, I don't think Joe did anything all that wrong. He had some really, really bad guesses and bad-looking guesses that cost a lot of imps, but I think all of his decisions were very reasonable. Leibowitz against Dahl. So Leibowitz is currently in the lead. I don't know what sets Larry likes to play. I don't know if he's a 1 and 2 guy or if he's a 2 and 3 guy. But it looks like they're in control of that match. Leonardon. And I think they're probably comfortably in control as well. Once again, their front four is going to be real good. Going up against a kind of unknown squad, Selway. Norman Selway and Kay Preddy. Are those two English players? I think they're from England. The UK? I'm not sure. Litvak is a name you've known from childhood, and that he's very, very senior by now. I feel like Michael knows what he's talking about. He's familiar with a lot of players. Amoyles holding on to a 26 imp lead over Wong. Someone was right there. I forget who was mentioning this earlier, but there's a lot of Chinese teams that have entered. I don't know what the reason for that is. Goodman, small lead over Maltra. This is a team I'm not familiar with. Maltra. This looks like an Indian squad, or a bunch of Indian players. Amoyles seems to have lost a player. They're at 5. Peter Gill's on a different team. So Sartaj Hans and Peter Gill frequently play together, and it looks like Peter Gill has moved to a different team. I don't know for what reason. Did that not say Mitra? It did. On my screen, it's so small. Does Hans not play with Hung? Sometimes he does. I don't know if Hung is playing in this event. Gerli. I think these guys frequently do well together. Gerli, Fruscaloni, Boki and Brenner play together a fair amount. So they're doing well. Lean is winning four-handed against Luo. Niederbach, the highest scoring single team so far, 150 after 2 segments. That's 5 imps aboard. That's insane. Up against All One. So All One is the team that defeated Lean yesterday. Welland, a solid set up against Baker. I mean, it was pretty close after the first, but then they outscored them 55-4 in the second segment. Simpson up against Senior. I feel like Senior and Bird were on my scoreboard that I had scrolling across the screen for the Life Master pairs. I remember typing them in. So some good players, at least for match points. Rosenberg is killing Potter. Four-handed against another four-handed team. Looks like that one. You know, and it's not just like that they've scored 119 or are up by 100. Their opponents have only put together 10 imps over 30 boards. That's how you know it's been a real one-sided show. Joel, Giska Joel, or I don't know how to pronounce her name actually, but um, she's been playing for a long time. I remember when she started out, it would have been 15 or more years ago as a newer player. I don't know how she made her money, but she's nice and friendly. She might be Canadian as well. But she frequently sponsors teams and plays with Will Watson. Up against Willis. Looks like that's a close match. Goldberg. Connie Goldberg's regular team here of Poon, Lou, Pearl Cullen, and Marion Mickelson are leading at the half. And then here we go. This is the disappointment to all of the Gavin fans out there. Raj and Gavin have had a hard time of it. And I don't know if that means they're going to sit out for the second set or the second half, or if they still have at least one quarter to play. But it's going to be a big uphill battle. I mean, Bruce Rogoff and Alexander Ornstein, they did very well in the platinum pairs. I don't know the other partnership on the Rogoff team, but this is like a solid set of like A or low-level expert players who just like do normal things and generally play good bridge. It's difficult to make up 56 imps against pairs that don't really give you a ton of opportunities, or basically just don't fall over flat on their face. Team Unova is killing it up against Shang. They've held their opponents to 17 imps over 30 boards, and they've scored 92 themselves. Not the same kind of shellacking that Rosenberg has done to Potter, but Shang might be a bit of a stronger team than Potter. Shen, another one of the Chinese teams, 61 to 28. They're up by 33. Kane with some of the Netherlanders, the Dutch. Big lead. We don't know what's going on in Coos against Bailey, but I think Bill Bailey sits out the second sets, or sorry, plays the first two and then sits out. So they might have an opportunity for a comeback. Hammond is actually winning, to my surprise, and maybe no one else's. Pollock is winning over Hell. Some good players on both teams there. Billy Cohen, Sam Lev, Guy Mendez de Leon, and Thibaut Sprinkweetsen. Bramley and Roman's close. This match will probably be on Vugraph. Maybe we'll end up watching this one. I would prefer not to watch the Luba-Zhu partnership, but Michael seems to like them. Regal and Feldman is also very close. Feldman four-handed. I think it's Darren Wolpert is the fourth member on the team. Lovey is playing with Darren, but don't quote me on that. Stark hits 100. They're currently cruising to victory over Wildowski, which is four-handed. No sponsor. Saxena is currently losing to McAllister, and actually by a significant amount. Now, I don't know if Saxena has to be a pro team, right? I don't think Jacob Morgan plays events unless he's being hired. I met Jacob Freeman when I was up in New York doing interviews at a bunch of the finance companies. He works for one of them. But McAllister four-handed, I'm not that familiar with some of the players, but I think I've heard Bar Tarnowski and Asaf Yaketieli before. I think I've heard of these guys. I don't know who Daniel Goldberg is. Gupta, Morden and Soren Bilda, Dennis's parents, I believe. on that team. Currently having a good time of it over Collins. And then finally, Rippy against Ash, supposedly our closest matchup in terms of seeding, 32-33. But Ash has been held to the lowest number of imps of any team out there. Yeah, it looks like 10 is the second lowest. So Ash is only at 5 imps over 30 boards. Rippy's only managed to score 35, but 65-5 has almost the same feel as like 120-10. So those are the current scores. What should we do during the break? Let's grab a deal of the week if I can make it happen. And we'll read through this as I actually eat. $60 imps in 2 segments is definitely doable, but things become a lot more complicated when you haven't managed to put together more than 5 over the first 30 boards. Ooh, we have a hand from Toronto. You see, I don't have faith in my fantasy bracket either. That faith in Nickel. I put a lot of stock into Welland. Let's see. Can I do this? Oh, that's not the one I wanted to move. There we go. You wish Welland had found a partner named Dowd. Dowd Welland? Is that some sort of like famous company or something? Okay, one sec before I start this up. I'm gonna grab a couple bites of food. All right, this week's deal is a declare play problem based on the deal. I realize now that doing deal of the week while I'm trying to eat is a little bit counterproductive. Dowd Welland. Dowd Welland. Welland Dowd. Oh, well endowed. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, you're clever. No. This is, yeah, it's totally on me. You think I was trolling? No. Anything that involves words, I'm not good at. In case that wasn't obvious already. This week's deal is a declare play problem based on a deal that was played last week at the Regal St. Clair Bridge Club in Toronto. Thanks to George Middleman for sharing this deal with us. If you'd like to see one of your favorite deals appear as deal of the week, please email details to Fred. Partner raises your 1 spade to 2 spades, you pass, and 2 spades is the final contract. We have vulnerability in the top left. West's opening lead is the diamond queen. So we have a diamond, a heart, at least 2 spades to lose. We'll need to guess the club queen. We need to deal with our heart loser. And well, anyway, let's duck trick 1. Reminder, you can view past tricks. Great, thanks, Fred. West shifts to the queen of spades to the ace. And a spade comes back to the king. Okay. So it looks like West has the remaining jack of spades. So we still have a spade and 2 hearts to lose. Think about how you play before reading on. Well, it's pretty unlikely East has the king, queen of hearts. Because that would give East ace of spades, ace of diamonds, king, queen of hearts, 13 count. Maybe they would pass throughout the auction with that, but it becomes a little bit less likely. So I don't think exiting the jack of hearts and hoping East wins will be very effective. West will win, pull the last trump, and probably exit a heart. I mean, it would be great if we could get the opponents to play diamonds for us again. We might be able to establish some diamond tricks, but that seems impossible. Anyway. It feels like we probably do just exit a heart, force them to pull trumps, force them to play back hearts, but let's see what happens. It is likely the defense will succeed in preventing you from roughing one of your heart losers in the dummy. Uh-huh. Try to get to dummy 3 times in clubs and rough 3 diamonds. Well, if we guess the queen of clubs, we always make the contract, right? So if we play a club to the 8, sure, we can rough 3 diamonds and that might look really cool, but we've already made the contract then. This all revolves around, is there a way that we can avoid the club guess? And I don't think the answer's, it doesn't seem likely. There's a 2-way finesse available in clubs. At first glance, it appears that you'll have to find the club queen in order to make your contract. There's a 2-way finesse available. Which defender do you play for the club queen? If you had to guess which defender was dealt the queen, you'd probably play East for that card, because West is known to have more spades than East, and the information about the other suits is neutral. Oh! Wait, PJF, I think you're onto something. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think you're absolutely onto something here. All right, you get a gold star on this board. Yeah, it's all about getting 3 club entries to dummy to rough 3 diamonds. And it doesn't matter if we lose a club trick in the process as long as East can't pull trump when they get in. So we should play a club to the 8. East wins the queen. But even if... Yeah, so East wins the queen and East can play back a heart. But now we can fly ace. Club to the 9. You know, diamond ruff, king of clubs to the ace, diamond ruff, club to the jack, diamond ruff. It never helps West to ruff in. Start with a low club. Oh, wait. Did they say something? This is not a deal for guessing, however. The contract is assured if you play clubs correctly. Start with a low club. Play the 8 or 9. Nice thing about this finesse is that you don't mind losing it. East will win. Return a heart. We win the ace. There are now 3 entries to the dummy in clubs. Those 3 entries can be used to ruff diamonds in the closed hand. Exactly. West ruffs in. You'll be able to ruff your heart loser and dummy after all. King of clubs to the ace. Diamond ruff. 10 of clubs to the jack. Diamond ruff. Club to the 9. Diamond ruff. And if we win this trick, that's trick 8. We'll have made the contract. If we lose, then the 8 of spades is high. Cute. Eight tricks claimed. Look at us go. If a tricky East is dealt 4 clubs to the queen, he might try the effect of ducking the first round of clubs. But this also doesn't really matter. If you now assume that West has the queen of clubs and playing clubs, you'll fail. We can still do the thing, though. Diamond ruff. Now we play another club to the 9, or in this case, if West shows out, we could play a club to the ace. Steal is a slightly unusual example of a dummy reversal. True. Dummy reversal involves ruffing in the long trump hand in order to establish the short trump hand. It's difficult to spot the possibility of dummy reversal on this deal due to the weakness of dummy's trump holding. By handling the club suit correctly, South will either not lose a club trick, or if a club trick must be lost, enough entries will remain to complete the dummy reversal. Yeah. Cool hand. Very cool hand. Okay. What else are we doing now? Because we still have about 40 minutes. So do they have... I mean, do we know who's going to be shown in the next set? I think Jan likes to put up the... the close matches on VuGraph. A20 defect boss swap. Is that what we're doing for the next 40 minutes? I feel like I might lose 90% of my viewers if I do that. I might also gain like another 150 viewers though. So in terms of like increasing channel popularity, maybe I should just be playing video games instead of streaming bridge. I guess I'll play like some sort of silly thing. We could play a Zenith and earn ourselves some money. Some free online bridge cash. I don't want to commit to 16 boards. I'm worried that we won't finish. We'll play a daily match point thing while I finish eating. Because I have not been doing a great job of eating. I had like 5 or 6 bites of food, but you know how sometimes when you're really hungry and you eat like a couple bites of food, you're like, oh, okay, I'm no longer hungry. That's kind of what happened. Did West really lead from Queen Doubleton? God, the robots are so bad. And just lead a club like a normal person. Or Trump. Ace third. Wow. This is some bidding. So partner has 5 spades. Partner's 5-5. I don't think that's very likely. Partner only has 4 diamonds. All right. What is happening? I don't think we're taking any more tricks, but like somehow we're we're defending 4 clubs down 3. What? We'll take it. Plus 150. Good lead by me. Excellent defense. Club a heart. This is like super tempting. We got 56% for 4 clubs down 3. Queen of diamonds. Okay. Now what? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. I am out of entries to the North Hand. Well, we almost did great. I guess we have to lose a trick from here. Alright. Made 3. So close. Pass, pass, pass. That one. 1 club. 1 heart. I will bid 2 hearts again. 3 clubs. Game try. How good is our hand? That's not great. We're mirrored. Well, wow, what a player East is. A spade exit? No! That's rude. This isn't going my way. 4, 2, 3, 4 or something is what I would need. 4, 2, 3, 4 seems almost impossible. All right, down 2. Double. Awkward hand. I guess no one else bid game on board 4. I guess I'll pass. I don't like the king of diamonds. Should have bid the game. Oh man, hearts really were 6-1, huh? Well, plus 200. At imps, I would have definitely raised. Now I'm going to bid the game and it's going to be wrong again. Yep. I mean, does anyone understand the robot game tries? You know, chime in if you do, because the robots kind of just randomly pick a suit to bid and make a game try on it. I don't know. Okay. All right. Hold on. um this isn't enough, right? Yeah, this is definitely not enough. We're still just down one. I don't have any way back to the north hand after taking the roughing hook and clubs. All right. Claim rejected. Do I need to cash the king of diamonds first for the claim to be accepted? Because I think if the king of diamonds gets roughed... Yeah, now I can claim. Queen of spades, pitch a club, diamond to the ace, club rough. Minus 50. That'll teach us to accept partners' game tries. Oh, partner comes down to 6 spades on this auction. Wow. All right. That suit's not splitting. Okay. What now? I guess I'm down 2, huh? West still gets to just pull trumps and force me. Minus 500. I don't know if one spade doubled would have been better. Maybe. The good old super accept. Hmm. Okay, I believe you. Well, this went pretty well. Man, this was not the right defense. We made it. Go us. $98 on the last board. Wow. If only we hadn't bid game. Board 4, board 6. You know, I'm starting to notice a pattern. Board 4, partner invited game with 3 clubs, which was ace third of clubs. Board 6, partner invited game and diamond with 3 diamonds, which was ace third of diamonds. Maybe they just highly value showing their ace third. As opposed to, you know, like king jack fourth or anything else that might be more useful for partner to decide if the hands fit together well. Ace third, biggest feature of the hand is the ace. Let me bring the brackets back up, or the scoreboard back up. Oh, we have a second quarter thing for Billy and Cuz. 76-59. So Cuz still maintaining a small lead there in that match. Maybe I should put up a poll about which match to watch. What do we think our options are going to be? I think we will have this match, the one we've been watching. I'll also put up a poll on YouTube. Don't worry, YouTube, I don't forget about you. So Rubinstein, we might have this one. Oh, we'll probably have this one, right? Zimmerman. Zimmerman is going to be up there. Oh, so maybe we won't even have this one because it's not all that close, but I'll leave it as one of the options in the poll. Goodman is somewhat close. I'm looking. Feldman. Bramley. Leonardon Selway is your pick. Here, I'll substitute them for Rubinstein. Leonardon. Okay. Boom. There you go. Vote on which match to watch with the caveat that it's very possible that none of these matches will actually be broadcast on VooGraph. But if one of them is on there and it wins in the vote, I will choose it. So some big upsets potentially brewing. I mean, obviously the Fleischer match is somewhat close, but could be an upset. Zimmerman currently behind, but I do expect them to pull through. You prefer the timing of the American events? It does work out better, especially because they're held in the morning/afternoon. Yeah, how could we be talking about which one of the US coins is most popular if Matt wasn't around? I personally prefer the penny. I just think it looks cooler than all of the silver coins. Like nickels, dimes, and quarters. They're all made with silver. Pennies are made with what, like, is it brass or copper? I think it's copper. Nickels are a bridge team? No, that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about currency. It's completely unrelated to nickel with two L's. I think the first time I went overseas, I was really shocked that the countries I visited didn't have any like change. A lot of them just, there's been so much inflation that all of their money is in paper currency. And, you know, like the lowest amount is like 50 whatever. The Australian 50-cent piece is pretty good. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, what's the best coin worldwide in terms of currency? Australian 50-cent coin. Eh. Ooh, the vintage Australian 50-cent coin, which is currently selling for $21. Looks interesting. Yeah, take a look at this. So this isn't what it looks like today, but this is like an older version of the Australian 50-cent coin. They've got a an ostrich, it looks like, and a kangaroo. And most importantly, it's copper. Oh, it's an emu. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe I should have gone with peacock because there easily could be like a bunch of tail feathers in the background. Ostriches are in Africa. Well, excuse me. I'm pretty sure Australia and Africa were the same continent at one point in time. The 1 in 5 krone coins have holes in Norway. Oh, you're saying they're 12 edges. What are the 12 edges for? Does it represent something? Yeah, see, Australia has polar bears, at least when it used to be connected to the North Pole. I don't know, maybe there aren't cool bits of history behind coins. The British 50 pence coin is 7-sided. Let's take a look at that. God, this is an atrocity. What is this thing? Why does it look like that? This looks so gross. It hurts my eyes. It really is 7-sided. That looks disgusting. Who did this? This is so bad. Also, who's on the coin? Is that Elizabeth? Looks like it might be Elizabeth. Oh yeah, it says on the side, Elizabeth II. And then there's a bunch of weird letters. 2015. I need to get this off the screen. I mean, I can't handle the unevenness of the edges. That was so bad. Has anyone told England they just need to do better? You think it would help? I feel like they have to know that they've made a huge error with that coin. Okay, here we go. I finally figured it out. You just had to search Google for coolest coins ever. These look pretty sweet. I don't know what this is. There's a triangle coin. It's basically like a Triforce. Yeah, I have seen some of these coins with like holes in them, like this, or like this one. What are these? The Cook's Island dollar. New Zealand. Wait, the Cook Islands are a cluster of 15 remote islands in the South Pacific. They were a New Zealand colony. So, Britain, like, colonized New Zealand. Is this a thing? And then New Zealand was like, hey, we can do that too. So you found someone else to bully, and then you colonized them while you were still being colonized? Is that how this worked? Or were there like years in between this happening? You're all about colonization? These are kind of cool. Okay, this is a little inappropriate. We're going to just scroll past that one. Cook Islands have a shark. Oh my god, there's just like... they just have like boobs all over the place on the dollars. The Arubian Florin. These aren't coins. See, paper money is not that cool. These coins are like mediocre at best. It's like a tier 3 coin. Alright, poll results are in. Wait. Where did my poll results on YouTube go? I do know Zimmerman won on YouTube and Zimmerman tied on Twitch. So I guess we're going to go with Zimmerman. If they're on. For which team to watch. We got about 5 minutes left. I feel like I've been doing a mediocre job eating as well. Like 6 out of 10. Okay, let me quickly scarf down as much food as I can. And then I'll get set up for the next set. Which matches might be interesting tomorrow? Rosenberg Simpson could be interesting. Nickel versus Gupta tomorrow? No, that sounds dumb and boring, and Nickel's gonna dominate. This collection of teams, Wolfson, Zhang, Bramley, Roman, looks like they're all somewhat evenly matched. A Moyles. Where's a Moyles? Here. Up against Kane? Yeah, could be. That could be a good match. Maybe this match. Goodman against Shen. If it stays this way. This left side of the bracket, there are some clear favorites and some clear non-favorites. Okay, I'm gonna clean up. And I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm back. And looks like we still aren't started. There we go. Hello. So Zimmerman, I think, was what chat voted on. What's with the 40-minute VUgraph delay? Hey man, if it was only 40 minutes, I would be happy. But hopefully they get the tables ready to play. Euros was live. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of security concerns at the NABCs. It's not the same style of tournament as like the Euros. Um, I'd imagine players are a little bit happier about having this 30-minute delay. But it's just so different because the NABC has like 3,000 players that are there. Whereas at the European Championships, it's only the one team from each country that's playing. So that was what, like a couple hundred people in total. And it's not like all the players in the NABC are playing in the Spingold. There's only a small fraction, but there's just so much going on that rather than trying to, have staff prepared to question everyone who gets up and leaves the room or have some sort of hall monitor that's going to walk with you to the bathroom or whatever it is, they're just going to implement the 30-minute delay. Or 40 minutes or like 70 minutes or whatever it ends up being. 87 entrants. Yeah, there were 88 teams that entered the Spingold this time around. And I remember the Soloways, I think, or maybe it was the Vanderbilt. One of the past two nationals where they had to cut to 32. They only had like 40 entrants, and then they did some sort of like preliminary matches to cut down to 32 teams. Vanderbilt didn't have 64. That could have been it then. Yeah. I don't know if that's because there's a different schedule for some of the nationals, or if for whatever reason people just didn't want to go. Where was it being held? Where was the Spring Nationals? Louisville? It was Louisville, Kentucky, right? Not the most popular tourist attraction. So I suppose a large number of sponsors might just not have gone to the tournament. That would be a little weird. But maybe very few amateur teams wanted to go. As opposed to like Toronto is a great tourist attraction. So a lot of we've seen a lot of amateur teams and especially a lot of amateur Chinese teams that showed up to this event. That could be part of it too. I know that like China and the US don't always see eye to eye on things, but Canada is a much more like neutral country. Summer probably gets the most teams. I mean, like Spring Nationals in New Orleans are pretty attractive, I think. Las Vegas is a pretty attractive location. Orlando. Like, I wouldn't want to go visit Orlando as an American, but I think that's a pretty popular attraction for foreigners. San Francisco is, I think, a popular location because it has great food. Disney and Bridge. But now you can get Disney online with Disney Plus. Why would you need to go in person? San Francisco is December 2025. Okay. They do have this like rotation of cities that they go to. So I'm just kind of like trying to name the good ones. And all of the other cities are terrible. Like Providence, Rhode Island. Have they had a national at Providence, Rhode Island since 2014 or whenever it was that I was up there? Because that place was awful. I don't think anyone had a good time at that national. Wait, maybe Gavin did change his name to Walmart. Look at this. Walmart. Oh, you missed it. Walmart just called me. I didn't even know that I could have a call from that. You know, like sometimes there's a name that shows up on your when someone calls you on your phone. It just said Walmart. I have no idea why Walmart would be calling me. Maybe they're offering me a job. Is that possible? I didn't apply. You heard Reno was not best. Reno is like the worst city ever. I okay, I'm this might be controversial, but I'm going to say that Providence, Rhode Island in the winter was a worse location than Reno for the Nationals. Yeah, it was just terrible. I mean, the town was dead. It was cold, like really cold. Philadelphia and Memphis. That's actually a good rotation. Memphis, Philly, San Francisco. Memphis has great food, especially the barbecue. They're like well known in the US for barbecue. Um, Philly is kind of a happening city. There's a lot of nightlife. I think a decent amount of music as well. And San Francisco is pretty. There's also a lot of things that you can do. I guess if you're sitting inside playing bridge all day, much of this doesn't matter. You only care about the restaurants and the hotels. But okay, do we have another 30-minute delay to the start time? No, it says 4 p.m., which is right now, or 10 minutes ago. I don't get it. They're late. Someone was going to VuGraph operate for every day, 7 days of the event. It's 1,400. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not an amazing salary, but that is like a substantial amount of money for like a college student who, you know, has nothing else to do because they're stuck on campus over the summer and whatever. Well, get you wouldn't like fly out to be a VuGraph operator. That's why they get local people, local hires. I'm really not sure why it's been so bad recently. I don't remember VuGraph being this bad at nationals back when I played. Then again, I was playing most of the time and not watching VuGraph, so maybe it's just always been bad. I really don't care enough to like put together a giant proposal and fix VuGraph for them. I probably could, but really not my problem. This seems like a them problem. But someone who cares probably should do this. I keep saying it, and it feels like we've just had disaster after disaster. It's not like it's even subpar. You know, if the VuGraph operators were showing up and like they didn't really know how to play bridge or whatever and had some struggles, like that would be fine. There's no excuse for not starting on time. There's no excuse for having the table like go down in the middle of the round. There's no excuse for loading the wrong boards in. This is something that should have been set up well ahead of time, and they should just have the operator have to like walk into the table and push a button, and then it starts, right? Operator comes in, players come and sit down, operator pushes a button, boards get loaded. Easy, right? Like very easy. Yeah, okay, you had to download some files. Like, I'm saying we take all of that out of the equation, right? You want to run the VuGraph thing? Like, make sure that the operators, who everyone claims has a very difficult job, have as easy a time as possible. Like, we shouldn't be starting 15 minutes late. We shouldn't, like, load the wrong boards. I know that the operators aren't always going to follow the play perfectly. That's fine. You know, give them some instructions and be like, look, like sit them aside at the very start of the thing and be like, look, this is hard. We know that you don't understand how to play bridge, so just at the end of the hand, if you don't know what's happening, make sure you always ask the players, be like, how many tricks did you take? And then like count it up, right? So like they say 11 tricks, then like count. That's an easy thing to do. Everyone can figure that out. Yeah, you lose the play. That's fine. But at least everyone gets to see how many tricks were made. Oh, Eric. It showed the bidding was one no trump, one no trump, one no trump, one no trump, and everything broke. That that could be a problem. A real bridge is a solution to the problem. I don't know what real bridge is. Real bridge is the one from during COVID. I mean, I never played during COVID, so yeah, I'm not familiar. Camera and mic on. Ooh, and dark green. So you're saying even darker green than the felt on the BBO tables? It was like super dark green? Almost black even? Could be confused with black? Are we convinced we aren't supposed to be starting at the half-hour mark? Because we're coming up on like 20 minutes. Like, they started 30 minutes early today. Or 30 minutes late, right? Well, we can't see anymore. But they did start at 10:30 a.m., not 10 a.m. So it would have made sense to start the afternoon sets at 4:30 p.m. instead of 4. If they had done that, I would have taken more time with my dinner or lunch or whatever it was I was eating. Lunch. Probably lunch. That's the one. But yeah, tomorrow it says they're starting at 10 again. What am I supposed to believe? Who knows? If only we had running scores. I don't think I've minded the Lovebridge broadcasts that I've done. They've been good for the most part. I mean, we had a couple of problems, you know, the whole like, please wait while the other tables catch up. That seemed weird, like during the US trials. Hey, Greg. Toronto's sunny. That's good to hear. It's also sunny where I am, back in DC. We've had rain the past couple of days. Hopefully you had a good trip out there. Running scores and duplicated boards across the field. A lot of these are easy fixes, but part of the problem is the ACBL doesn't have the resources to ensure that there's no cheating if the boards get duplicated. And that's a bigger concern, right? When boards are duplicated, you really want people to be playing in separate rooms for the most part, or have like enough of a separation between the tables that you can ensure there's no conversations going on or being overheard that'll impact the match. And for the round of 64, I just don't think that it's doable. Got in an hour ago. Hopefully you're all checked into the hotel and settled. And good luck tomorrow. In the Euros, they had 12 feet minimum between the tables. Yeah, again, it's a much smaller event, right? It's comparable to the size of the Spingold, the European Championships. I guess it's even smaller, actually. But in addition to that, they don't have 2,500 other people running around the venue. Your partner's up 60. Oh, yeah, you're playing with Franco. Yeah, they're killing it. I picked them to win the first round. They're the ones that are playing with Luke, right? Verhees and Danny Sprung. It seemed like a real ragtag crew, and then somehow Luke is just on the squad. God, we're 20 minutes late. Where is our broadcast? You need cards or alcohol. One of those things would be helpful. Yeah, Danny Sprung, Luke Verhees seems like a really unusual partnership. They must have met at some point and started talking and decided to play, right? That's, I think, how all partnerships get started, where you're just like, these aren't the normal partners for either of these two players. But Danny, I think, did fairly well in the LM pairs. I think he and Platnik, is that who he was playing with, ended up making the finals. I don't remember where they ended up finishing, but maybe around 50% on the final days. Luke retired from the Dutch Open team. Well, that would make a lot of sense. He was the captain or coach or whatever for the Dutch team in the Euros. And maybe that was a bad idea because they ended up not qualifying. I mean, I wouldn't say that they necessarily struggled, but they certainly did not make it into the top 8. They were on the outside looking in for a while. I don't remember if they finished 9th or 10th. He's been without pro work for a while. Sometimes that really bites you, though. A lot of it, in terms of finding pro work, is like you really need to have your face out there doing well in events consistently. Otherwise, people are going to either forget about you um, or just not want to hire you because they're like, well, what have you done lately? The Dutch team misses Brink and Driver. They are now Swiss. I'm kind of under the impression the schedule is just wrong, and we're actually supposed to be starting at 4:30. Luke got to a Bermuda Bowl final 2 years ago. I don't know. I haven't talked to the guy. I mean, the last time I talked to him was probably 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago. Would have been right around the time when I was playing with Tim from Netherlands. Yeah, it could also be like a travel issue or last minute cancellations, and he just got picked up at the last second. I mean, it's possible that Franco's team was planning to play four-handed, but then all of a sudden both Luke and Danny Sprung were without teams, and they just kind of ran up to him at the last minute and were like, hey, you guys looking for a third? And they gladly accepted them. Yeah, I'm not sure the deal that Chris has on the Rosenthal team. I mean, obviously Chris Wolankin is on Rosenthal and has been for a while, but without Helga Mo as his partner. They were four-handed when you saw Franco last week, so that is probably what happened. They had four players, and they, at the last minute, Luke and Danny both were without teams for one reason or another. But they're doing great. They're doing great. I mean, it's a six-handed amateur team, right? Oh, yeah. Gare is a felon, so he was unable to get into Canada. That makes sense. Well, we're coming up on like the 30-minute mark. So I have a feeling that these start times are just incorrect. This is my guess. Is Gare not also a felon in the ACBL? Well, I mean, look, we don't have any walls up around our country, so we can't keep any foreigners out. I think that's how it works in the US. I mean, he's definitely played in the ACBL, right? I think. I've never heard that he reported a match score wrong, but maybe that actually happened. He definitely had doping problems, which is like, okay, he did report a match score wrong. Fair enough. But I've heard of the doping things. Oh, that's not so bad. I mean, okay, look, fine. It's not as if he cheated to report the wrong score in a match. They just didn't feel like playing. That's like a misdemeanor. That's not really a felony. Maybe a class 3 misdemeanor or something. There's a lot of events. I mean, not chess, but there's a lot of other competitive mind sports, card games specifically, where you're allowed to agree to ties in matches. In that case, it's like in the rules that you're allowed to do it. In chess, it's funny to see grandmasters do prearranged draws. Yeah, the clear ones. I mean, there was the big incident with Nepo and who was it, Duda or someone, where they obviously prearranged a draw and played out a funny game. It's definitely controversial. I mean, people don't like it, but and I think I actually stand behind this. Like in low level chess tournaments, I think it's perfectly fine to have prearranged draws. The problem is that for most of the high level chess tournaments, players are getting paid appearance fees. So, and the reason they get paid an appearance fee is because it draws a lot of attention and attracts like spectators who will purchase tickets in the gallery to come and sit and watch the event, as well as, you know, a variety of other things like chess content on the internet. You can sell things as long as there's games going on. So if two players who are getting paid an appearance fee to show up and play at a tournament by the tournament organizer do not play a match, then the amount of content that tournament organizer develops out of them not playing the match is less than if the players would actually show up and try and play every game. That's why a lot of the big chess tournaments have these rules, like in FIDE, where you're not allowed to agree to a draw prior to move 30. So that the only way to get a draw before that is to repeat moves 3 times. And there are some games that happen like that, where they just play out a forced drawn line. Those are a little bit sketchy at times, but like there's nothing you can do about it, right? Sometimes you have to go back and forth because that's the best move in the position in chess. But yeah, I mean, like it's a huge issue for the tournament organizer who's paid these guys like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to show up and play chess and put on a show so that they can sell tickets. And then they show up and don't play chess. Like, clearly there's a problem. It feels smelly to agree to not play a match if you know it means both guaranteed to go through. So in Magic the Gathering, the card game, which is one of the biggest card games worldwide, in professional tournaments, they take like the top 8 players in the field after a giant Swiss format, and sometimes in the last round, players will be able to know that both of them will go through if they draw, and that it's possible that they will not go through if they lose. So in the rules, you're allowed to agree to a draw in the match. I mean, it's just a different take. You know, like if it's legal and it's like printed in the rule book, sure, you're allowed to do it. I don't see anything wrong with it. If it's not legal and it's not in the rule book and you're not allowed to do it, then you probably shouldn't. But I think it could easily be argued, you know, that like, yeah, we'll agree to a draw. In the Helga Johannes case, you thought there was carryover. Well, that seems not acceptable. I mean, that seems like. Yeah, there's no way that's allowed. Also, it's 4:33. Where's the bridge? Wasn't Hellness someone else then? Like, I would have no problem if Helgamo or whatever, like the Norway team and whatever other team, said, okay, we agree to a draw 10-10. But saying we agree to lose the match such that you earn 12.74 victory points and we get 7.26, that's not okay. That's like total bullshit. And might even be impossible depending on the scoring system, right? Because VPs aren't continuous. My favorite double A was in the team. Gotcha. Yeah, it feels a lot different to me. If they just reported that the match which they didn't play was like tied at like 25-25 imps and they were each given 10 victory points, like, okay, illegal, right? Because they're supposed to play the match, but that seems a lot less bad than saying we're going to make sure that both of us qualify and report a score that guarantees that happens. That seems like outright cheating. What would happen if two teams played a match but every player passed in every position? I mean, it would be 0-0 imps. That seems like the same as, you know, the let's agree to a draw beforehand in chess thing. Right? This is a way we could physically tie the match. And I mean, sure, we could look at the hands afterwards and be like, obviously this hand should not pass out. Like, this side is cold for 7 hearts. But yeah, it becomes a lot more complicated in bridge because in chess you can kind of like shrug with your opponent across the board. Like, you don't even need to do much. Um, and you can kind of like give them googly eyes and figure out that both of you want to draw. But in bridge, you would have to like somehow communicate with the other room how many imps are being scored. It seems really hard. All prearranged results are bad. I mean, I think the Magic the Gathering thing seems completely fine, right? If it's in the rule books that you're allowed to just agree to a draw ahead of time, then go ahead. These Swiss formats or whatever, that's fine. Like, obviously in a knockout match, it doesn't help you to agree to a draw ahead of time. It's really bad for spectators, of course. Yeah, and Craig brings up kind of the opposite example, which is that when, like, for example, in the most recent European Championships, Poland was playing up against, who was it in the last round? Was it Poland up against Netherlands in the last round? And they were in like ninth and 10th. And so one of them, if they had won the match 20-0 in VPs, may have had the chance to move up into 8th place. So, like, could they have agreed at the start of the match to, like, effectively go crazy? Maybe. Was it France? Was it France against Poland? I don't remember who it was, but it was one of the teams, someone in that group. Maybe Denmark was in there. I forget who it was. Netherlands. I don't think they played that way, but it would have been more profitable for them to do so, obviously. Chess has a... Okay, dude, it's like 4:40 right now. We're 10 minutes past the late starting time, and we just don't have any view graph. I mean, this is so obnoxious. Yeah, so chess has like a little bit of a safety net against this, where because a lot of invites to big tournaments are based on player rating, if you draw a match, you're going to lose rating points if it's against a lower rated opponent, and then that might cost you an invite to a later tournament. Bridge doesn't have that same thing. So, you know, players to some extent want to win every match if they're the higher rated player in chess. France beat Poland 42-19 in the last round. I don't remember what the status was like going into round 29 after 28 rounds. Netherlands finished in 9th. Who did the Netherlands play in the last round of the event? In chess, certain nationalities sometimes rain draws. It's common for Russian players. Well, Russia just cheats at everything. I mean, I am shocked that Russia is allowed to participate in the Olympics. I think that's insane. I don't even think they got sanctioned for all of their cheating in like the ice hockey thing that happened at the last Olympics, where they were just like drugging all of their 13-year-old athletes. That was like one of the craziest things ever. But yeah, the Olympics starts next week, and hopefully everyone's excited for the Olympics. I really love the Summer Olympics. I was a track athlete, so I would run 800-mile, 2-mile, and 5K. I was like a middle distance runner. And so I'm always very excited about like the track and field stuff. There's also a lot of team sports that are played. I mean, the US tends to do very well at a bunch of these team sports like basketball or whatever, since it's like a Native American, not like Native American, but like a sport that is native to America. So we have most of the best basketball players in the world, which is fun for an American to watch. A lot of other cool sports that happen during the Summer Olympics as well. Oh, beach volleyball. I remember I loved watching beach volleyball, Olympic beach volleyball as a kid. It's just 2-on-2, and it's like so cutthroat. Everyone's diving around all the time. That's so fun. Talk with Dana. She's obsessed with the gymnastics. We also have some pretty good gymnasts going. I mean, Sean Quinn, I think, is performing. And I'm not sure who else. Oh, Simone Biles, even though she's a little bit older, she's been winning gymnastics events for like 10 years almost. Yeah, Simone Biles is kind of the goat of gymnastics, at least of modern gymnastics. Did I say Sean Quinn? That's not who I was thinking of. Sean Quinn is a bridge player, right? Did... I I don't know where I was headed with that. There is a Sean that does gymnastics, right? I definitely did. Who was I thinking? Hold on a second. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. That was um well, I looked up Sean Johnson, but she's old. I mean, old-ish. I don't think she does gymnastics anymore. Is there a different Quinn? Maybe there's a different Quinn. Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. Nope. Nope. No clue. All right, I'm out. Maybe I shouldn't talk to Dana about gymnastics. Russia dominates the women's tennis. I think that's a lot due to Maria Sharapova, right? It's frequently the case. Where is Vugraf? Dude, you're asking the wrong guy. This is not my doing. Once we do have Vugraf, I'll pull it up for you. But it's really popular, 10 years or 12 years, whatever the generational thing is, after someone... Should I change it to just chatting? Because that's kind of what we're doing. I am enjoying the just chatting stream. I think I'm a bad just chatting streamer. I'm kind of a bad, just chatting streamer. And any sort of like talking in English, I'm really bad at that. Analysis, that's what I want to do. I want to do math. I don't have a hot tub. Good point. But yeah, the point I was going to bring, like, U.S. women's soccer used to dominate until about 10 years ago. And what happened 20 years prior to 10 years ago? So 30 years ago, Mia Hamm, probably the greatest female soccer player ever, lived in the U.S. and was playing for the U.S. in national events. And so that gets brought in, and then a bunch of young girls who are, currently learning to play soccer get really interested in soccer because they're like, I want to be the next Mia Hamm. So we produce a lot of talent, and that talent grows up to be the next U.S. national team. And then there isn't another Mia Hamm, and the legacy dies out. So similar to like the Maria Sharapova thing, I mean, she was very popular 10, 20 years ago. Probably more like 20 years ago. But Russia is very good at tennis. That seems to be the way of things. I guess the US was pretty good at bridge back in like the 70s, and so we developed a lot of talent in bridge, and now there's no longer a legacy. US bridge is dying out. That's what the ACBL wants us to believe. So when do the Olympics start? Olympics schedule. Here we go. Whoa. Tomorrow? No way. Is this real? Really? Okay, where's the thing that I was looking at? Full schedule. This is not the greatest designed website, but let's take a look. Tomorrow, July 24th, football. So that's soccer for any Americans out there that don't understand. Argentina against Morocco is the opening game. Argentina, greatest football team of all time. Maybe hand in hand with that Spanish team that won the World Cup and maybe a couple European championships back in the day. But Argentina, the greatest team of all time with the greatest player of all time, Lionel Messi, facing off against Morocco. So we have a lot of football. And then rugby sevens. Wait, but hold on. Yeah, Olympics football is U23. That's true. I completely forgot. Oh, I so forgot that the Olympic football, it's not like your actual country is playing. It's under 23. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, the men's soccer, you can have 3 players older than 23. Ooh, interesting. Let's take a look into Argentina. See if Messi is actually playing. If we can figure this out. Nope. No Messi. So yeah, no one actually cares. So there's rugby tomorrow and football. More rugby, more football. Ooh, what is this? In case you missed it, I just saw Simone Biles. Simone Biles looks sharp and relaxed in Paris practice. Good for us. They have some names from Football Manager. Handball. Okay, so on July 25th, we start up handball. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. my time. So that'll be like 9 a.m. Paris time. Archery. Archery's super fun to watch. I think those things are cool. Do we have VuGraph yet? We don't. We'll continue on with the Olympics. Rugby sevens is an insane sport. I don't know much about rugby. I watched a couple games when I was in college, but that's all I know about it. Handball. Yeah, there's so many like super cool like niche sports that you never really see other than during the Olympics, unless I guess you're into playing it yourself. Handball is a fun one. Bunch of archery, more rugby. Handball is huge in Europe. Yeah, 7 players on a rugby pitch is a much smaller number. So let's see. The last event starts at 10:30 p.m. There's a rugby match at 10:30 p.m. Shooting. This is always amusing to me because I think the US is actually quite bad at this. We have some participants that are, do somewhat well. But I feel like China wins the shooting a lot. But everyone's just like, oh, America, all those guns. Obviously, they would be good at firing pistols. Also, I like... This is hilarious to me. That we're 3 days in, and then the opening ceremony is held. We've had a bunch of events already going on, and then there's an opening ceremony. That's insane to me. Oh, badminton. Are we going to have another badminton scandal? Dude, where is the VuGraph? Remember the badminton scandal where like one of the teams threw? Do we need to talk about this? Bridge Winners has a VuGraph update. If Bridge Winners loads. Where did this post? I don't see that, but thank you. More like bridge base offline, am I right? Zing. Oh, on Jan's thread? Okay. Let me pull that up. Yeah, I've had to ban links because we've had a bunch of bots. Here we go. Real-time play began on time. Q2 only displayed 3 of 6 tables. Yeah, that was weird. Q3, 30 minutes after expected, display showing 0 tables. We're trying to get BBO to debug. I honestly have no idea who's at fault here, whether it's VuGraph or BBO. I could believe either. Because both of them seem relatively incompetent sometimes at doing just normal things with technology. Doesn't BBO have an exclusive contract with the ACBL? For what? What do you mean, have an exclusive contract? Michael, you could believe either as long as BBO's at fault. It does seem as if Al Hollander is trying to push that agenda. We're trying to get BBO to debug. You know, he's not being like, we're working to fix the problem, as someone might if they were trying to be impartial in this. Like, the ACBL has to use BBO for VuGraph. Oh. I actually don't know. I have no idea what the contractual agreement is for either side in this case. It wouldn't surprise me if the ACBL and BBO are like working together to cause misery and sadness for all of their constituents. Oh, Craig, I read that article too. You bet BBO's immune in the same way Southwest was because they're running Windows 95. I like how the Southwest didn't have any like computer system crashes, and rather than like, you know, that being a positive thing for them, somehow it got turned on its head and everyone was like, well, I guess your software just sucks if you're not getting cyber attacked. Yeah, I would really rather have all of the recent updates and be hit with a big virus than be running Windows NT. We were talking about Windows NT the other day. Still nothing on VuGraph. Let's continue. Rowing! Yes! Rowing is so fun. I did coxswain. I was a coxswain in high school for a crew team, which was sweet. Volleyball. So this is regular volleyball. I love beach volleyball. They better be doing beach volleyball. I hope so. Hey Donna, you're watching from a plane. You wish that closed captioning was turned on. Sorry about that. Oh, I can probably move chat back over. Chat, you can go back on the left. That's where you belong. I'm very uncomfortable with seeing you on the right. One of your ex-coworkers cocks the Columbia men's rowing team. That's cool. It's a small world. Equestrian is kind of a fun little event. There's so many. Oh, fencing. Yes. I remember fencing. Fencing is like a thing. There was also a Russian cheating scandal in fencing, I'm pretty sure. Judo. There's so many cool events. Well, I know what I'm doing the next 2 weeks. Yeah, equestrian is horse dancing. I believe that's what it's called. Fencing, there's hockey. That's exciting. More shooting, fencing. Artistic gymnastics. Basketball, Australia against Spain. Diving. I forgot diving's not... Is diving a Winter Olympic sport? It's not, I guess. Yeah, diving and like synchronized... Yeah, the synchronized diving is so cool. And you can instantly tell when someone's messed up, right? You see someone crash and burn because they hit the water at the wrong time. You'll know. Swimming's a big one that happens during the Olympics. Skateboarding. Ooh. I saw a video the other day of a 9-year-old kid doing like a bunch of tricks, which was crazy. I wonder if he's going to the Olympics for the US. I think he's from the US. Latvia has a diver? Ah, good luck to her. Tennis. More hockey and volleyball. Beach volleyball. We did it. There is beach volleyball. Oh, that's exciting. Anyway, it looks like we'll be able to water polo. Oh, man. Wait, cycling road. I'm sorry, what? Cycling road. Is that like biking? Holy shit, what is this? This looks intense. Canoe slalom. I'm just picturing like someone getting in a canoe and then going down like some whitewater rapids at like really fast pace with like flags that they have to get to on either side of the river. It is rapids? Oh, that's gonna be so good. That's gonna be so awesome. I'm really excited to see that. Table tennis. Here's a sport that China's gonna win. Probably. They have all of the best players. Boxing? I didn't realize there was boxing. More hockey, more skateboarding. Men's street final. Where's all the track and field? Surfing? Ooh. I've watched some surfing competitions before. It's kind of neat. You get like multiple attempts to find the best wave and then like ride it for as long as you can. It's kind of like riding a mechanical bull, which maybe if you're not American, that reference wouldn't make any sense to you. I don't know why I used that one. That was just what came to mind for surfing. But yeah, surfing competitions are sweet. It's always been Olympic boxing. So they're gonna have to choose what to show, right? I don't think there's going to be, like currently I'm just looking at this time slot, right? There's 14:52, so 2:52 p.m. swimming, 3 p.m. basketball, 3 p.m. football, 3 p.m. football, 3 p.m. handball, 3 p.m. volleyball, 3:05 fencing, 3:12 swimming, 3:30 fencing. A lot of these things are overlapping. I don't think they're going to be able to show everything. So I wonder how you get to watch most of this stuff. Now, the US used to have like this dominant women's beach volleyball duo. I forget what their names were. Like Walsh, maybe? And someone. But I guess they're too old. They've retired at this point. May and Walsh, those are the ones, yeah. Mm-hmm. Disney Plus has everything. I wish. I wish we could get Olympics on Disney Plus. That would be incredible. There's women's hockey. Look at that. Water polo. Okay, can I look at medal events, my schedule? Oh, could I like sign up for this website and then like make a calendar for myself of things that I want to watch? Maybe. Latvia has a decent women's beach volleyball duo. You think we'll get results for Q3? Sailing. Oh, sailing's a lot of fun to watch too. All of these like ocean events are super sweet. I've gone sailing before. It is hard. It is hard to like get that thing moving. I guess I'm just bad at it. Cycling, mountain bike. Canoe slalom, women's kayak single semifinal. This is a thing I really want to see. Canoe slalom. This is going to be awesome. There's probably climbing. I think there's climbing in the event. Yanova over Shang already? Oh, do we have Q3 results? They've already been playing for an hour and 35 minutes. Yeah, so Yanova is the first qualifier. We don't have any other Q3 results, but Team Yanova is Bierman and Payton from Israel, and then 3 Chinese players. I'm just going to continue browsing the Olympics schedule. More table tennis, mixed doubles. Women's street final for skateboarding, July 28th. I think that's like Monday, maybe. Basketball, US against Serbia. Fiji has a rugby team. Oh, a women's rugby team even. Fiji against Canada. Is there cricket? Cricket matches can go on for a while, huh? Fiji are the best in the world at rugby sevens. Really? Wow. Didn't know that. Oh, the US has a rugby team. Cool. These are some of the big events. Men's 400 individual medley swimming. Women's 100 butterfly. Men's 200 freestyle. I think the Olympics go on for like 3 weeks. Just like checking back every once in a while to see if tables are up. I don't know what's going on. We have handball, more shooting, volleyball. Hey, Australia has a basketball team, women's basketball team, playing up against Nigeria in their group. Can I sort by event? Ah, I can. Oh, look at this. Whoa, there's... Oh, I could get the whole list of events here. 3x3 versus 3 basketball. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Hold on, let's take a look at this. 3x3 basketball. This is insane. How is this a real sport? I wonder who the US team is. Okay, hold on. It's gonna be James, Curry, and... What's the guy's name? Embiid, I think? That's my guess. Team... Wait. I don't get to see who the teams are? They don't tell me? How am I supposed to know who the teams are? Maybe these countries haven't decided yet. Okay, what else have we got? Let's just scroll through the list of... can people see this? Yeah, people can see this. Canoe sprint. Oh, there's BMX freestyle biking. And BMX racing, mountain biking. So cycling track, I think, is this thing where they, like, get... You're on these funny bikes. I've seen this before. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of this bike. These bikes look ludicrous. This looks like a picture. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like this thing. So these are like, let me get me out of here. These are like the bikes that I've seen, and it's really, it looks like an indoor track, but it's also curved. You can kind of see like there's like elevation here. Like this is down at the bottom, this little white patch that you're not allowed to ride on, and then you have to ride on this like wooden track thing. Yeah, their legs are huge because like they don't even sit on the bikes. They're just like pumping from a standing position. It's crazy to me. But look at the wheels, and the wheels are like fully filled in. There's no spokes or anything around the wheels. So that's, I think, what cycling track is. Hey, Matt, what have you walked in on? You know, we're just checking out some quad muscles. So diving, equestrian, fencing, football, golf. I didn't realize there was golf. Handball, hockey, judo, marathon swimming. Oh, Marathon swimming is that thing where I think there was like a London Olympics at some point where they would just have people like swim in the English Channel and they would do like laps around the UK or something stupid like that. But yeah, I don't know what they're going to do in Paris. I mean, maybe they just put you in a swimming pool and you have to do like 500 laps or whatever it is, which is a lot more boring than like swimming in the actual ocean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how it works. You swim in the river? You think so? Pentathlon. There's rowing, sailing, shooting, skateboarding, sport climbing. There we go. So they don't have bouldering, I don't think, but they do have. I don't actually know. I would be in. Let's take a look. They do have bouldering. This must have been a huge push from the IFSC, which I don't know why I just spouted out an acronym that no one knows what it means. But back at the Tokyo Olympics, they didn't have bouldering. It wasn't a thing. And so I guess they like now got that added. It was the first year that they had climbing in the Olympics as an Olympic sport. There was bouldering in I don't remember it. Really? All three were combined? Maybe I'm not recalling. Well, either way, it's huge for climbing because this is a super fun sport to watch. So they have sport climbing, speed climbing, and boulder and lead. That's cool. Yeah, it does look like they now have boulder and lead, which are definitely different. Breakdancing is in the Olympics for the first time. Is there breakdancing? Did I miss that? Breaking! Oh my god, they do! August 9th. Set your calendars. What happened with VooGraph? This is VooGraph, can't you tell? VooGraph is... You know what I should do? I should put something up on screen. Let me do that. This is probably not going to be useful because everyone's still going to show up and continue asking me, but I will write a message. That's not useful at all. No one's going to look at that. This is... Alright, I'm just going to get rid of it. I'll answer the question whenever people ask. Yeah, for whatever reason, they just can't figure out how to make VooGraph work. It's not like they've been doing this for decades and had plenty of practice. Yeah, breakdancing. That'll be super cool. That was so popular when I was a kid. Rob says watch the breakdancing trials in the US, and we had better athletes at nightclubs in the 80s. That wouldn't surprise me. Change the info to Olympics preview. I'll do that. Them. Title updated. Okay, where were we? We were around here. Sport climbing, surfing, swimming, table tennis, taekwondo. I did taekwondo as a kid. That was my martial arts of choice. So that could be fun. It's all about like breaking boards and stuff. Tennis, trampoline, gymnastics. Wait a second. I don't know what this is, but I am ready to like consume all of the trampoline gymnastics content. This is going to be awesome. They have a qualification and then a final on the same day, August 2nd. Triathlon, volleyball, water polo, weightlifting. Wait, that's it? Wrestling. Where's all of the running stuff? Okay, maybe we should look by stadium. Which stadium has the track and field? Oh, here we go. Diana. Hi all. I work here. We're experiencing technical issues with the Spingold VuGraph broadcast. We're working to resolve this ASAP. Round of 64, quarter 3 matches will be available in the VuGraph archives. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, Diana. All track and field goes under athletics, but there isn't an athletics. Oh, athletics. Oh, thank you. That's so much better. Okay, athletics. We have the race walk. Decathlon. Hammer throw, high jump. Women's high jump world record was recently broken. I think earlier this year, maybe like even a few weeks ago, by, I believe, a Ukrainian athlete. So that'll be exciting to see if she can repeat that performance. Women's 100. So this is starting August 2nd, it looks like. August 1st, there's the race walk. But August 2nd, we get into a bunch of the track and field stuff. The 100 meters is a big event. 5K is a fun event. I always liked decathlon type stuff. It's like you can't just be specialized in one thing. Wait, I'm sorry. I just noticed this ad. AT Frenchies. How to cheer in French. In case you didn't know, they have you covered. That's cool. $10K. Ah, the discus throw. I don't think I've seen discus throw in a while. Men's shot put. We have a guy who's like already locked in for the gold medal in the shot put, the US. I think he's won basically every shot put competition for like the past 15 years or something like that. He's really good. Pole vault. Men's 100 meter on August 3rd. I always thought steeplechase was a fun track and field event, because some of the runners seem completely unprepared to go over like the hurdle, and they'll just like fall in the water, which is sometimes amusing. It's almost like crashes in NASCAR races a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Women's 3K steeplechase. Long jump. Long jump is a fun event. I like doing the long jump when I did track. Hurdles. Ooh. there's going to be a big contest between Netherlands' Femke Bol and USA's, what's her name? I've forgotten her name, but there's a big US runner who's like specialized in the 400 hurdles, but Netherlands' big track star, young, I think she's like 20 or something, has decided to venture into the 400 hurdles as well. 800 meters. All right. Still nothing up, but supposedly Q3 results are coming through. So let's take a look at our scoreboard. Here we go. Zimmerman slaughters team data in their third quarter set. Gerli still maintains a nice lead, 54. We saw the withdrawal. Team Unova defeats Shang. Street ahead by 105 in their match. Nickel is facing a bit of adversity. I mean, they're still way ahead, 29 imps, but that's not what they want to see. But I think Nickel's going to be out for the final set. Wolfson against Zhang, 25 imps. Wolfson is currently in the lead there. Sydney McLaughlin. That sounds like the right name, yes. So that'll be a really fun race to watch. 400 hurdles. It's so fast, though, you know? As like someone who enjoys watching bridge, which takes an entire day to play a match. The 400 hurdles is over in like less than a minute. So, you know, you can't like bring out the popcorn and sit down, you know, have a glass of wine and just relax and feel the suspense build throughout the event. As like, it's not like you can do that for like the 10K race, right? Or, you know, maybe some of the field events like the shot put or javelin throw or whatever, where people like continuously, or the long jump, where it's like there is action, then there's a pause, then there's more action, but you like see the same athletes over and over again trying to beat their previous mark. You think you picked Selway to win this one? Oh, against Leonardon? I don't think they're going to win. You thought it was an underseeded team? I recognize Norman Selway and Kay Preddy. That those names sound familiar to me. You enjoy a lot of the people on the Leonardon team? Like the non-Chris Compton ones? All right, let's refresh and see if we have any more scoreboard updates. Ooh, yeah, actually quite a few. So Rosenberg is taking all the magic out of Team Potter. They're up by 129. Pollock is continuing to hold their lead against Halle. I think I had picked them to win. What are some of the other matches that we just saw come through? Rosenthal is now up by 60 over Dimitrov. Welland Looks like Baker has fought back a little bit against them. Niederbach. So Alwyn has more than doubled their points. But they're still way behind. Joel still holds on to a small lead over Willis. Or on my screen, it looks like Wheeze Delimpaltadakis is only up by 15 over Shen, one of the Chinese teams. Oh, actually, but that's a huge comeback for them, right? Shen only scored 7 imps in that last quarter, while they themselves picked up 55. Baker made up a lot of their deficit. They were down 50, and now they're down by 25, yeah. Well, this features a Canadian junior from Michael's class, Jeff Blonde, who hasn't played for a while. And you can tell because there's no link to a Bridge Winners profile. All right, we'll click refresh again. Any new score updates? Looks like no. Oh, well, we have one score update. Street gets the W. W in this case standing for withdrawal, not for win. Craig also thinks Jeff is a good player. Well, I'm probably rooting for Team Joel because Will's my boy. But I understand if you want to root for your old buddies. I'm very interested to see what happens in this match. Because I think like 2 or 3 times now I've put my faith in the Ash team, mostly on the backs of Tim van de Pavard, Oscar Neeson, and Luke Thiessen, who are, I think, 3 members of the Netherlands' most recent junior championship squad. And every single time they have, like, fallen short. You don't like the other members of the Joel team? So I think we'll probably see a concession here, unless the Potter team, who I'm not that familiar with them, but if this is a bunch of younger players, which it easily could be, then they might well just continue playing the 4th quarter to gain some experience playing against strong competition in Rosenborg. But otherwise, I think we'll see a concession there. This match, probably a similar idea, that unless these are younger players that just are in it for the experience, they'll probably concede to Niederbach being down by 142. The rest of the scores look like they'll continue playing, though. I mean, being down 54 is doable in 15 boards. Craig says there's absolutely no chance the Potter team is a bunch of juniors. Harry Potter came out in 99 and what if this is Harry Potter Jr. though? They just didn't properly add the junior to the end of it. You don't think it could be the next generation of Potters? See if we have any more results. Vugraph's still dead. Nope, no more results coming through. So which match should we watch for the next set? Assuming there is Vugraph, which I have no idea if there will be or not. I mean, we'll need to see where all the teams stand. Like, if Feldman and Regal is really close down here, then maybe we'll want to check them out. Michael also rooting for Wheeze over Joel. We'll try and find a close match. I mean, we'll try and find any match that gets put up on Vugraph. That would be great. No more comments on the thread where there were some issues. You could have been doing something else last 90 minutes. Hey, you can take a break. I got you covered. I now know my Olympic plans. August 2nd, there's some stuff. I also know how to find I guess all of the activities once again. I can just go back to that website. Matt had nothing better to do with your time than the last 90 minutes. Are you trying to insinuate, Matt, that it wasn't enjoyable looking at all of the Olympic events that are coming up? You thought the Olympics was like mid-August. Well, it depends what events you want to watch. It starts tomorrow. The opening ceremony is, I believe, on Saturday. So wrap your head around that for a minute. And then if you want to watch specific events, they might be mid-August. Shift also finds the Olympics just kind of like a mid-level event. Wednesday isn't Saturday. You got that one right. Would you like to tell the class how you came to this conclusion? Or did it come to you in a dream? You might watch the rowing final if you have a medal chance. I think the rowing was early-ish, but now I'm not remembering clearly. Yeah, how do other people feel about the Olympics? Because I wouldn't say it's like a huge thing in the US, but it's probably pretty big. But we're a country that has a lot of athletes with a lot of chances to win medals, and the US usually does fairly well in the thing. But I guess if you come from a country where you're likely to get, somewhere between 0 and 3 gold medals throughout the whole competition, maybe you just don't care that much. Your medal chances are on the ocean because you live on an island and it's surrounded by ocean. That makes sense. I mean, that tracks. 3v3 basketball is probably your best chance. What a sport. Rowing and bowing rhyme? Or are they pronounced different in British English? Norway dominates the Winter Olympics? I know the US has some like really good snowboarders. I think the US does really well in snowboarding, but that's all I remember about the Winter Olympics. I assume Norway does really well in skiing. I vaguely recall that. I think I just like watching competitions. I don't know. Row rhyming with cow. Or is it row rhyming with co? Comparatively, is the USA better at bridge or the Olympics? Probably the Olympics. Because I think the US is almost always top 2 in medals and frequently wins the medals. Whereas in bridge, there are a lot of years where the US doesn't get top 2, like a silver in events. I can look this up. Total medal winners by year. Olympics. I don't know if this wiki page is going to get me what I want, but let's take a look. Oh, I totally did not search for the right thing. Which country has the most Olympic medals each year? What? Olympic medals per country over the years. Here we go. This is probably what I want. Let me add China to this thing. Because China has a lot of people. Oh, this only goes up to 2008, but that's probably fine. China has never beaten the US in medals? No way. How is that possible? Oh, this also still only goes up to 2008, so maybe that's why it's... Huh. Yeah, okay. To show off the US dominance in Olympic medals. So this top dark blue line, this is the US. So from 1948 all the way up to 2008, the US was, at least among the countries that are listed, which is UK, Germany, France, and China. I don't know who else we would put on this thing. the US has been ahead of all of those countries in Olympic medals. 1936, they were down here, but this feels like an excessive number in 1904. 234 medals. That's kind of insane. Also, 1984 looks like a good year for us. Still no Vugraph. And still no more updated scores. 1980 we boycotted. Yeah, I think one of those years it happened. Oh, was it a Cold War thing? Wait, we still won? I didn't realize that. That's awesome. Oh boy. Completely unbiased take. You think the chart might be wrong? Nope, that was definitely a very well-respected website. When was the next set supposed to start? So I have listed over there that the next set's going to start at 6:45, which is like an hour from now. Could that possibly be right? I guess it could. Hopefully we'll get things running sooner than that. Where are the scores? 195 imps over 45 boards. I mean, they were averaging 5 imps a board through 30. So they've slowed down a little bit. This feels a lot more like the Spingolds that I'm used to seeing, where there's a pretty clear divide between like the top 32 and the bottom 32 in the field in terms of ability level. It's hard to field 64 like really competitive teams. Still no more results. Maybe a lot of these results came from matches that were expected to be blowouts, and that's why they played really quickly, like Rosenberg against Potter. It was a blowout. Unova against Shang, it was a blowout, so they finished very quickly. Street against Botwin, blowout. Gerli against Ho, I mean, they were ahead by 57. Now they're only ahead by 54. Rosenthal, Dimitrov. Nickel is struggling a little bit. Look at the 2008 Olympics, which was held in China. Shift. Get your head out of the gutter. Never. 2008 Olympic medal count. It was held in Beijing. Okay. Yeah, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if both the US and China believed they won this Olympics. So China hosted. They earned the most gold medals at 48, with the US coming in second, but the US won the most total medals, 112. So you have to imagine that in the Chinese propaganda newspapers, they printed something like China dominates Olympics with like, you know, 33% more golds than United States. Or like 33% more golds than idiot United States, right? That's kind of how their papers talk about us. And in the US, they're just like, they would literally just print a graphic, but they sort by like total number of medals. So it would be like US up at top and like China is like just below, and then everyone else falls off. No more scores coming through. I mean, among the matches that are that are currently through the third quarter, maybe this match. Delim Paltadakis versus Shen. It's pretty close at 15 imps. And it looks like we have some, I mean, named players on the Greek team. But Shen is maybe an unknown Chinese team that's a little bit underseeded, possibly. That could be a good one to watch. This match is 19 imps. Joel against a Wheeze. Giorgio Dubois is a GOAT player. I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him the GOAT. He's pretty good. Good player. So this match is 19. This match, which you kind of can't see because I'm covering it up, is 29. Pollock against Halle. He won 6 straight Euros? Really? That is kind of GOAT material. I mean, this match might be interesting. Welland Baker, 25. It's not refreshing itself, but I'm like hitting the refresh button every few minutes and nope, no new results in. And I assume we don't have any VuGraph broadcasts at all. That's disappointing. Wait, they said it was going to be in the VuGraph archive. So, can we see it? No, we can't. Quarter 2 of 4. Quarter 2 of 4. You know what we could do? We could look at... Wait, maybe we can look at some of these things. I can pull this up. This is going to be a little bit complicated, but I can definitely pull up a hand if it looks interesting. It normally takes like 2 hours after match is finished to go up in the archive. Gotcha. Yeah, I was like hoping we could cheat the system. Wait, what happened here? Oh. This really didn't go great for the Rimstep brothers. The very first board in the second quarter, they lose a big game swing to not doing anything right on the hand. I don't know how to put it nicer. this this is like one of the weirdest lines of play I've seen. Someone got to play 3 hearts, down 4, vulnerable, undoubled on a board. Kind of exciting. I mean, I guess I will pull this thing up. Here, let me go ahead and add the thing so that you all can see. Sure. Let's try something like this. Team Shen won the Risinger in 2017. Wait, Team Shen. So Team Shen is the team that I'm looking for them and I've lost them. What number are they? I know I was literally just looking at them a minute ago. Oh, they're the 43 seed. Yeah, they were the ones that were playing up against the Greek guy. So yeah, they might be well underseeded. I think a lot of these team events take into account like consistent placements and big team events, and the Risinger is not really one of them. Okay, anyway, this was the thing from Dahl against Leibowitz. This first board, let's see what happens in this. Oh, 3 no trump all pass. That was probably not the opening bid. Club lead. Club lead makes things easy. 4 clubs, 3 diamonds, a spade, and a heart at least. But in the other table, oh, no one can see anything. There. Is that better? That's better. In the other table, East opened 2 diamonds, 18 to 19 balanced. 3 clubs by West. Looks like some sort of Stamen thing. Blah, blah, 3 no. Cool. So I was surprised when I clicked on Gib just to take a look and see, because I didn't really pay attention to the hand. Declare can just make 11 tricks on this one. So the fact that Mikael Rimstedt went down 1 when it's not like he misguessed something and then suddenly the opponents ran a bunch of tricks against him is surprising. He had diamond lead, won the queen, and led a spade to the jack. That seems very reasonable. North continued diamonds, round to the king, played another spade to the king, and then he cashed the diamond ace, which is really weird, right? Like, why would you want to set up an extra diamond in the opponent's hands? So, anyway, cashes the diamond ace. And then he goes ace of clubs and runs the 10 of clubs to North's queen. Great, we've misguessed everything so far. But he's still doing... I guess he's not doing okay. The defense can always score a heart, a diamond, and the ace of spades. A heart comes back, he ducks it around. South cashes the jack of diamonds. And Declare's hand kind of gets squeezed on this trick. North pitches a spade. He pitches a club. So, like, he kind of has 4 tricks set up. The ace of hearts, queen of hearts, and 2 clubs. But when South continues a club, the heart suit's blocked. Declare has to lose a spade at the end, down 1. Kind of crazy. What were some of the other big scores? 4 hearts making, 4 hearts down 1. This is the one that I thought was amusing. The whole point of playing diamonds was to play the opponents, and then he played clubs himself. Yeah, I don't understand what was going on that line of play. 1 no by West. Stamen, garbage Stamen by East to get to 2 spades. Okay? Club opening lead to the 10, queen, and ace. Ace of hearts. North dumps the king. What a Chad. That's my boy Mark. He knew what was happening in the heart suit. Wanted his partner to get in to pull trumps. A heart back around to the 9. Queen of hearts. Man, South did not get the memo that he was supposed to pull trumps here. Does it matter? It might not matter. All right, Queen of Hearts roughed, over roughed. But this hasn't really hurt Declare. Declare had a natural spade loser anyway. Club rough, another heart, roughed high. But now the heart's set up in dummy. 10 of spades, not covered. Queen of spades. Cashes a heart, makes 8 tricks. What happened in the other room? 2 diamonds by South, sure. 2 no by West. 3 diamonds. Transfer to hearts. Wonderful. Man, 2 no is a bid by West. It's kind of an uncomfortable bid, but you probably have to make it, right? 16 highs, you have a diamond stopper, you have a bunch of aces. If you don't bid, maybe your partner reopens with a double, but then what? Right? Are you just bidding 3 no over partner's reopening double, or are you passing? All right, 2 no. Transfer to hearts. So how bad is this actually supposed to be? Supposed to be down 1. I feel like something went haywire on this, because if you're supposed to be down 1 and you go down 4, you have clearly messed up. Club to the queen. Ace of hearts and a heart. Okay. Ace of diamonds and a diamond. Now, Declare definitely should pitch a club, right, on this trick? Because you have a club loser. And you know South won't be able to profitably continue diamonds. Ruffs exits a trump. South can now pull trumps and run the entire diamond suit. This is crazy. Okay, what happened on this one? So Leibowitz and Grossack got to 4 hearts. We don't know how the auction went. There was an opening spade lead and declare claimed. Is this obvious? You have a club and 2 hearts to lose, assuming you play the hearts by leading the queen on the first round. It looks like you can barely manage it. You'll be able to pitch a diamond on the king of clubs and ruff a diamond and dummy and still pull trumps. It might take some work. But let's see if there was a line of play at the other table. A diamond, a heart, 3 hearts, 4 hearts. Same spade lead to the king. Queen of hearts around to the king. Spade continuation. Declare wins and dummy. Take another heart finesse. West wins and leads a low club. Yeah, declare can make it, right? You gotta fly king of clubs here. And then you can just go ace king of diamonds, diamond ruff, pull trump, sending in hand. You lose a diamond in the end, but that's okay. You were never scoring a beer anyway. They played the king of clubs. What? Now you just claim. What? No! There's no way this happened, right? There's literally no way this happened. Uh-oh. I mean, he must have forgotten what cards have been played already. You just overtake the 9 of hearts with the ace and pull trumps, and you lose the 7 of diamonds. Whoopsies. Small game swing on board 29. Do we have score updates? Do we have VuGraph updates? We have VuGraph. Okay, wait, quarter 3 of 4. That was actually my buddy Mark declaring the hand. Mark might not be the strongest sponsor on the team. Well, we have some sort of VuGraph. Hold on, let me take a look. Holy fuck. Okay, we need to get rid of this thing because look at what's going on screen. $51-18 in favor of Roman. Bramley is going down. You thought it was Gettleman's fault? So this is the last board of the set, but there have been 33 imps. All right, Diana back on board saying that there was a technical issue. Quarter 3 kind of got lost, and it is now fixed. So we will have action for quarter 4. Should I tell Mark that his play in 4 hearts makes him look like the biggest fish on the planet? That's probably not something that I should do. Yes. 5 diamonds doubled in the West. So Declare still has to lose the spade ace. But that's it, right? The double must have picked off the long diamond suits in North's hand. So you can just run the 9 of diamonds, play a diamond to the king, and lead the king of spades. That'll give you parking place for the 10 of hearts loser. Eventually ruff a spade back to the west hand to pull trumps. Club over to the 8 to cash the queen of spades. Declare needs to be brave. Run that 9 of diamonds. Man, what a hand on board 14, actually. 4 spades, 5 diamond overcall. Was that duplicated at both tables? No, 4 spades double, 4 no, 5 diamonds. How'd we get to 5 diamonds doubled here? What an auction. Woolsey opens 2 diamonds, which presumably shows no values and no suits. 2 no trump, asking to be doubled. 3 clubs by South, asking to be doubled. 3 diamonds by West, refusing to double the opponents. 3 hearts by North, once again asking to be doubled. West was like, the colors are not right for us going after a penalty, so I'll bid 3 now. Double by North. Bramley hasn't realized that his partner just psychs every bid that he can. 4 diamonds by East, 5 diamonds by West, double by North again. Like, did West not realize that he was getting doubled in 4 diamonds? I mean, I don't know what the actual layout of this hand looked like at the start. But if Bramley doesn't turn up with 25 high card points, I don't think he has his bids. He couldn't stop. He was the only player who never passed. Declare long in the tank about this diamond problem. It feels like Declare also kind of worked out what to do, because when we looked at the previous tricks, the 3 of diamonds to the 8 and queen, it looks like he was giving himself the opportunity for this 9-7 of diamonds to take a finesse. Hey, Brad. Wait, the Stark team scored 224 imps in quarter 3. Declare seriously played a diamond to the king. Why? Well, that was dumb. At least he thought about it for a while. Okay, do we have actual score updates? Let me see. Hey, Allie. We have... Yeah, Stark team... It says scored 124. It is a lot. We do have full quarter 3 updates, though. I'll bring those up in a sec. Yeah, that's not how this trick went, but North is going to score an extra diamond, so down 2. Sigh of relief for Bramley. They might have only gone down 1. Let's check out the other table. They're in 5 clubs in the East. I mean, how did they not get doubled in anything North-South? North bid like a maniac at the other table. North had an 11 count opposite his partner's preempt. They were unfavorable. Wow. Woolsey and Bramley, the Mad Lads, strike again. Down 3. Holy crap. That's not a good result. Here are the current scores, as far as we know. So Fleischer is still in a close match, only up by 30. Nickel in a close match. Rosenthal looks like they have things under control. Zimmerman, they were behind, so it looks like they have things in their favor. Wolfson up by a little bit. Rubenstein dominated now that Stewart is out. The Grossack-Rosenberg partnership, along with Gruen Moss, had a few things going in their favor. Leibowitz and Dahl is 113 to 110. No way. We might have to watch that match. Selway is killing Leonardon. Oh, do we have things up? So there's Feldman, Regal, Rubenstein, Fork. We're not going to watch Rubenstein, Forkada. Oh, that's third quarter anyway. Feldman, Regal is up. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Levy and Wolpert, Aker and Milgram. Let's go. All right, Chad, I will see you in a little bit. Hello.
All right, I'm going to try to be smarter here by putting up my pinky in the brain behind me.
Trying to take over the world tonight?
I can be the pinky to your brain.
Well, this match looks really close through 3 segments. I mean, these two teams are fairly close seating-wise together, sort of towards the middle of the field. And Regal currently holds on to a 4-amp lead with 15 boards left to play, so should be an exciting finish.
Bring up the other match in another window, so I can peek at it every once in a while for spoilers. I'm surprised that they're putting Rubenstein Forkado. That's showing that's the third quarter, so they're probably not going to put up the fourth quarter of that match.
No,
it's the
there
quarter
are quite
time travel.
Yeah, there's quite a few matches that are actually somewhat close after 3 segments, including a couple of potential upsets brewing, like Selway against Leonardon. Selway actually has a 40-amp lead after the third quarter.
There's so many good teams, and there were a number of teams in the 30, 40, and 50 seeds, even the 60s, that I thought to myself, people are not going to be happy about drawing that team in such an early round. The depth of the field is pretty good. So it's not surprising that we're going to see some lower seeded teams beat some teams that are even quite a few seeding points ahead of them. That's why these brackets are so hard to get anywhere close to right.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Levy at the helm in 3 spades here. He ran the 10 of spades round to North's king earlier, and he may well have thought that South was somewhat likely to cover the 10 of spades if he had a spade honor to give him a little bit of a problem on the second round of the suit. So he elects to just cash the ace, continue a spade, and eventually
So how's he doing?
heart will go away on the last diamond and dummy.
Yeah, the king ten of diamonds are good, but he's going to lose. This is the fourth trick. Fifth trick is another club. But the fourth trick is the king and jack of clubs, and then he has the balance with the diamonds and the ace of hearts.
Yep.
So whatever he did was sufficient to take 9 tricks, which is the number of the counting when you've been to the 3 level.
Yep. Yeah, Trump splitting was good news for him. So
I shall not count to.
I don't think North is planning to duck this trick, but
That would be a very unsuccessful duck. I think it's more likely that this has been claimed and the operator is asking how many tricks.
I mean, I can understand that North he did duck.
Okay, never mind.
So, you know, if you just look at the hardened club suits themselves, you can kind of see, of course, like North doesn't want to be on lead because leading a club away from the jack is scary and leading a heart away from the king is scary. But there's the ace of hearts entry to the good king 10 of diamonds. So North should kind of realize that they're just trying to cash out when the ace of clubs play a club back.
So Declarer will take an embarrassing number of tricks from this position. 200 the hard way. Well, not the hard way, but one of the harder ways.
No, it's still 170. He's going to lose a heart.
He's got. Oh, he only has 1 pitch. Yeah, never mind. The old 170 number. Well, in a similar position, Hines won the ace of clubs without consideration of anything else. There's not a delay. I'm surprised there's still yet. I mean, I guess he's could run his spades. Deciding whether to run his spades or just to claim. The squeeze is so rather unlikely.
It's often
the delays.
Right. Yeah, so like it's often right to just face your hand and claim and, you know, psychologically torture your opponents once they've made a mistake like this to really let them know. That doesn't feel like the right number of tricks to have claimed, but
we're thinking this is actually 170. If the operator consults with the players and asks how many tricks were taken, we're going to find out it's the number is 10, not 11.
Yeah, it looks like 10. So North has 12. Gets to open a club, and is East going to overcall no trump?
I think East will decide that his diamonds are better than his clubs and overcall a diamond. He just passed. I mean, pass is sort of the classical bid with 14 high card points and a hand with the wrong shape to make a takeout double. They make a club pass. No, South is. Oh, they're probably playing a potentially short club, so if they're playing transfers over it, probably a 2+ club and 1 heart showing spades. And now, I think East West are kind of blown out on a hand where they would probably make 3-0 trump if they contracted for it.
Yeah, East deciding not to act both times that the auction came back to him. The first time, ace queen 10 of clubs, ace queen 10 of diamonds behind the opening bidder. A lot of players might be tempted to upgrade that into the 15 to 18 no trump overcall range. And then second time, he doesn't have 4 hearts, which is the other major. That's one of the main reasons why you might make a takeout double of 2 spades in this spot. So
note that if South had passed 1 club, West would balance with a no trump, and you would get to 1 no trump from the West, which is better than getting there from the East by putting a strong hand on them. You don't have the threat of a spade lead through your king queen 10. Also, had East overcalled a diamond over 1 club, West would have advanced it in no trump, and you would again get to no trump from the West, although maybe not 3 no trump, but at least to no trump from the West. No trump from the East could be in some trouble on a spade lead, where the defense clears the spades right away. and you have to do something. If you take a finesse of the queen of diamonds, it loses and a heart comes back. I guess you could still take 4 clubs and 2 diamonds is 6, and a spade is 7, and a heart is 8. You kind of need the heart finesse. I suppose you could pass the 9 of diamonds around to the king if it's not covered. If it goes 9 jack, queen king, you still just have 2 diamonds, 4 clubs, a spade, and a heart. So that I can see cases where no trump actually goes down east-west, but not from the west. Well, maybe from the west, but from the west you could play on hearts before diamonds, losing a finesse into the safe hand.
Yep.
Or north can't effectively attack spades, so.
Yeah, so there is potential for a swing on this board. Looks like east-west have some chance of making 3-no trump, some chance of going down in 3-no trump, some chance they won't reach 3-no as they didn't at this table. But the first board of the set, West made 140 in spades in the other room, 3 spades just barely making. I suspect we're going to see a 1-imp swing instead of a 2-imp swing, but we never really know. Sometimes the play gets lost and the VuGraph operator just asks the players at the end, so 200 could be the result. It feels like a lot of tricks were taken on that board, but I guess it's possible.
2 spades is going to go down a couple of tricks, I think. They just put up Bramley Romans 4th quarter. That's a 40-imp differential, so I'm not in a big hurry to jump over there. They are in 3-no trump from the wrong side of the other table, but South does not yet know to lead spades, so we'll see what happens.
West did something a little bit unusual here, switching to a low heart. I mean, the 3 small hearts and dummy does make a heart switch somewhat attractive, but East had kind of already decided for the defense. I think it's right for us to pull trumps and let a doubleton trump. Then Declarer continued pulling trumps, and then West said, no, usually it's wrong for both sides to lead the same thing, and went after the heart suit. I thought it looked a little bit more natural to follow partner's defense on opening lead and play a 3rd round of trumps from West.
The queen of diamonds shift from East can't really cost. The king is in dummy. He's got the ace 10 sitting over. I mean, it could mean the 7 of diamonds sets up. But I think Declare might have been able to do that on their own or be able to rough it. East may also think his partner. I guess East knows that North has exactly 4 spades because they opened a club.
Yeah, so as you say, the 4th round of diamonds in South's hand will set up, but there's no real useful pitch from the North hand. The ace of hearts is on side all along. Not that Declarer knows this.
And Declare can't get the hearts wrong because the jack of hearts is on side as well.
Yeah. Interesting that Declare goes after hearts himself. So the 9 of diamonds comes back. East can cash the ace and 10, and then continue a 4th round for his partner to rough.
Eventually scores 2 club tricks, and that's it.
Yeah.
We're down 2. So South did find the spade lead against 3-no trump, and I think that most lines of play for Declare are going to lead to defeat. I suppose Declare could lead a low heart towards their queen first, and that might be best. If North pops up with the king of hearts, they'll have 4 clubs, 3 hearts, diamond, and a spade, and if North ducks it, then they have their second heart trick in before they work on diamonds.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's not necessarily double dummy, so they might make it on that line of play. We'll see what they do.
I think it is somewhat likely that Declare will end up making 3 no trump in the other room, even after the spade lead. Because it looks natural to take club finesses when you're in the west hand, and it kind of looks natural to play on the heart suit. All right, as predicted, East finally got his 2 clubs at the very end of play, and Declare has the rest for 2 down. So big board. If 3 no trump makes, then Feldman, I guess, is gonna. No, Regal will pick up some imps, right? It's Regal that's playing 3 no trump in the other room.
Yeah, so they have it as F Abdu. I'm pretty sure that's Wafik Abdu, so it should be W. I don't know of no other Abdu that plays bridge other than Wafik, and he does play with Larry Seeley, so the evidence is strong that that's Wafik.
Well, board 18, we have a little bit of action brewing. East and South are going to pass in first and second seat. And then West has a pretty big hand. 17, 5-5 in the red suits. He'll open a heart. North has to decide how many clubs to bid. I guess 2 clubs is the normal overcall.
Opposite of past hand, though, I'm a 3 club bidder. I like those club spots. I like the shape, and I like the heavy preempt at the vulnerability. Or rather, take away that whole level of bidding.
Yeah, but both of those bids have some appeal to it. But North decides to go with the lower level, 2 clubs.
South will boost to 3 clubs anyways, unless they decide to expand with 2 hearts or 2 now. So it does shoot just 2 hearts. And I think West has got to follow through with 3 diamonds here, I suppose, because double sounds more like you have good hearts.
Yeah, very much so. Now, I really like the 2 heart bid from South. I think this introduces a way that you can get to a game swing for your side. You can find a spade hit.
Call 2 a minor. The goal is really to get to 3 no trump, right? For a red 2 a minor overcall.
Yeah. So yeah, as you say, West really feels like he wants to bid something.
If double of 2 hearts is just general values and take out of clubs, he has that, but I don't think that's what the double is. I think the double says, no, I really have, I have a 6th heart. I don't want to bid 3 hearts, or I have a little extra and good hearts lead a heart. And you know, 2 hearts is a transfer to spades. It doesn't really make a difference there. What the double is.
Okay, that's surprising to me, but I did like the 2 heart bid because I thought as a limit raise in clubs, he was keeping a 2 spade bid available to his partner to find a 5-4 fit. But
and I think South is committed to bidding 4 clubs here if he just transferred to spades last time. He does.
Yeah.
I suppose South could have bid 3 no trump there, but that'd be pretty bold with Queen 3rd stiff king in the opponent's suits. Turns out you actually do have hearts and diamonds stopped. Despite only 19 high card points, you can't take some tricks. You're off the first 4 spades and 3 diamonds. So you can take some tricks as enough to go down 1 and 1 no trump.
Yeah, that's not quite good enough. They're going to be a lot happier in 4 clubs, but I think West is pretty likely to bid 4 hearts here.
Only, I mean, all partner was able to do was bid 3 hearts over 3 diamonds. West isn't in a big hurry to defend. You know, well, so what does West need for game? Queen 3rd of hearts gives him a play. Not a great play, but a play.
Yeah. Okay, Livy finds kind of the middle road solution, not passing 4 clubs, not bidding 4 hearts. He doubles to show some extra values. And East was happy to take a chance at the heart game with 3 card heart support.
So the spade leads there's no entry for the spade rough quickly, so Declare can win it with like the jack and dummy and play a heart to the jack. And maybe just hold his losers to a diamond and two hearts.
Yeah.
Club lead would have been a little more threatening about the control of the hand, since he has a diamond to lose late. But I think he has enough control now with the tempo and the spade lead to make it on a heart to the jack. He hasn't played a heart to the jack yet. I suppose there's some case for a heart to the king as well. Probably not. I don't think North's leading the singleton spade with the queen of trumps.
Well, I also don't think it matters, right? A heart to the king, he still makes it. He just needs to pull trumps.
So now, yeah, I guess North can tap. Well, no, North taps him. Then he plays a heart to the 10. They win, and they tap him again. He draws the trumps, and then when he goes to play on diamonds, he finds he has.
Oh, I see.
Lead again.
I see. It does feel very unnatural to play a heart to the king, though. I mean, North is expected to have most of the missing high cards for the 2-club overcall. So, if you're placing anyone with the heart ace, it would be North. Yeah, I think you're right. You really do need to just pick up the heart suit or guess the heart suit. This isn't one of these auctions, though, where I think it's obvious to North that he needs to force declare. Four diamonds to the 10 is not necessarily a diamond stopper. Declare could have had ace, king, queen, jack in the suit. So, in that regard, it might look a lot more attractive to try and get ace, spade, ruff. Partner has, we have a club trick, we get a spade, ruff, we have the ace of hearts, and partner just needs one more card of some kind. Also, south bid spades, right?
Yeah, south of spades is partner's suit. So you just need him to have the ace of spades or the ace of diamonds, I guess, or maybe the ace of clubs in some cases.
All right, jack of spades, heart to the jack. Does look very attractive. Yeah, so North wins the ace and is going to try and get his spade ruff, but this isn't going to work out.
I think South's going to cash the king of hearts and then just get to work on the diamond suit, figuring like any 3-2 diamond break will get him home, and he also is good against singleton 10 or singleton king as diamonds when he cashes the ace. And lo and behold, it's singleton king. So he just needs the red suits to both break, and he's good, or something, or the right stiff in diamonds.
Right. Yep. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds.
If the heart queen was doubled, and then he could have crossed it on me once with the 10 of hearts in order to play a diamond.
Yeah, maybe for an overtrick. The other side, the other table made an overtrick. 4 hearts.
Well, I think he does too, right? Because he's going to play ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, and south ruffs, and he'll be able to ruff the diamond good. He's going to cross the king and spades and play a diamond off, and he's still going to make an overtrick.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We can ruff the diamonds good. So I think we could still ruff the diamonds good if we had played a heart to the king, but I'm not going to dwell on the point. It does look to me like maybe not even double dummy, single dummy. Declare might still have come home after misguessing the heart suit. You can pull 2 rounds of trumps, and then you don't have to pull the 3rd round of trumps. You can just ruff the diamond suit good. So you lose 3 heart tricks, but no diamonds. Okay, 11 tricks at both tables. I mean, it does feel pretty natural to leave the singleton spade, as they did in the other room as well. And we got The exact same line of play, in fact. Well, not the exact same. Declare in the other room decided to bang down the diamond ace rather than crossing to dummy's spade for a diamond hook. That doesn't look like the right number of tricks.
Well, that's one extra imp north-south, but also one extra imp east-west on view graph
So
error.
they cancel.
So I'm going to call it a wash.
Yeah.
I think the score is correct. The number of imps is not.
We're just inflating the scores. You know, by the end of this, it'll be like 450 to 447. Close match.
So one spade likely from south? I think north-south are going to bid spades on the first round of the auction, be it from south or by north.
One or the other of them will bid spades. Yeah.
I think west might bid spade. Well, west could almost bid one spade, two spades. It could be one spade, two spades, four spades.
5 spades from east, then?
Sure, one spade, two spades, four spades, five spades. It's East's turn. If everyone else is into that spade bidding game, I don't see why East should be shut out.
All right, so the one spade
Actually,
opener.
6 diamonds, given the opening bid, I've seen worse slams than 6 diamonds by East.
It's really not unreasonable. 2 hard overcall by Levy. He does have 5 of them. It's always scary coming in at the 2 level vulnerable with a weak suit, but he's going to do okay here.
It's a scary hand type because it's also scary to pass one spade with that too. It's even scarier with the red game looming.
Yeah. A 2-no trump by North looks like some sort of limit raise or better in spades.
Yeah, probably shows a 4-card spade raise, and he's got a couple more spades just as extras waiting in the wings. You can put him down with his clubs.
Yeah, so East bids 3 diamonds, which I'm a little surprised South... I don't know what North's 2-no trump showed, but South's hand feels like some sort of fast arrival type. Queen third of hearts is really bad. 11 count. Weak trumps is pretty bad.
So it's whatever the partnership has agreed the weakest thing is between pass and 3 spades, because 2-no presumably was forcing to 3 spades. Mm-hmm. I like pass there to be a defensive minimum and allows partner to even not respect his own force to 3 spades, given the information that I have a bad hand with defense.
Uh-huh.
So
that's kind of what South has. A little.
Yeah, South is a hand that might not make 3 spades opposite, a hand that doesn't have 6 card support for him. Actually, he might not make 3 spades opposite this hand. Ace of hearts, king of hearts, heart rough is 3, and it has to lose a club and a diamond still. So you can't even make 3 spades north south despite the 11 card fit. That's how good that queen of hearts is. So it's oh no, it doesn't go ace of hearts, king of hearts, heart rough.
Not this time. Sometimes it might.
It's a heart rough with a void. No spades, partner? Nope. As when you see dummy hit with 6 of them, you have some clue that there's no spade ruff looming. All right, so West has a good hand and did whatever 4 clubs means, and I think East with 4 card support for what rates to be his partner's secondary 5 card suit and a spade void is going to try for a red game bonus and just bid 5 clubs. I hope it's right.
Yeah, 5 clubs looks like a good bid. He's already showed his diamond suit.
Now we can see that diamonds will be a much more comfortable contract for East-West than clubs. You don't have to worry at all about how you're going to manage to draw the trump suit with clubs as trump. In fact, you're just thinking about how can I you're thinking of your clubs as losers that you have to dispose of on the hearts rather than as trumps that you need to draw.
Yeah, I mean, additionally, a big concern in playing in clubs is that it might go diamond to the ace diamond rough at tricks 1 and 2.
Or potentially even later after they win the club, they might be able to later score diamond rough.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know hearts are 3-3.
I just looked for a second at North's opening lead problem, and this looks like a disaster to me. You know that someone's hitting with a spade void, so I mean, I guess it's safe to lead a spade, but it's not productive. You don't want to lead the diamond suit on your left. You don't want to lead hearts on your right, and you're not leading a club from King Doubleton. So I guess we're back to like, let's lead a spade into Dummy's Void.
I wonder whether North should might have just more sensibly just bid 4 spades the first time around.
It's also worth wondering whether or not North should have bid 5 spades over 5 clubs. South may well have showed a defensive minimum in terms of values, but that doesn't mean you have to defend. South had the option of doubling 5 clubs if he really had 5 clubs wrapped up. So North's hand looks all offense to me, despite being 6-3-2-2. The vulnerability speaks to let's save as opposed to let's try and defend a red game. It also saves North from this opening lead decision, which he's still thinking about. Probably wouldn't be the first time he led into... It gave Declare a rough sluff at trick 1. I guess that's pretty unlikely. South would need to have 7 spades, but...
Yeah, I don't think South would pass 3 diamonds with a 7-card spade suit.
No,
so
probably not.
I think you can discount that possibility.
Okay.
So I think he's leading the King of Spades just in the fullness of time. That lead must have happened a while ago because there's no way it let King of Spades 2 of clubs within half a second.
No.
I think that King of Spades was on the table a while back and just hadn't been entered by the operator.
Okay, King of Diamonds is probably a pretty interesting try. I mean, also, Levy might have thought about this for a while. So one thing that could happen here is even if the defense was getting a diamond rough, they might not be able to find it anymore.
So Milgram knows that his partner has 1 or 2 diamonds, right? Because his partner played an upside down 6, and that's either Jack 6, 8-6, or Singleton 6.
Mm-hmm.
His partner not leading a Singleton seems unlikely. So I would think that this means that his partner has a double diamond and you should just return a diamond to try to kill the dummy.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
My 3rd club is higher than Dummy's 3rd club. So I know that's not going to work for a declarer to get to the dummy with that. So I think it's indicated that he returned the 3 diamonds.
He might force Declare into like a winning line of play. Now I don't know how deeply he's reading into this, but since he knows West has 5 hearts, at least 5 hearts, Declare can rough the hearts good in dummy, and his queen 3rd is going to fall.
He'll then need to guess the clubs, right? Because if Declare plays a club to the queen and it loses, then he has no entry back to the board. Does he? Yeah. So let's say it goes diamond back to the queen. So Declare wins it, plays heart rough, breathes a sigh of relief. If they then discuss the club, you can rough a spade to the board. I guess you could. Yes, you could rough a spade to the board, but you can't run the diamonds through South because North still has a trump. And if you play another trump from yourself from the West hand, then they have a second trump to win. So Declare, I think, is going to have to make a successful club guess from here to make the contract.
You do make a good point, though. As you're saying, run the diamonds through South when North is out of trumps. It is possible for Declare to pull 2 rounds of trumps and then rough the hearts good, and then he would be in dummy to run diamonds through South. So it could go queen of diamonds, club to the queen, let's say. North wins, forces dummy and spades. Oh, no, I guess, I think you're right. Yeah, there's no way to pull 2 rounds of trumps and then get back to dummy to run diamonds.
Well, if it goes club to the queen and king, and then they force dummy and spades, dummy has one trump left, right?
Yeah, and you still have to rough the
Can't
hearts
use it
good.
both to finesse the club and rough a heart, and you can't
Yep.
run the diamonds.
Yeah, it's not possible. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Declare will need to guess the club suit, and
So he thinks South has the ace of diamonds and the ace of spades.
mhm.
And would South have passed with ace of spades, ace king? I maybe a heart honor. Going back to the auction, I think this maybe the clues are enough that you should be finessing the 10 of clubs, but it's not a strong indicator.
Well, Declare needs to rough the heart suit good, right? So he'll be able to find out what's going on in hearts. And at the point in time where he roughs the hearts good, he'll know that North started with the jack third of hearts, a small doubleton diamond, and 5 or 6 spades to the king queen. So,
Yes, you're saying if in this position he plays heart rough, he'll know the hearts that South started with the queen third of hearts, the ace of spades, and the ace of diamonds.
mm-hmm.
And I think he gets the clubs right because North with the king queen, just king queen six of spades, jack third of hearts, nothing in diamonds, doesn't really has a 4 spade bid, not a 2 no bid. North kind of needs the king club to make up his bid.
So that seems like the inference to take, and I think he was just wondering, is there anything I can do against 4-2 hearts? And he's come to the realization that no, there really isn't anything he can do against 4-2 hearts.
Now, for people who are seeing D. Wolpert and are confused that it's not G. Wolpert, Darren Wolpert is Gavin's older brother. He was on several of these junior teams in the same class as our returning junior Jeff Blond. They in fact played on juniors on the same team as Jeff Blond. So Darren, also a really nice guy, used to play with Uric, who I think passed away, and then he disappeared from bridge for a little bit.
Yeah, okay, wait a second. Now that I've actually seen this happen, 3 rounds of hearts roughed, he can't play a club to the 10. Because North will win and then play a club back, and he still has a spade loser. I think he's just down.
Yeah. Yeah. So does he need a club to the queen to win?
I mean, even if a club to the queen wins and he roughs a spade, then he has to lead a diamond from dummy. And I don't think there's a layout that works there.
Oh, what if he leads a diamond from dummy right now? South can't rough it, so North has to rough it.
Why can't South rough?
If South roughs, you're right. Let's see. If South roughs the diamond,
Declare has to rough in with the 10.
Declare over roughs it with the 10, and now he's good, right? Because now he can rough the spade and dummy and take a trump finesse.
Yeah. So, and if South didn't rough,
then he pitches a heart winner, keeping the spades potential way to get to take dummy to take a trump finesse. North can win it and play a spade himself, giving the rough and discard, and Declare can't handle that.
Yeah, it's what a hand.
Diamonds would have been so much easier. 7 a lot easier than the 4.
Yeah, wow. This was big potential.
I wonder though if over 4 spades East might have bid 4-no trump to say, hey, I've got a club fit, but how do you feel about 5 diamonds?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think West would have said, I am in favor of diamonds. If you're offering me a choice between clubs and diamonds, and I've already bid my ace, queen, 10, 4 of clubs, then it's good. Diamonds has to be right when I have 2 diamonds and not 1. So the other table, we see a result that North-South were able to buy it in 4 spades. So had East-West been able to make 5 of a minor, it would have been a rather large swing for the Feldman team. Instead, this is going to be a small swing for the Regal team.
Yeah, it would certainly be rather be on the side that is contracting for the game bonus in this scenario, but it didn't work out for them this time. Yeah, I think Levy is kind of realizing how futile this position is. If the 10 of clubs holds, he's in great shape. Because he could then ruff a spade with the 6 of clubs, ruff a diamond with the queen of clubs, and then cash the club ace and start playing winning hearts. But that looks like maybe the only chance to me.
Well, if the 10 of clubs holds, you could just ruff a spade and start playing winning diamonds, and they can. I guess suppose North could ruff it with a 8-3 double. It's long enough clubs.
Yeah.
Can score a roll.
Yeah, he would have to ruff the winning diamond with the club queen to pull trumps and then run hearts. So I wonder if there was a better alternative going all the way back to trick 2, because he led the king of diamonds from dummy, South won the ace, and then continued diamonds, and that got him into this position. Maybe it would have been more productive to just ruff the heart suit good first. Then he would have been able to win the jack of diamonds in the west hand and ruff a spade suit, and then he would be in the position to guess clubs. You know, he also could have won the jack of diamonds in the west hand, ruffed a spade, and then roughed the hearts good, and then guessed clubs. It almost seems as if he didn't really fully think about this issue, where he just didn't have enough entries to ruff all of the suits good in the west hand.
Yeah, those 7-card suits would rather be trumped than side suits. It just makes the play so much easier. Well, we have 11 cards and 2 suits again on board 20.
We do, and
spade suit such as it is.
Yeah, pretty big disparity between the 2 suits. I have to say that like 3 clubs would be a tempting opening for a lot of people. I don't think it's like that crazy to do so, but you can obviously.
I think we're going to see one club.
A club by West.
I think we'll see one club. I think one. I could visualize some players opening one spade with the West cards too. He's just decided to pass it. I'd rather pick one of the more aggressive actions if I was sitting West. So either one club or one spade or 3 clubs. I like them all more than pass.
I think Levy tends to be a pretty conservative bidder in general, is my feeling about his play.
You ever see Milgram make a slightly off-shape takeout double of 1 diamond with 4-4 in the majors? He's not overly concerned about his minor suit hold distribution since he's trying to get to a major suit game.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if Levy's going to just bid 2 clubs now that spades have been implied on his right, that he's just going to give up on it. Looks like he has. And then Aker has a pretty easy heart bid. And East has an easy pass. And South, does South raise hearts here? Their hand's not terrible. Queen of clubs went down in value. The jack of hearts went up. And Queen of diamonds are upgrades.
Wow, he does pass. So, but West wasn't done.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say the 15 count in South, some players might be tempted to overcall a no trump, but I really do like the takeout double angle for...
I am really surprised that South let it go in 2 spades.
South has really a lot of spades.
He does, but I'd feel a lot more comfortable bidding 3 hearts and trying to defend 3 spades if they bid it than try to defend 2 when I have what rates to be a 9-card heart fit.
Yeah, the other table, there was very little interference from East-West, and North-South found their heart fit, got to 3 hearts, ended up making an overtrick.
Huh. So how do they do in two spades with the bad break and the defense setting up a force pretty quickly? They do have
Um,
all the spade spots.
I think a lot of it's going to depend on how Declare guesses the club suit. Ace King of Clubs run the 10 of Clubs is going to be the plan on this deal.
So the defense starts life with two spades and two diamonds. They technically could have started with 3 rounds of spades, ensuring them a club trick to go with those things. That would be all they'd get. So if they played a third round of spades, Declare could cross the ace of clubs, draw the last trump, and then just force out the jack of clubs to take 9 tricks. Take 8 tricks.
Yeah, this Ace of Hearts lead does set up the king for a diamond pitch in the east hand, and South being the only one who ever gets in again is, I think, going to have a little bit of a difficult time in preventing that from happening. So Levy looks like he's kind of adopted a different approach. He's just planning to cross-ref this hand. All of his
so South can overruff with this with a queen and play ace of spades and a spade here. That would sort of get to a worse position than what I just discussed, because Declare could win the king of spades, pitch a diamond on the king of hearts, rough a spade, rough heart to his hand, draw the trumps, and just give up a club. And make it that way. So South has done the best he can by discarding on this trick.
Doesn't that plan run west out of trumps, I think?
I know, because South is roughing here.
Yeah, but then Declare has to rough to get back to hand before knocking out the jack of clubs.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Well, Declare, it looks like, decided based on the presence of all of his spade spots is just going to adopt a cross-rough plan. So King of Hearts now pitching a diamond. Heart rough, club rough with the 10 of spades again. Planning to go heart rough, club rough again, if allowed.
So the 6th trick for Declare.
Yep.
I don't think Milgram's going to fail to overruff the next one, though.
Yeah, but Declare has 6 tricks in, and he's going to score at least 2 more spades from this position.
I think that's all he's scoring.
Well, actually, South's getting end played, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
The 4 of
play
clubs
the 9 of
is now
spades
good.
and then the 4 of clubs.
South can pitch the queen of diamonds or rough in and get end played into leading away from the ace. So
depends whether he wants the last trick or not.
Mm-hmm.
And South can also lead the queen of diamonds here instead of the ace in order to take the last trick.
Either or.
Robot would have definitely let the queen of diamonds, because the robot loves the last trick. Thinks it counts double.
Well, those are 7 big imps to Feldman, who's now on the comeback train a little bit. Making part scores in the majors in both rooms. So we got 10 boards to go.
9. North South have a heart fit, and East West have a spade fit.
I don't want to be a spoiler for anyone, but spades usually win out in that battle.
You know, more high card points and the higher ranking suit. I don't think North South are going to be in the auction. I think we're going to see pass, pass, pass. And then we will see if Levy opens a spade or a no trump. I like a spade because if partner raises spades, I'm just going to bid 3-0 next. Whereas if I bid a no trump, we may play in 1 no trump, cold for 4 spades. I think it's too good for 1 no trump.
Yeah, I think that's one of the major considerations here, despite it being only 17 high card points. A good 5 card suit. Aces and kings are undervalued in the point count system.
Yeah, I didn't think North was bidding over no Trump.
Now, two clubs Drury from East.
Right. And West will probably bid 3 no Trump over that to offer East a choice between 3 no and 4 spades, and East has a preference for spades.
You don't think there's any chance East West can have a slam?
Well, for me, 2 no is always a slam try and asks partner where their stuff is. So for me, if my partner bid West bid 2 no Trump, I would start cooperating with slam tries by bidding 3 diamonds and then 4 clubs. But it seems that maybe I'm not sure what 2no asked for in this partnership, which is not super well established. I think all game tries go through 2 diamonds, and things that are above 2 spades are slam tries.
Yeah, it seems very reasonable. East hand could have fit a lot better with the West hand. East could have had more values. He only has a 9 count with a couple jacks. So slam not that unreasonable to be searching for on the West cards.
Right, I'm sure. And if West Ham was a little more pure, like they had the Queen of Diamonds, if the King of Hearts was the Queen of Diamonds, if the King of Hearts was the Queen of Diamonds and the Queen of Spades,
yeah,
which it could be, right? That would be in range. Then you have a very good slam East West in 6 spades, and you've missed it. So I think East had some obligation to at least cooperate a little bit. Slam try.
Diamond opening lead's gonna make Declare pretty happy. How do we play it in 4 spades?
So you're only contracting for 10 tricks. So I want to be in dummy and take a spade finesse, but I don't necessarily need to take the spade finesse. I could just win it in hand and lead a heart out. That's not completely safe either. Another thing you can do is you could win the diamond ace in hand and play a low spade towards the jack. Trying to keep control of everything, figuring maybe I can, because it's going to go like diamond to the queen and ace. I know I can set up another diamond trick by force with the 10 and the 9 later, giving up. I can afford to lose a heart, a diamond, and a spade if I need to.
Yeah, the big problem is we can't really afford to pull trumps before our minor suits are set up. Otherwise, if the ace of hearts is offside, we might lose a trick to south and end up losing 3 heart tricks.
We'd like to lead take a spade finesse, and we'd like to lead a heart towards our king, and we just don't have entries to do any of those things. You could try to generate entries by playing a club to the jack. You could win the ace of diamonds and finesse the diamond on the way back right away. That would be not so terrible on this lie of the cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of options.
Go on the diamond, and you could just play to rough a couple hearts and dummy. Now we see a result from the other table. They've managed to find one of the winning lines of play to take 11 tricks. They got an even more favorable lead with a club, picking up the queen for Declare. The defense did not issue a challenge to Declare in the other room.
I guess one of the simplest plans looks to me like rough 2 hearts in the east hand. So win the king of diamonds, lead a heart. And then use the ace of diamonds.
And the king of clubs is entries to rough
2 hearts. And then if spades are 3-2, I can just claim.
You'll lose at most a club, a heart, and a spade.
Yeah, and otherwise I can fall back on a club hook. I mean, that seems like a simple plan. Maybe there's better.
Simple's often good enough.
Yep.
As you were saying, like, you can win these events without knowing how to execute a squeeze if you're just good at the other stuff.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. Like there are a lot of these hands where you can you can create incredibly complex positions that are hard to read, or you could take a line of play that simplifies the entire hand. And faster players tend to gravitate towards the lines of play that simplify the hand.
Mm-hmm.
The other table seems to be on a break right now. They kind of rushed through their first 7 boards, 6 boards. I hope they're on a break and not crashing, because I haven't seen a card played at either table in a while. So,
yeah, knock on wood.
You make me nervous, BBO. It's always in the back of my mind. Am I crashing? Is this part of the brain's plan to take over the world? He's going to crash BBO on us?
All right, we're on the move. Diamond opening lead. South decides to put in the 8.
First trip.
And the 8 of diamonds makes a lot of sense, because South realizes if he puts up the diamond queen, Declare can hook on the next round. So hoping that his partner
has led Jack 9-5, right?
Yeah, Jack 9-5. But this is going to simplify Declare's plan a little bit, because now he knows, well, for one thing, that the diamond lead is not a singleton. And secondly, that now he has an extra diamond trick for which to pitch a loser.
And also, the 5 of diamonds is not the lowest. The 4 is out, so it's also not from a 5-card suit, giving the other hand a singleton either.
Right.
So he's safe from diamond roughs. He's marking himself safe from diamond roughs right now.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they've led funny cards, and you're not actually safe from diamond roughs, but it looks like he marks himself safe from diamond roughs.
Yeah, so now North gets to win the ace of hearts and switch to a club, which is going to make Declare's life even easier.
You're like, well, I didn't have a club loser before. I definitely don't have one now. It's just to a club. Declare may just bang down the ace king of spades and then claim 11 tricks.
But yeah, it looks like the route to 11 tricks is going to be pretty easy from here. I don't think Levy was expecting his 9 of diamonds to win the opening lead. He probably expected South to put in an honor. But it looks like he is adopting the plan to ruff a few hearts.
Well, with these defenders, maybe a good plan is just to, put them on lead.
Put them on lead. They'll just continue giving up tricks in the minor suits.
Exactly. I'm going to get by with a little help from my friends.
So you think after the club switch, we should just duck a spade to North so that North is on lead once again and might give us a 12th trick?
Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to the number of end plays you can play on the same hand. So I think if North plays a club, we'll just see the ace king of spades, and when the queen doesn't drop, we'll just claim 11 tricks. He just can't really conveniently get to the east hand to take a spade finish anyways. He could win. They're going to block the dime. Or, well, I mean, suppose he could ruff a heart low and then float the jack of spades. I think that carries some risk.
Yeah, clubs could be 5-1. South gets a ruff.
Probably not at this speed of defense. So, I mean, that's what's happening.
There's the club switch from North, and this will run around to Declare's 10, it looks like. So club to the queen and king. We'll see if Levy decides to ruff a heart for the spade hook, or if he does, as Michael predicts, just bang down the ace king of spades. Either way, we're going to end up with 11 tricks on this one. So push board.
And we'll eventually see board 22 hit the table. Eventually.
Is that an exciting one?
Looks like probably not. But maybe we can generate some excitement.
I do want to touch on another thing that actually both declarers did in the 4-spade contract on the West cards. Both of them, when they were in the West hand, led the king of hearts out of hand from king third. And I think this is just really strong technique in general. Like if you lead a low heart from king third, the opponents are just going to win a small card and then be able to do whatever it is they want. Like sometimes you want to prevent one of the defenders from being on lead. So you can force only one player to win the ace, but now they also don't know what your heart holding is. Could be king, queen, jack or something. They don't know how many tricks you're setting up to discard losers from dummy. So I really like that as opposed to a low heart, which makes it very clear to them what's going on in the heart suit, that they have most of the strength. Ace of spades, ace of diamonds, king of spades.
And it's just heart rough, king of diamonds claim.
Yeah. All right, 11 tricks in. So we'll be moving on to board 22. And currently where it stands, it looks like Regal is still in the lead by 7 imps over Feldman. We got 9 boards to play now in the match. And this is just a precursor for what is to come later this week, because this is the round of 64 of the Spingold. You might not expect most of these matches to be close, but some of them were. But as we move later in the event, a lot of the matches are going to come down to the last 3 or 4 boards, a couple decisions in the last segment of play. And I think we have another 1-imp boo-boo from the VooGraph operator. Don't worry, we'll get that corrected by a 1-imp boo-boo the other way on board 22. Inflation is still taking over.
So let's see. In the other room, north-south, are in 4 hearts from the south, which seems like a lot.
That is a lot of bidding, considering East has a strong no-trump.
They probably went something like, well, no Trump pass something showing the majors, pass 4 hearts. I can't take a joke. I mean, it's not. I mean, given the no Trump on your right, you're unlucky. You're off 2 club tricks. You're only rate to be off a club, a diamond, and a spade off the top, and then you need to, as you're roughing the spades, because you're probably promoting the jack of hearts for them or the 9 of hearts for them. But so it's not a great contract, but it's not as bad as it first. At first glance, maybe you have a lot of work to do at 4 hearts. Might need ace king third of spades, 2 hearts.
Yeah, the result comes through. 4 hearts down 2 in the south, and
Feldman and Hines have not been getting what the cool kids like to call plus scores.
No.
But then again, neither have
Aker and Milgram at this table.
Milgram. Well, we may see the same auction. I mean, and when your partner shows the majors, you have ace, king, queen, fourth, and a stiff and an outside control, it's hard to bid less than 4 hearts.
I agree. It does seem as if a no Trump was going to make, though. So 4 hearts, if it goes undoubled down 2, as it did in the other room, this will be a push board.
Maybe a good save against 1 no making 2. These to us were going to take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 7 tricks. They're probably just making 1 no trump. They're probably going to lose 4 hearts. well, they only have to. The hearts are blocks. They only have to lose 4 hearts. They can pick up the spades. They can't pick up the diamonds. They're probably going to lose 4 hearts and a diamond. So it's probably against one making 2. If at match points, it'd be a good score. Minus 104 hearts.
I mean, in a 7 match, it could be a good score. But this seems likely to be a push board. A trump lead makes a lot of sense against the 2-suited auction from North. So Declare can win and I guess lead the Queen of Spades out of hand. You would really like to lead a spade towards the queen.
I think you just can't afford that luxury of ever getting to the dummy. You're almost certainly going to need hearts 2-2 and ace king third of spades. You're going to lead a second heart. And you're going to win. And thankfully hearts are 2-2s. So you don't have to worry about a third round. So you don't have a convenient entry to the dummy. Declare will exit with a queen of diamonds or a low diamond. One of those things. Maybe they could win to ace king third of diamonds by exiting a low one.
Yeah, here kind of counter to the point that I was making on the previous board, where declares we're leading the king of hearts opposite the singleton out of hand. I do like a low diamond exit because, as you say, ace king third is a realistic possibility to pick it up.
I don't think West has any overwhelming desire to put the 10 of diamonds up to be on lead. I think East wins this, and East doesn't actually want to continue with a high diamond, worried that maybe that's going to help Declare set up the diamonds. But it's safe enough because they can't all be. I think it's safe enough. Maybe it's not. Maybe diamonds could get roughed down. Probably not.
I imagine West gave a count signal on this trick, so East should know that diamonds are 4x1 around the table.
If South had only 2, if South had 6 diamonds, I would leave West with. If South had 6 diamonds, then West would have 6 clubs and wouldn't have matched 1 no trump. But the Queen of Clubs switch is going to make it quicker.
Yeah,
and I think also it's maybe just down. Is this just down 1 now because the 10 of clubs are set up?
No, there's still not enough trumps in each hand, so Declare's still going to lose the last trick.
See, rough's a spade, rough's a club, rough's a spade cashes the 10 of clubs, but East isn't squeezed or anything. You can't squeeze East. You can't play another trump because it's a trick. So, yeah, this is down 2.
Still down 2.
Checks for ace king third of diamonds, but it's not to be.
Yeah, and now it can check for ace king third of spades, also not to be. We probably just see a claim. There's the 8 tricks, same result. We got 8 boards to go, 7 at match. And another fairly flat hand across or around the table. The South has 14.
Whether or not a player with 14 opens and no trump is not necessarily indicative of whether their range includes 14, we learned yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes 13s open to no trump and sometimes 14s pass.
I mean, that's a pretty garbage 14, despite the fact that it's 5 controls. It's got no 10s, 1 9, and then all your spots seem to look like 2s after that.
Yeah, 4 triple 3 is a pretty bad shape in general. You only have 1 4-card suit. So if your partner's not fitting it, then you're not going to be able to develop some long tricks anywhere. South does open a club.
I think
The
West
other
bids a
table
diamond.
got all the way up to one no trump on the north-south cards. They have 25 highs between them.
I don't think they. I think they may get to two or three no trump. I think it's likely to go a diamond, a heart, pass a no trump, pass two no trump. Or I guess doubles probably transfer to hearts. There's no way it showed both majors. So double probably showed hearts, and I think South bids one now here, or one heart. I could be wrong about everything. And if North had bid a heart, South would bid a no trump. But with North doubling to show hearts, South can bid one heart to show a weak no trump with hearts. And now North can try to wrong side the no trump and let your jack of diamonds be led through. Okay, well, so North is trying to position no trump in the South by bidding two diamonds. So that's right. That's right for no trump to bid two diamonds here. And I have to think he's going to bid the third no trump. North, as much as South hates his 4-3-3 hand in bad spots, North likes his 4-3-3 with good spots and good controls. Mm-hmm. They have almost all the aces and kings between North South.
He does bid three now. Okay, well, pressure's on West, I guess, to find. I don't know. Is there a good lead? A spade? Can West find a spade lead? No way, right?
Well, West. I mean, I suppose West could lead the jack of clubs, and that gives up a club trick. But if South takes it, then the defense has three clubs to go with whatever else. That's an unlikely lead. I don't think we see a jack of clubs lead. I think. And West may just decide they were reluctant to bid two no trump. Maybe my partner has the jack of diamonds and attack diamonds.
He finds a spade lead. Okay, is this actually good enough to beat the contract, though? That's my next question. Because it looks like the defense has three clubs and a trick in each major.
So East would need to shift to the queen of clubs to make sure they get their three club tricks. Otherwise, Declarer is able to just duck the club shift and they're blocked. And at some point, West is going to be on lead with nothing but diamonds and just have to lead a diamond at the king jack. If Declarer has played 3 rounds of hearts after, I think Declarer is going to make it if he plays 3 rounds of hearts at some point early. Let's say he wins the spade, plays low front on the spade, wins the jack with the ace in his hand, and plays king of hearts, heart, and the honor pops up. He wins the ace of hearts and clears the heart. West's on lead, can lead another spade. Declarer can actually win that and duck a club to West.
Well,
I guess East could go up with the queen of clubs. I mean,
I suppose we have some interesting moments ahead of us. As you say, maybe East needs to go up with the queen of clubs at some point if Declarer leads a club off dummy. Otherwise, Declarer will be able to duck to West.
Well, what if Declarer wins the jack of spades with the ace, plays king of hearts, heart? He sees the honor there. He knows the doubles in spade from the opening lead, so he cashes the king of spades before exiting a heart. And now West is on lead with the third round of hearts and is down to only minor suit cards.
Yeah.
So
and then the jack of clubs comes back, and Declarer has to duck that, which is kind of an incredible play.
So if Declarer wins the king of clubs, then the defense is able to take a heart, 3 clubs, and the spade when they get in, because Declarer only has 2 diamonds and a club is 3. 3 hearts is 8 and 2 spades. 3 hearts, 2 diamonds is 5. A club is 6 and 2 spades is 8. Declarer needs one more trick. I think it's makeable, but yeah, I think he has to duck the jack of clubs.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he gets that far, because I think...
You know what's there could be a case, let's say it goes jack of clubs ducked, 10 of clubs, Declarer has to win it.
Yep.
He would have to exit a third club, otherwise West could jettison the ace of clubs on the third round of spades.
Yeah, I think we're in store for a really exciting board. So he
And we're
does
talking about
start
where a
on
successful defense
hearts.
could be throwing your ace of clubs away. So he is playing King of Hearts Heart. He wins this, and there's a good chance he finds King of Spades Heart.
He does cash the king of spades. Wow. I mean, I think this is a really strong play. As you say, he knows the spade position from the opening lead, given that he's played the jack. Okay. So Levi is now in his hand, and I mean, I don't think there's any chance he switches to the jack of clubs, right?
Well, can Declare make it on a diamond back though? I don't think he can. So he plays a diamond back. Declare wins. Cashes the 10 of hearts, where East pitches a spade, I guess, and West pitches a diamond.
Oh, you're so
And
right. East can just get in with the queen of spades and then play the queen of clubs. So it will all come down to this question of does East play the queen of clubs or not when he gets in eventually with a spade trick, I think.
if West switches to ace of clubs, jack of clubs, that's also good enough, right? I think it is.
Yeah, ace of
It's
clubs,
three
jack of
clubs.
clubs, it also does look like is enough to beat it. West just needs to avoid getting end played.
I'm not turning on the double dummy solver. And, well, I will now. Just I think every card in West hand is going to be red. Queen of diamonds, ace of clubs, jack of clubs, 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Yep. Okay, our single dummy analysis was just as good as the double dummy.
So there is the diamond to the jack. Now Declare is going to have to knock out that queen of spades, and it will be on East. Spotlight on East here to switch to the club queen.
The queen, all club queen. It's not. No other club is good enough.
And it's not necessarily a very natural play to find. But I think he'll be in tune with what's going on. You know, Declare's line of play looks like he's trying to end play.
Well, I think it has become more clear to East to not continue diamonds in this position.
Okay. East can't avoid
I
continuing.
want to make sure the defense gets it right. Let's extract their safe but unsuccessful exit and leave them only with the suit they need to exit. And he still has to shift the queen, but I think at this point, East is going to know. Well, I mean, if he sets up West diamonds, it won't matter, right? Like, there's no entry to the 9 of spades anymore now that you've cashed the king of diamonds. So East can shift to a low club, and West can just play another diamond and wait for his clubs. So I see this king of diamonds play is basically built a fence around the defenders. You hear this thing where you build a fence around your partner, so that they're forced to do the right thing. You build a fence around like the wrong plays, put them off to the side, leave them only with the safe plays. This is what Declarer has done, that as if he was a defender. He played very cleverly earlier to force that end play on West and get that favorable diamond return, and then just sort of got it all backwards now.
Yeah, it seems very strange to knock out the entry to your winning 9 of spades before setting it up. I'm really not convinced this is what happened, but I guess the play's continuing, so I'll believe the ViewGraph operator for now.
Those ViewGraph operators, they're a squirrely lot. You never know when to believe them.
Well, maybe Darren over here in the East seat will put everyone at ease and just win this trick and then play the queen of clubs back anyway.
So we have like a moment here. I'll mention that in between the second quarter and the rain delay, I I was shown some software that is not for general consumption yet, to aid in ViewGraph broadcasts that basically allow us to have sort of like a telestrator, so we can move cards around for the audience and say, like, this is the situation declarer is worrying about, and illustrate it, or take the play, visually show what it'll play like. Will it be like several tricks down the line, so we can illustrate, a potential squeeze, rather than having to everyone keep that in their brain. And I'm really looking forward to that being available. And I think, Rob, you get a lot of use out of that, since you're more tech savvy than I am.
Cool.
Really
Well, I I would also look forward to having that available, because that's, I think, one of the big features of a lot of other broadcasts. Like on chess broadcasts, they have that ability where there's like an analysis board off to the side where the commentators can show off, several moves that they think are going to take place, and that would be really useful to have that available.
The young player, Raphael Hollerman, who did the software, very bright young guy, must have put a ton of work into it. It looks really slick from the prototype. So I'm super excited to see that happening in the future.
Gotcha.
We're still on rain delay here.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the holdup is at this point. Maybe the play has actually been lost, because cashing that Diamond King seems like such a weird thing to do.
It does. It really. They're up to 26 in the other room.
Wow.
So this table is in the weeds all of a sudden. We were like, we were ahead of them for a little bit, and then we were like right neck and neck, and all of a sudden we're in the weeds. Daniel actually can be quite slow, and it's almost believable that he's in the tank on this trick.
Yeah, anything works out. I mean, he probably has a pretty good sense of what's going on. So pitching a club, I think, has a lot going for it here. He doesn't need his partner to do anything smart if he pitches a club. All his partner needs to do is to win the Queen of Spades and play a club through. And whether East has the King or Queen of Clubs, he'll be able to get in, knock out the Diamond Ace, get in with the Ace of Clubs, and then run the Diamond suit. So I was a little surprised that he pitched a diamond, which is, I guess, why we have undone a couple of cards.
We all feel undone at this point. I suppose there's some problem where his partner could switch to the King of Clubs and another club.
Mm-hmm.
King of Clubs, where he can't afford to overtake it, and then his partner plays another club, and then the Queen is established. But I mean, that would take bad defense from his partner as well as from him. And some players might worry about which club do I pitch from Ace Jack 10 to get partner to do the right things. The 10 denied the Jack. Okay, he's settled on the Jack of Clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And his partner is going to lead back a club. Has nothing better. Oh, what?
That doesn't make any sense. That was not the card that was played, I'm certain.
There's no way. There's no way Darren played back a spade. It's giving up. He can see he knows the 9 of spades in declarer's hand, and he can see the Ace of Diamonds and 10 of hearts is 9 tricks.
Yeah,
you know what might have happened is Daniel took so long to play the Jack of Clubs that Darren was Somonexed into forgetting what he was supposed to do and just played a card. He might have missorted his spade into the club suit at that point. I'd be tempted to do that too, by accident. I mean, like, if my partner takes like 3 minutes or 5 minutes to play in a defensive position that seems easy to me, I will often get tired and forget what I was doing. All right, something happened with perfect 9 tricks. We don't know what happened, but if we can believe that, that is huge for Regal to win 10 instead of lose 5 on that board.
Yeah, now they're ahead by 17 instead of the match almost being tied. Wow.
So,
bit of a slip up there for the Feldman team. So now they're in real dire straits. 7 boards to go, 17 imps. They're going to need a slam swing coming up.
So as we were saying earlier, the 7-2 fit handles a lot better than the 4-4 fit. Here, the 6-2 fit is to be avoided because you could be off a heart and a spade in diamonds where you don't have a pitch, but in clubs you can pitch if they don't lead a heart, you can pitch your hearts away, and if they do lead a heart, then you pitch the spade away on the diamond because you have a source of tricks in diamonds. In fact, you could just pitch 4 spades away on the diamonds. You get pitches with clubs as trump in the 4-4 fit to get one extra trick.
Yeah, another way of looking at it is that once trumps split 3-2, you still have a trump in each hand, so you can cross-ruff 2 tricks that way. Whereas in the 6-2 fit, once trumps are pulled, you can't cross-ruff, so you can't get a ruff in the shorthand to score an extra trick this way.
Now, there's sort of a lot of people say, well, you should always gravitate to a 4-4 fit or a 5-3 fit, and that's not necessarily true. 4-4 fits can suffer control issues more than 5-3 fits when trumps don't break. I think it's generally true if your 4-4 fit is good and you're in the slam zone. Mm-hmm. Those are the cases where you start really looking closely to 4-4 fit. If partners open a major and you have 3 in his major and 4 in the other one, I don't think you should go to heroic measures to try to recover a 4-4 fit in the other major. You should, and when you're in the part score to game range, you just bid the appropriate level of partner's major. If it's in the slam, becomes a slam hand, then worry about the other major.
Yeah, it looks like East West might be missing the slam on this one because West may be a little antsy from the 10 imps they just lost on the other deal. Opens a no trump. I don't know if that's within their no trump range or not. It's a 14 count, a little bit off shape. But East shows both minors with heart shortness.
Might have just shown diamonds.
Show diamonds with heart shortness.
I think is what happened is diamonds with heart shortness, and West has a heart stopper and a diamond filler, but otherwise a bad hand. And I understand him choosing 3-0 with that. It's a question whether East might have also wanted to show the clubs at some point, but it was probably complicated over the no trump. This should be still a couple of imps to the Feldman team because no trump outscores clubs, and he has 11 tricks, 12 with Dr. Hearts.
Heart lead.
He's going to get 490 on this for 2 imps. Back the other way, and every imp is really important at this point.
Yeah, that'll cut the lead to 15. But 6 boards to go. They're still going to need some more luck. The play is going to be a
lot faster here. Once South follows, West is claiming.
Yep.
In fact, West probably asked South, "Are you following to this trick?" And when South said yes, he said, "I can claim that."
Yeah, I've actually South would be thinking for 5 minutes about what Smith's signal to give.
Yeah, you play like an ace. They start thinking, you're like, are you following or are you showing out? And they say, following. Or you say, if you're following, I can claim. Sometimes you can short circuit a defender's thought process by just asking if they're following. In a situation where you're going to claim if they do, you don't have to wait for them to actually follow. If they start thinking of which card to follow with. But yeah, you are, as a declarer, allowed to ask, are you showing out?
Yeah, 3 passes going to go around to West, who has 22 balanced.
So we'll see a 2 club, 2 diamond, 2-no auction, I think. And then I think East will bid Stamen, I think, with 4-3-4-2. And whatever variety they play, they will wind up in 3-no trump.
Yeah, same as in the other room.
And declare, if they lead a spade, declare rates to win the second spade and just lead a club to the 10, which is the best play in the club suit for 4 tricks or 5 tricks, and the best play on the hand in general. You need to establish the clubs. A doubleton queen of clubs in the south doesn't help you, but a doubleton queen of clubs in the north does.
Right.
So if you think about it that way, like
a doubleton queen 9 of clubs in the south helps.
Right.
Just like the doubleton queen 9 of clubs but north didn't need doubleton queen 9 for club to the 10.
Any doubleton queen, you have 4 tricks, 5 club tricks. You don't need to play on diamonds.
Okay, yeah. So North has to decide what to lead.
And North could lead the nine of hearts, and actually does. It's not always attractive to lead away from a queen ten into a two club opening, but
Nope,
he
misclick.
has let us play.
The nine of hearts
Block
and two of
all.
spades were right next to each other in the operator's hand. So
I
spade
see a
opening
doubles
lead.
contract in the other room coming up. But the other room 3-0 just made, but I think I guess that's just 9 tricks, which with 5 clubs, 3 hearts, and a spade.
Yeah. So this
Just
should
9.
be the same, assuming Levy takes the percentage play in the club suit. It's probably not desperate times enough where he would instead want to go anti-percentage in clubs to generate a swing.
And he suspects that this set has not been going well for his side. He knows that board 23 was a really bad result for his side, and they had a missed game on one of the other ones, right? They had something bad that was board. They missed game on, was it 20? They missed game. No.
Board 17, they missed a game.
17. Yeah. So he knows there was a missed game and a misdefended game. They do have a lot of plus scores, which is usually a good sign. But board 16, they missed a game on 16. They've made 11 tricks.
No.
Sort of.
Board 16, they didn't miss a game. The defense misdefended.
Right, they misdefended, yeah. Okay. And they didn't really score 200. They scored 170.
Okay, moment of truth. Club to the 10.
It has to be, especially they played the 9. I can't imagine not playing the 10 here.
He does. The 10 of clubs holds. Now the ace of clubs.
I do think he's going to play this out to try to get see if they North pitches a spade. If a spade pitch is 4-card holding, then he has can establish a diamond trick. Heart to the ace, then he's going to run the clubs. And North's going to have to make 3 pitches, and South's going to have to make 1. And North's pitching a heart will make them so they don't have a heart winner after the king queen of hearts are played either. I think North's going to just pitch his hearts. Knowing there's no entry back to the east hand anyway, so it can't hurt him for him to pitch his hearts.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if DeClaire might have tried sneaking a diamond through South when in with the club ace. It looks like spades have to be 4-3 based on the opening lead, so it couldn't really cost.
I would. I never trusted 2.
Well, even if the 2 is not to be trusted, do you think that North led low from Queen Jack 10 5th? Because otherwise the spades are blocked.
God help you if North led low from Queen Jack from 2 Singleton.
Yeah.
So it's like, thank you. I never knew I was going to get only to run these spades.
That would be amusing. That would be a great story, though.
I mean, then the clubs aren't queen and 1 in the North either. If North had a Singleton, club and no ace, Singleton, spade, no ace times, it would be wildly unlucky, but it would be hilarious. Okay, so this is a doubled contract in the other room. 1-0 doubled by East down 1.
Wow.
That's a hungry double of 1-0, I guess. But South's got a long suit to lead in the re-entries.
I mean, East has a big hand. 16.
It's going to go 1-0 Trump. What did it go? 1-0 double all pass or something? Yeah, right.
I mean, I guess it could have gone 1-0 pass double by North, showing like a minor or both majors, and South left it in.
Yeah, that's what happened. 1-0 pass, some sort of artificial double, all pass. I'd be pretty scared actually on that auction with West, because it sounds like the opponents, not only I know we're in trouble, and now it sounds like the opponents have a source of tricks. So I want to get to a major. There's a run.
Yeah, it also looks like Declare did really well to escape for down one.
It does. If they lead, they probably let a diamond into the Ace King Jack for starters, but then he still needs to escape. It doesn't look like he has too many great escape plans.
No, I suppose if the defense never gets clubs going, though.
The defense did not get clubs going in time. It did not work out to cross and hearts to clear the diamonds. So Declare was able to basically score 2 spades. A club is 3, and 3 diamonds for 6 for down 1.
Wow.
Which seems like a really good result.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge result. Now, as is,
It's 2 diamonds.
looks
Double
like
must have been artificial.
yeah, East-West are doing a little bit better in this round.
I wonder if maybe double was one minor or both majors, and North did not gamble a pass of it, especially since he might make game ups at both majors.
All right, Ace of Diamonds opening lead. East deciding, I want to take a look at the dummy, and this will never cost. So East-West appear to have 3 diamond tricks.
They have potential to score a club, a heart, and a spade. It's hard to get all that.
Yeah, I don't think they can get a club, a heart, and a spade because West never really gets on lead. The Queen of Hearts is going to come a little bit too late.
Well, we're working on it. So Declare wins this. I mean, Declare could just play 3 rounds of hearts himself and let West get on lead once to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose technically Declare can strip squeeze East, and even if he does play 3 rounds of hearts right now, but a simpler line of play looks like just run the 10 of clubs immediately. If East ducks, then you have no club loser. If East wins, now you can pitch losers on the ace queen of clubs.
East was the slow with I guess East can have a rough with 3 diamonds. Oh, East could rough with 3 diamonds, right? So you can't play a second diamond yourself. I think maybe the defense has the edge here.
Hmm.
I want our viewers to know that neither one of us has clicked on the double dummy solver, because otherwise we would be analyzing this in a much more intelligent way.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I think clicking on the double dummy solver is an unintelligent way to analyze hands. That's not what the players are using.
A lot of people listening to us have clicked on the double dummy solver and are checking whether or not we're correct. But remember, by not doing that, we're actually focusing on natural bridge plays. Like, what does a bridge player do in this situation after the ace of hearts? Do you just play the queen of diamonds, or do you run the 10 of clubs?
Yeah, so if running the 10 of clubs actually doesn't work as you're suggesting, then maybe Declare does need to strip squeeze East. So back to the more confusing line of play. Oh, no, he is now effectively running the 10 of clubs.
So now the third round of hearts comes through and a spade comes back. So I think he's cooked here, right?
Yeah. A spade coming through is a little bit too much. East is going to be able to get in with the jack of diamonds, and more importantly, as you mentioned earlier, rough the third round of clubs low with the 3 of diamonds. So this will just be down 1.
But that's so that's plus 100 for for the Feldman team, and they're plus 200 at the other table for defending 1-0 doubled off a trick.
Yeah, it's
So
nice. It's
even though
seven
they might have got
imps.
500 or even 800 against 1-0 doubled, it's still 7 imps and a much closer match.
Yeah, it's now
With
8.
4 boards to play, 8 imps seems a lot more comfortable than 15 was a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
We have some shape coming in here. At the other table, we see 4 hearts was off a trick, and it looks like there's play for 4 hearts, north-south.
It's going to be pretty tough with 3 trump losers, and both of the black suited or kings are in the wrong hand.
So there's some scope for, getting a couple of rounds of trumps played and then start running diamonds. If the defense hasn't gotten clubs tracked in time, you might be able to wind up playing 5 rounds of diamonds to pitch North's clubs, and then basically rough your club in the shorthand. The defense does need to get a club on track at some point from the correct hand.
It seems very likely that that'll happen at trick 1. I mean, South has a 1 heart opener in most people's books,
So,
and
does West have a? I think this West will overcall a spade, but I know I might pass 1 heart with that West hand.
I have the feeling Daniel won't, but I guess we'll find out.
I know I just made Jeff Baxtroth frown at me when I said I might pass 1 heart with the West hand, but I swear I might. It's like all the negative aspects: terrible spades, too much stuff in hearts, a dead minimum hand that doesn't really think we can make game, and I'm not in a big hurry to bid 4 spades over 4 hearts. It's like there's too many ways for partner to go wrong by bidding a spade over a heart. Sure, there are ways where it can go right, where maybe we push them up a level and we have a big fit, but I'll happily be encouraging in spades if partner can suggest the suit without me having done it first. So if it goes a heart pass, you might see a heart pass 2 clubs, that artificial game force, or maybe North treats his hand like a 3-card limit raise.
Okay, there's a heart. You are correct.
A heart spade.
Daniel overcalls a spade, so.
Did this get North South to 3 now?
Yeah, 3 no trump does seem like a possible final contract.
If you get everything, you have 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, and 2 spades. There's 9 tricks without the hearts. And that Queen Jack 4th of spades sure suggests 3 no is a better contract than 4 hearts. And one way to do that is to raise hearts with 2 spades first and then bid 3 no next off for partner a choice. Partner will go wrong here with 5-5. So maybe that suggests that maybe North has an even stronger opinion about that. Okay, I guess 2 diamonds is a good heart raise. Or at least it probably starts at a constructive 2 hearts. And I think South bids 3 diamonds and North bids 3 no. And then South has to choose. I think having bid 3 diamonds and heard his partner bid 3 no, maybe South passes it with the spade pusher and bad hearts. But probably not.
Yeah, I do like the idea of a 3 no bid from North. Otherwise, the Queen Jack 4th of spades is not going to pull very much weight at all. It's going to prevent partner from getting tapped, but you have an 8-card trump fit anyway. So
I think it'd be harder to get to 3-0 with an 8-card heart fit and a 5-5 hand out of comp than it is with the competition. Still a tall order. I don't actually expect South to pass 3-0 with the 5-5 pattern. But he knows there's some indicators. He knows it's only an 8-card heart fit. He knows his hearts are terrible. He can see that he has points in spades to go with his partner's points in spades, and he can see that he's got another pusher in clubs to go with his side diamonds, which look like a source of tricks. So there are indicators that are reasons why 3-0 might be more successful than 4 hearts, but it's a tough call to pass it. It really is.
I don't think it's going to be a fast 4 hearts from South either.
I think if he thinks about it long enough, he will pass. Glenn can have fairly awful tempo at times and give Jeff Aker some ethical problems by that tempo. And Jeff is a highly ethical player. Everyone should know that. Anytime when Milgram goes out of tempo, Jeff does absolutely. I've seen it in action. I have seen Jeff like take an unusual, unsuccessful line of play when his partner broke tempo to tell him what the correct play was. Absolutely, one of the menches in bridge, Jeff Aker. Can't say enough positive things about his ethics and deportment at the table.
Yeah, and that's kind of a difficult subject to broach usually, because I think a lot of players kind of feel like, well, if partner broke tempo, I still want to think about the problem myself, so I get to do whatever I want. And it's nice to see that there are a lot of highly ethical players who are going to go out of their way to make the game, you know, fair for all parties, not just themselves. South
Wow,
did pass.
Glenn passed it.
Now,
so
he hasn't made it yet.
No, he has not. I think a club lead beats it. I think.
It doesn't look like it because the hearts are blocked. So Declare can unblock the spade ace, cross and diamonds, and knock out the spade king. And he'll get 5 diamonds, 2 spades, and 2 clubs.
So does the defense need to leave the jack of hearts at trip 1 and then switch to a club?
I think. I mean, I don't know if this is.
They can't. The defense can't play the jack and ace of hearts because otherwise Declare can just.
I think the defense might have needed to lead a diamond to break up communications before Declare was able to unblock the ace of spades.
Like we'll wind a trick and take a look at the double dummy solver. It thinks the jack of hearts beats it.
Yeah, well, the jack of hearts is probably good enough, but I think he needs to switch to diamonds after the jack of hearts holds.
To attack the communication. That's actually a good point. A lot of these hands can be defeated by attacking the transportation suit.
Yeah.
And by the time you evacuate the transportation suit, the declarer may have enough tricks but be forced to abandon a winner in one hand or the other. And I think that is what would happen on this deal.
Yeah, but now once the queen of clubs holds, it's, I think, just relatively straightforward because Declare doesn't have any chance.
Yeah, ace of spades. Yeah, there's ace of spades, diamond to the ace, queen of spades.
Yeah.
Claim.
Yeah. Now
the defense can never take 4 hearts, right? Unless East wins the king of spades and has a single. Even then, even if East had a singleton and a heart, it doesn't help them because the hearts, they can never take more than 3 heart tricks.
Right. Yeah. So queen of spades. West wins the king and is just going to play back a club.
And unfortunately, Declare can't duck any tricks to try to score a beer here.
Yes, that is very unfortunate. I'm sure that he's going to be crying himself to sleep tonight later once he's won the match by getting to the better game here.
So this was very well done here by Aker and Milgram to get to 3-0 trump with 4 hearts doomed. And this is going to be a big, fat 10 imp swing to the Regal team, putting them back up ahead by 16 imps with 3 boards to go. 18 imps. That means they, practically 1 more board on the floor as the match being over. 9 imps. Okay. My math will get there eventually. It just seems like it's done. Now it's just winning as 10 imps. Okay. It said 9 imps, so now it says 10 imps. So 18 imps
is 10.
That's what I thought.
So
bad BBO.
3 boards to go, and the lead has ballooned to 18 for Regal. I don't know, Daniel. Is it time to open 4 spades?
That's not going to help their score here.
It's not, but that might be the bid.
I think Daniel is now sensing that this set has gone very badly for him. That's sort of like the 3rd game swing out. Some of the other hands could be okay, but I don't think it's been nearly enough to overcome 3 game swings that seem to have just been generated the other way. And also there was a potential swam swing out on 24 where they had 6 clubs making and they played it in 3-0. They win 2 on that board, but that could easily have been a big loss. They must, I think Levy and Wolper are pretty unhappy with their cards so far.
Yeah, I agree. So what's the way to step up the pressure? I don't know. You could try passing the West Hand.
You could. Or you could open a weak 2 in spades even. Well, he's tried passing
he passes. It. Nope, never mind.
I think he might call Chinese poker with the West Hand. He's got 4 queens, a flush, and a pair of 8s, and that's a really good Chinese poker hand.
All right, he's decided to play it face up. 1 spade opener, no trump from East.
I was like going to be so impressed when you said he might try passing and then
he passed.
Like, oh my god, Rob has like a psychic connection to
You throw enough darts, one of them's going to land on the board. So it looks like
they stopped in 2 spades, which might have been a pickup because the other table was in 3 spades. And 3 spades might potentially have gone down. Oh no, the other table was also in 2 spades. They just made 3. So he has 6 spade tricks to go with a heart and a club. So the fight is over the 9th trick, not over the 8th.
Yeah, and I guess
on this is a board on the floor we were talking about.
Yeah, so a hard opening lead at the other, I assume it was a hard opening lead at the other table, would have made Declare's life a little bit easier. Yeah, that's what happened. This diamond lead giving nothing away is gonna force Declare to play the hand himself. So I think just 8 tricks. 1 more imp going the way of Regal here.
Soph will have a problem after winning the ace of diamonds, whether to continue diamonds or switch to clubs.
It doesn't look like there's many club holdings where switching to clubs is effective.
There's this one. This actual club holding is one of the ones where you kind of do want to switch to clubs.
Is it necessary? Maybe it is necessary. I would be more worried about Declare having a singleton, and then I really want to play diamonds back through. But yeah, I think you're right that the heart suit is a little bit threatening.
So partner led a 3rd from even diamond. You have 4 of them. There were 3 in dummies. So you think Declare just has 1 diamond left anyways. But he does find the club switch.
Yeah, that'll simplify the defense.
And he didn't take forever to do it, so good job on that. So I think the 10 of spades is going to go to the jack and king. Or the queen and king. And we'll see the jack of clubs and the king of diamonds leave the north hand shortly.
Yeah, jack of clubs. If North decides to cash the diamond king, then a heart over. South might have hopes for down 1 with a club coming through. But I suspect North is just going to play a heart over now. He doesn't know the queen of diamonds is falling.
If he shifts to a heart, and maybe if he shifts to a heart, he shifts to like the 9 of hearts. I think South is going to go back to diamonds.
Yeah.
And I think this will be 1 imp to the Feldman team to put them up by 9. To the Regal team to put them up by 19 with 2 boards to go. And that's a lot.
That is a lot.
I've seen it. I've seen 20 imps made up in the last 2 boards a few times on ViewGraph, which is very exciting to happen. Usually, you don't think it's unusual for that sort of amount to swing in such a short number of boards. You can look at this. No two consecutive boards in this entire match have swung more than 17 M's. And that's going both back and forth, at least in this quarter I'm looking at. And that just happened on 26 and 27 with a 7 and a 10 right next to each other. They could have. If 26 was an 800 instead of a 100, which I think was in danger of for a moment, then that would have been, 14 and 10 and 24 M's back and forth. But really well done on 27 for the Regal team.
Yeah, it was a really nice auction and not much to play after the opening club lead, but Declare did well. So North gets off to the King of Diamonds caching.
He just exit passively with the Jack of Diamonds, figuring like he just doesn't want to help Declare pick up whatever the heart holding is.
Okay.
Take the diamond throw off the board.
All right, Jack of Diamonds. So Declare now does get to claim, just losing the Ace of Hearts.
All right, 2 boards to go. Let's see what 29 brings. So we need some. Feldman team is rooting for an action board, and it looks like a board that's in the slam zone, east-west. Not a good slam.
Yeah, it's not a making slam either.
You have play for 6 spades on the 4-3 fit. Better play for that than 6 clubs on the 5-4 fit, because at least you get a heart rough in the shorthand and potentially pitch the diamond loser away on the 4th round of clubs, 5th round of clubs. If spades broke and heart was on side. So the goal is going to be to stay low, which is what they did at the other table. If you got to 6 spades from the east and got the Ace of Hearts lead, you would make it.
Barely. The spade suit is you can
clear. Actually, might not make it because right when you go to rough the 3rd round of hearts,
you can pick up the spades.
10. Oh yeah, you can still pick up the spade. North roughs with a 10. Then you smush the 8 by leading the 9 through to finesse against the Jack.
Yep.
That'd be pretty cool. Someone can dream.
Pretty cool is one way to describe it. Next time you write a fantasy novel, let me know. I'll be sure to check out that hand.
Well, that's the way to keep the match in play, right? It goes somehow you get to 6 spades from the east and South leads the Ace of Hearts. But I don't see any route to it, anything that stupid. I think we're also going to see 3-no trump from the east, most likely. Let's see. It's going to go 2 hearts, double, pass, 3 clubs in a Liebenthal context, so 3 clubs showing a constructive 3 club call. Then West will bid 3 hearts. East will bid 3-no trump, and I think West shrugs his shoulders and passes. Only has 19. He's opposite a past partner. West did not pass 2 hearts. That just didn't happen. If he passed 2 hearts, East is going to double, and then they could defend 2 hearts doubled. And
I think they would. Oh, East floats it. This is a big no-no. Maybe it's not a big no-no. East has a lot of hearts.
Well, and had East doubled, they could have taken 3 spades and 2 clubs is 5. And if Declare gets the diamonds wrong, 2 diamonds is 7 and a heart is 8. To make 2 hearts east-west or to beat it 3 tricks for 800 and a small swing in. Assuming West converted the double with 3 small, which also seems like I'm just not sure what West was going for, but it just can't pay to pass with 19 high card points, even if you had imperfect shape. And I guess he just realized the match was in desperate shape and was hoping to create have a different auction than the other table.
I think so.
It's a lot to ask for to try to pass 2 hearts there. Dummy shows travels with a 4 count. Players like, what the hell? I have a normally 2. They let me play it here, and Dummy has 4. 7, 4 is 11. My right hand was a passed hand. He can't have more than 11. That's 22. West passed with 18. What does he have?
Okay, important question. Is Declare going to guess the diamonds once he finds out that West turns up with about 25 high card points outside of the diamond suit?
I think he does because, well, I mean, but he knows that he showed up with King Jack of hearts and probably a spade on her.
Mm-hmm.
So if East has the King of Spades, which is the lower spade, now that West is trumped with the Queen, then if he says the King of Spades to go with the King Jack of Hearts is 7, if he had the Ace of Diamonds, that'd still be 11, which is something he knows that he thinks East has as 11. So it's a guess, I guess. Did West have Ace, King, Queen, Jack, or clubs? Otherwise, East has 12. Well, they're definitely making sure he's going to be able to count the high card points in the spades.
That is what's going on. I mean,
any
maybe West
question
switches
exactly
to
what's
low
happening
diamonds.
in the spades. Levy has made sure Declare is able to count the high card points in spades, and now you've located the Jack of Clubs. So the Jack of Clubs locates the Ace of Diamonds. Otherwise, he has 12. So I think he goes up with the King.
Nope.
Why not? Maybe he doesn't care.
Yeah, it looks like South was just playing this hand so quickly he realized the opponents were making game.
And the opponent just let him play 2 hearts with 11 high card points. All right, well, 10 more imps to Regal. They are safe.
Yeah, that puts the match out of reach. So congrats to Regal. This is actually an upset. They were the lower seeded team by a little bit.
So they could rub it in right now here by North-South bidding 7 no Trump and then redoubling it.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not a barometer, so they don't know that they're safe here.
They really don't.
They suspect. I mean, Aker and Milgram have had a great set, and they know it. So they're going to be pretty happy when they come back to their teammates, thinking that that this match was close, and they have a really positive card. But they're also, as good teammates, they're also not going to come back and say we won. They're gonna compare, because if you come back saying you win and then you actually don't win,
it's not a good look.
Feel terrible. No, everyone feels bad after that. You feel bad for saying you won. Your teammates feel bad for their set, which they probably already were feeling awful about before you said you won, since it was a bad enough set to cover a set where you thought you won. So just don't do that. Don't come back and say you won. And for you to, anyone's had any experience making a dummy scorecard, which I've done once in my life, where we won a game, we won more than a game swing on every single hand of the match. We were safe on that one. But I mean, you have to be, it has to be like that. You have to be like, all right, we're up 80 at our table over 6 boards. I feel safe enough to make a dummy score sheet. It still was a bad joke.
So a duplicated result on the last board. 2 spades in the West. It looks like with the friendly heart situation, Declare is just going to lose a trump, 2 diamonds, and a club in the fullness of time for 9 tricks.
And let's see, it's probably going to go diamond, 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 but South can't profitably rough in with anything. But North has nothing better to do than just play diamond, diamond, diamond. So West will take the tap, cash the Ace King of Spades, shrug his shoulder, cash the Ace King of Hearts. Right. And that'll be that. I don't think this hand will take a particularly long time to play, but so yeah, a hearty congratulations to the Regal team, who beat a higher seeded team of players who are a talented squad.
Yeah, and now Regal has to go up against the always fearful Street team tomorrow in the round of 32. So it doesn't get easier as you go along.
Street's really good. The Street team. They can easily make a deep run in any event they enter.
Yeah, it was actually looking like there might have been a large number of upsets on the day after the half, but a bunch of the higher seeded teams, I suppose, either had sponsors sitting out or righted the ship. And we end up with a couple of upsets. Goodman, the highest seed that went down in the first round, to Mitra.
Okay, Goodman got upset.
Yep.
There was my bracket. I think I had them making it to the finals.
Kane ended up falling. They had a really poor performance in the fourth quarter. 56-1 was the imp total for Kane to barely lose in the fourth.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Rogoth defeated Shori. Regal over Feldman. McAllister over Saxena. And Roman over Bramley. I believe those are all the upsets from the first round of play.
I picked a lot of upsets in the first round, just not those. All right, well, this should be over. Thank you so much, Rob, for your patience all day long today, and thanks BBO for finally getting something up after having everyone sit for a few hours. And I guess I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Michael. And we'll be starting tomorrow at, I think, the normal time that we had been starting, which is 10 a.m. Eastern time. So set your clocks.
The scheduled start time is 10 a.m. I will hope to be awake and online at 10 a.m. In order to broadcast. But we will see what happens.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everyone. See you all next time. All right, chat. Oh, we're done a little bit early. So, here are the results, at least for now. So yeah, I think I mentioned most of the big upsets. So Gavin is out. Raj's team, Shori, fell. They trailed the whole way through. A little bit of a comeback in the fourth segment, but not enough. Bailey barely pulled off their comeback over Cuz. They were trailing the whole way, but end up winning by a little bit at the end. Ash does go down to Rippy, a concession in the third set, or after the third set. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. This is amazing. They scored 124 in the third segment, and then they were penalized 110 imps. I suspect that, well, I have no idea what happened, but either way, they end up losing, which has to feel terrible for Team Stark. This does mean, though, that Craig will be able to play tomorrow, because his teammate or partner, Franco Baseggio, is going to be available. I don't know what they're playing. Huge comeback from Leonardon. Oh yeah, wow. They were down 40 and they ended up winning by almost 40. Their final set was 85-6. That's an enormous amount in the fourth quarter. Nittebach was forced to play the fourth quarter. They scored 262 imps on the day. Also, Rosenberg was forced to play the fourth quarter. They scored 237 on the day. That's crazy. Halle defeats Pollock. Actually, they had a big comeback in the fourth quarter. Were there any other big comebacks? Rosard over Kane. Yeah, I mean, this one's crazy to me. Kane scores 1 in the final segment to go down. This is a big result. I mean, and this is the team that was originally the 75 seed. It could be a bunch of foreign players who don't have seeding points in the US, but still, being the 75 seed is And then not only winning into the round of 64, but then defeating a relatively strong team in Goodman. That's a huge accomplishment. But all the other top seeds made it through. Fleischer looked a little bit scary for a sec, but feels like they were always in control after that second half or second quarter. Nickel, again, cruise control. Rosenthal, cruise control. Zimmerman, same. Street won by forfeit. Wolfson, Rubenstein. We saw that match earlier where Rubenstein was down, but then they just kind of took over the match. Leibowitz wins by a lot. Leonardson, big comeback in the last segment. Amoyles in control the whole match, even though it was close. Gerli. Lien. Match became a lot closer, but eventually they win by 71. Nittebach, Welland, Simpson. Oh, Simpson scored over 200 as well. I didn't see them. Rosenberg, Joel, Goldberg, Rogoff. Team Unova looks somewhat strong. But these are the matchups for tomorrow. So we got Fleischer, Rippey, Rosenthal, McAllister, Street, Regal, Rubenstein, Halley, Leonardon, Bailey, Mitra, Dylan, Powell. I'm never going to figure out how to say this name. Hopefully they get knocked out. Leon, Rogoff. Ooh, that's a bad draw for Rogoff, I think. You know, a four-handed team, you all, like, if you're made up of amateurs, you always want to play against a six-handed team with a sponsor, because then you have a real chance of just beating up on the sponsor and trying to hold out against the pros. But playing up against a much stronger amateur team is not... Well, I guess Leon's team has a sponsor. Either way. Welland against Joel. Nickel, Gupta, Zimmerman, Wildowski. There's some potential for an upset there. Wolfson against Roman. Leibowitz, Hammond. Amoyles, Roussard. Gerli, Team Unova. I think Team Unova is going to crush this match. Maybe. We'll see. Nittebach, Goldberg, Simpson, Rosenberg. Okay. Let me pull me back up. There I am. So that's going to wrap up coverage for today. I'll be back, I assume, around 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow for the start of the first segment of play. Hopefully VuGraph is working at that time. Michael mentioned that there was this interesting software available for like presenting commentary and stuff. And I was contacted by this guy, I think his name's Ralph Hollerman or whatever, on Bridge Winners. But our first conversation just kind of petered out. Maybe I'll try and get back in touch and see if there's actually something available to take a look at. But yeah, it would be cool if we could like do actual analysis and show that off on screen rather than just talk about it. I feel like a lot of the audience sometimes is completely lost as to what I'm talking about most of the time. Just as usual, not because I'm saying something intelligent, but people are just staring at me like, who is this idiot and why does he keep talking? That's how I feel when I'm giving commentary most of the time. But anyway, thanks for tuning in, everyone. So I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, maybe a little bit before. We'll check out a deal of the week or something, and then get into the broadcast. And hopefully everyone's been enjoying the coverage. Have a good day. I will see you.